live now. I think.
Stream Elements said, Baby Jody 7413 is now live.
That shit was
Streaming Just Chatting, the untold truths of who shot Tupac live reaction hashtag Tupac hashtag Biggie hashtag short.
Still saying I'm not live, bro. The fuck? Oh my god, bro. You about to piss me off, dog, low-key. Fucking with that shit. Fuck me up. Why is my live on? I got rid of my title and everything, bro. The fuck happened? Okay, so I'm live now. Oh shit, I took my editing off and everything. I took my editing off and everything, man. You gotta go fit it. Ah, damn, now I gotta fix all this shit. God damn. I'm gonna tell you, we gotta go fix that shit. Oh. I forgot which one it is. What is it? Is this the right one? Yeah, it is. God damn, that don't fuck me up with that one. Okay, so let's play this. Why the fuck I gotta do it this way though? This shit don't fuck everything up. I was trying to goddamn screen record on my goddamn phone too. That shit was like, hell no, you can't do that shit.
Smub BTSS
Hell nah, that
said,
shit fuck my damn stream up.
Smub CRAZYMAN Smub CRAZYMAN Smub CRAZYMAN Smub CRAZYMAN Smub CRAZYMAN.
That's all, twin. Man, I tried to screen record on my phone. That shit fucked my live up, my YouTube up. I gotta make sure I'm live, man. Damn, all the people we had up in the chat. God damn. Okay, I'm bad live. I think, nope, I'm not bad live. Yeah, I'm live on YouTube now. Okay. Alright, we back YouTube. God damn, that shit fucked me up. Yeah, I'm live on YouTube now. Okay. Alright, we back YouTube. God damn, that shit fucked me up. Yeah, I'm live on YouTube. Alright, we back. Where's my chat box at? I can't find that motherfucker. Oh, yeah. Alright, bet. We bet. Alright.
Tell me what happened at the recording studios in Times Square.
I got shot 5 times.
We
I
back,
walked
baby.
in. Some dudes walked in and shot
How
me
your
up.
stream was, bro?
I already took 5 bullets. And if I can help it, I don't plan on taking no more.
Do you know who shot you? No. Is that a no or is that a maybe?
No, I don't know who
No.
shot me.
As far as foes and enemies and all that, I really don't care. My only fear of death is coming back reincarnated.
So does that mean that you also have no idea why they shot you?
No, I have no idea why they shot me.
And it's not like I'm untouchable. I can be killed as soon as I get out of here.
Right,
Do you think that they shot you just to get your jewelry?
Sorry about that.
I don't know.
Trying to do some extra shit. Fuck my whole shit.
It's like anybody's guess. I don't know.
But I'm a soldier. I always survive. I constantly come back. You know what I mean? Only thing that can kill me is death. The only thing that ever stop me is death.
Talk to
And even
you,
then, my
Tony.
music
Talk
is
to him.
forever.
Shout out
On
to
November 29th, 1994,
y'all want to get the full stream? The full video. Shout out to Hip Hop Universe on YouTube, man. He got really good details about how rappers, same niche I'm in. So y'all make sure y'all go check him out.
a Manhattan jury had convened to deliberate charges of sodomy, abuse, and weapons possession against Tupac and his road manager at the time, Charles Fuller. They stood accused of molesting a 19-year-old woman in Tupac's $750 a night, 38th floor Parker Meridian Hotel Suite on November 18, 1993. After the first day of deliberations and an interview outside the courthouse in New York, Tupac left for a publicity stop in Harlem, then went on to Times Square's Quad Recording Studios at 723 7th Avenue to record a track with a rapper signed to Uptown Records called Lil Sean. Tupac knew it might be his last recording session for some time, as he was facing a maximum 25-year sentence, which would have most likely put an end to his music and acting career. He had already lost a movie role and a guest spot on a TV series, and his legal bills were piling up. Tupac needed cash urgently. During his trial, he would spend his evenings going from one recording studio to another. He was trying to rap his way out of financial ruin. He would go to court early in the morning and hit the studio in the evening, trying to record as much music as possible. On the night of November 30th, 1994, Tupac was ambushed and shot inside the lobby of a recording studio.
They say he shot himself,
His team of criminal attorneys had been in New York with him, awaiting a verdict on assault charges against him. His attorneys said the shooting, quote-unquote, looked and smelled like a setup. Later, Tupac publicly blamed the Notorious B.I.G., who was upstairs in a recording session at the time, in helping to set up the attack. But let's go back a little and break this down step by step. Early in the evening, Tupac had been invited by a New York DJ named Ron G to record with him. It was the Notorious B.I.G. who introduced the two to each other. Ron G said, "Pac, I want you to come to my house and lay this rap down for my tapes." Pac agreed.
What's up, big brother, man?
What's up, Timmy? How you doing? How you feeling? How we feeling today? Appreciate you coming back, my boy.
To do it for free as a favor for the young DJ, whom he wanted to help out, but at the same time it was Biggie's man. So it didn't really feel right for Pac to charge his friends. Him and Big were very close back then. Pac always wanted him in his group Thug Life, and they were both doing each other favors all the time. Pac especially. All the things he did for Biggie and his friends were for free. He usually charged other people a fee to record for their tapes and albums. Ron G and his manager had called and asked him numerous times for a Hot 16. For 2 whole weeks he kept calling him. Tried to arrange a studio session with Pac so that he can lay down a 16-bar verse for his mixtape. But Pac was busy, with all the cases, his music, and of course with shooting the movie Bullet, which came out 2 years later.
I gotta see the movie Bullet.
So he didn't answer until the day he actually got there, which was November 29th, 1994. Pac finally picked up the phone and said, "Yo, I'ma come through." Ron G gave him his address and Tupac drove to his house with his manager Freddie Moore, his common-law brother-in-law Zayd Turner, and rapper Randy Walker, aka Big Stretch from the Live Squad, who was one of Tupac's closest friends at that point. Down with him since day one, even before the movie Juice was filmed, and before Tupac recorded his debut album Tupacalypse Now. Ron G made the beat on the spot. Stretch and Pac were quickly writing their verses, but Pac was constantly getting paged by somebody. So he seemed a little troubled, according to the DJ. And even in the verse that he wrote down,
low-key, I never had a pager. I ain't grew up in them times. I low-key want to get a pager and see what the damn hype was about, though. You know
seemed a little worried and anxious. It almost sounded prophetic, because in the opening lines of the verse, he predicted that there are people out there that are trying to kill him. And just a few hours later, he gets shot 5 times. Pac always sounded like he's predicting the future. He then said, "They sending armies out to bomb me. The people who were about to shoot and rob him were dressed in army fatigues. He even dissed a New York gangster named Haitian Jack on here,
Fuck Asian.
a man who played a significant role in Tupac's Ayanna Jackson assault case and also in the Quad Studio shooting, which was about to happen. Tupac met Haitian Jack.
Ain't nobody fucking with the goat. That boy, the goat, that boy. That boy don't miss shit. Bald head bandana on. Thug life.
Back in 1993 at Scores, New York, 536 West 28th Street, where they watched the Riddick Bowe vs. Evander Holyfield's Repeat or Revenge heavyweight title rematch on November 6, 1993. Pac came and hung out with him in the VIP room of Scores. Jack got him a bottle of Remy Martin, Cuban cigars, and Pac fell in love with that lifestyle. Jack told him that he should reach out to him every time he's in New York, and Pac said he'll do that. The two became close friends after that. The boxer Mike Tyson was telling Pac that he was out of his league
Shout out
hanging
Mike
with
Tyson,
Haitian
real.
Jack, but Pac wouldn't listen. He used to dress in baggies and sneakers. Haitian Jack and Ricky Lee took him shopping and quote-unquote made him more mature by introducing him to gangsters in Brooklyn. He told Jack that he's glad that he met him, because it helped with the movie character he was working on. Pac was in New York for much of '93 filming the cult classic Above the Rim. He played a character named Birdie, a New York gangster much like...
Look at it, look at it. Tell she sneak, but you see a girl look at you like that.
Haitian Jack, who wooed people through his flash and charisma while ruling through paralyzing fear. He got his swagger from Jack, the way he handles himself and how everybody is always around him, that people gravitate to a gangster. Their honeymoon phase abruptly ended on November 18, 1993. That night, shortly before Thanksgiving, would lead to the single most consequential accusation in rap history, because of the dominoes that would fall later. Jack and Pac had a falling out due to the assault case. Tupac, his manager Charles Fuller, Haitian
bro,
Jack,
innocent,
and
bro.
Rick Alinzi, aka Trevor, all got accused of assaulting the 19-year-old Ayanna
You gotta see
Jackson
her goddamn
in
interview.
Tupac's
She look like she
38th floor room at the Parker Meridian Hotel.
You gotta see that
Haitian
interview,
Jack
shit.
was hereby the one who orchestrated it. He was Pac's co-defendant, but their cases were separated and they had different trials.
How the hell she get in the club? That little scene with the in the movie All Eyes on Her, she was in the club. She was 19. Like you gotta be 21. She must have snuck in that motherfucker or something. Shit, ain't nobody asking. See, that's why I gotta ask questions. I'm making short on that shit. Y'all make sure y'all check out that short because I gotta ask a question. Like how she get in the club? She 19 years old. We gotta be. I ain't been in the club, man, so I think drink is 21. You can get in the club 18, I think.
Which made Pac believe that Jack snitched on him and sold him out. The notorious B.I.G. was there too that night. Left his guns there and left as soon as Ayanna Jackson came in. Which seems kinda odd at first, but he himself tried to stay away from Haitian Jack. Cause he was a serious street cat that basically poisoned everything he touched. But from the outside it seemed like Biggie was always involved when Pac got into trouble. Cause Pac was charged with weapons possession that same night, even though those were Biggie's, Jack's and Trevor's guns. 4 guns with their serial numbers scratched out were found in Tupac's hotel room. He spent much of '94 proclaiming his innocence. The fact that he left exactly when Ayanna Jackson came in, and that he was also in the same building when Pac got shot, gave Pac enough reason to think that Biggie might have known something about these incidences, because he thought everything was a setup. Pac and Ayanna Jackson were in the bedroom alone when other men entered and proceeded to assault her. Pac had already left the room after feeling weirded out by the group setting. He talked with his publicist in a different room, felt groggy and went to sleep. He awoke to Ayanna Jackson yelling at him for more or less allowing them to assault her. Pac, his road manager Charles Fuller, Haitian Jack, and Trevor were accused of committing that crime. But Haitian Jack and the others got away, and Pac became the main target. According to Pac's brother,
The more I think about this shit, Chad, the more I think about this shit, that shit was organized. That shit was fucking organized. Cause why the fuck they saw you? Why you blame me and I wasn't even in the room? What y'all do? What happened in the other room? Y'all had to talk about it? Y'all talk about shit me up? Was the man behind it?
Law 8, Tupac told Haitian Jack to his face how he felt about him getting a separate trial for the same crime. He allegedly said it in front of Zayd, Stretch, Jack, and a couple of OGs. He stepped away from Jack and told him that he wants to have nothing to do with him anymore. And Jack was sitting there speechless, looking at him with a quote-unquote humble look on his face. But Zayd apparently knew that Jack was mad, that he wasn't showing his anger,
At Timothy
because he let
Randolph
his soldiers
G5K.
know about it, and they were
Said,
now coming for Pac,
Not
who tried
FRL
to
though, you not
disassociate
lying
from him. By
SHII.
the
Well, I'm like, ain't nobody been asking these questions. I gotta be goddamn Scooby-Doo around this motherfucker. Tell Shaggy to howl at me.
end of November 1994, Tupac had dumped Haitian Jack as a friend, but Jack was seen trailing him. He would try to holler at him in clubs. Tupac would just ignore him and continue doing what he does.
That shit
When
on
they
my
ran
goddamn
into
mind
each
now,
other
Chad.
at one
I ain't
of
gonna
Puff
lie.
Daddy's parties,
Hold
which
on.
both were invited,
I don't mean to keep stopping, but I do gotta keep stopping because, you know what I'm saying, they see it. YouTube sees this reused content, but I'm really just reacting to what's going on. But she got in the club, she was 19 years old. Pac wasn't in the room, you know what I'm saying? And you blame me for it. Like, that shit had to be organized. That shit was organized back then. Before they even did out. Yeah, we got a little deeper in that shit.
ignored him once again and instead stuck close to Biggie.
You got Haitian Jack here popping bottles with your crew like y'all homeboy. They even like that. So what is it then? We gotta get you on that little Sean record, alright? That's one of his artists. You remember?
This was blatant disrespect. Even enemies acknowledged each other's presence. And disrespecting someone like Haitian Jack was dangerous. Biggie warned Pac about him, saying that he should stay away from Haitian Jack. According to Pac, Big said this about a week before the Quad Studio shooting.
But he told me like about a week before I got shot, he really was shot me. He was like, Pop, don't hang around this, I walked in with that shot and I ended up shooting me. He's like, Pop, because I knew it too, he was my Cody fan. And I was like, what you mean? He's like, I'll talk to you about it later. And we didn't talk.
Haitian Jack found out
y'all
about
couldn't
Biggie's
talk, though.
advice,
That was pissing me
either
off.
through Pac himself or somebody else, and sent a group of thugs to rob Biggie, cause the Bad Boy camp later blamed Pac for it, that Biggie got robbed for warning.
Did you get robbed for real? Huh? Did Biggie get robbed for real? Can we prove facts on that? I need to know. I need to talk to somebody from New York or something. Anybody in New York in here? Who's back? You know what I'm saying? Things of that nature.
Just cause Pac told Haitian Jack about it, which many people in Pac's camp deny to this day, cause Pac wasn't even speaking to him anymore. According to Lil Sean, Pac for whatever reason told Haitian Jack about it. Yo, Biggie told me to stay away from you. Shortly after that, Biggie got robbed. Haitian Jack and his people stopped messing with Big. According to Biggie's camp, this incident happened before the Quad Studio shooting. And the conversation between him and Pac wasn't a week before the robbery, but a whole year, when he first started hanging out with him. Cause Tupac and Haitian Jack weren't talking anymore a week before the shooting, so he couldn't have told Jack about it.
I don't know, Jay. Like, I don't know.
Or maybe he heard about it some other way. Who knows? He called Haitian Jack a hanger-on in the Daily News after the cases got separated, and when the two started beefing. Jack felt like it was the other way around, that Pac was hanging on to him, and looking up to him. Pac also delivered one of his most emotionally charged interviews on November 29th, hours before the Quad Studio shooting, in which he pleaded his innocence once more, while asking the reporters where his co-defendants are, how they are getting away,
Like,
even though they're the ones that committed the crime while he was asleep.
Where are those people that did this? They were all in the same hotel as me.
Talk to them.
They were all right in the same room as me. Why am I the only one in court right now? Why is the cameras all on me? And in the report and all these charges, I didn't do nothing. I'm charged with being in concert with some guy. Where they at? My co-defendants to this day.
I think cause he was Black Panther. You know what I'm saying? Mother was Black Panther, to be honest. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie to you, twin. I don't know about y'all shit. Cause she don't be making sense to me. Like, what was the people getting evidence? Y'all didn't get them?
Never been to trial.
The interview in front of the courthouse took place hours before the shooting. Haitian Jack and his people saw this and were even more upset about him. Park was all good when I was doing things for him, until we caught that punk A case that easily could have been beaten by both of us, Haitian Jack said. He let his attorneys turn him against me,
Stop the cap.
and that's the part I'll never forgive him for, because I'm gonna ride or die for you. I expect you to do the same. See, that's what I call a fair weather friend. They all talked about it together, and Jack told them to
ain't no ride that if it's your goddamn guns. And you my homeboy, you gotta take that charge. It's your goddamn shit. They ain't my shit. The fuck? Fuck around. But see, what I'm talking about. You can't trust people, bro. You can't trust people. Like, first of all, he too light skinned. You know what I'm saying? That too. Yeah, that red flag for me. He light skinned, you too light skinned, but I can't trust you, but
just leave it alone and not to do anything to Park.
Mr. Shakur also recently told the New York Post he blames this entire case on hangers-on.
So you were offended when he called you a hanger-oner in the Daily News?
I was offended, but I didn't think what he said warrants him to be hurt.
Wow.
I'm a hanger on now, right? Y'all hear this, boy? I gave that little his first Rolex. I had told everyone not to do anything to Pop.
That bozo.
A lie, Cap.
I should have been fried.
Stop the cap. Let's get that. Y'all ain't gonna get Don't nothing happen unless I say it happened. I got. A lot of people listened and said, look, Jack said leave it alone. And they left it alone, but there's always one in the crowd that has something to prove.
Who did it?
The person he's talking about is a man named Jimmy Rosen,
I forgot about
also known as Jimmy Henchman,
Bitch ass nigga.
who is an American entertainment racket executive and convicted drug trafficker. Jimmy Henchman didn't like how Tupac was speaking publicly about the trial, in particular about Haitian Jack, who he labeled as a snitch who gets a special treatment by the court and government, making Pac look like the main offender, even though he wasn't in the same room when Ayanna Jackson got assaulted, cause Pac was sleeping next door while Haitian Jack assaulted her with 2 other men.
If you listen right in there, none of these charges is gang bang.
You lad one more goddamn time. You about to piss me the fuck off, bitch. We trying to get to the details. Hold on, Jet. Let me get me in there, right? Let me click on some shit, see if it happens. Make something just happen. Goddamn Spectrum, bro. I can't stand Spectrum.
Gangbang stuff came out in the trial. She said people was rubbing her ass, grabbing her ass. Where are these people?
Jimmy Henchman wanted to
Shout out to the 34 people.
for his
I appreciate y'all,
remarks about
team.
Jack, but Jack didn't want them to do anything without him giving the green light. They were all part of the same team. Haitian Jack, Jimmy Henchman, his best friend Dexter Isaac, Spunk, and JD, the 2 homies of Dexter who were there during the robbery. But it's not clear if the comments about Haitian Jack were indeed the main motive behind the robbery, as something else was still about to happen that made Jimmy give the 3 assailants the green light to do the robbery. We do know that Jimmy and Haitian Jack were close friends, so it's not unlikely that Tupac's disrespect towards Jack upset him too. Some say the revenge for Haitian Jack was planned days in advance, while others say it was spontaneous for disrespecting Jimmy Henchman as well, so that Jimmy finally found a reason to send his people at him without Haitian Jack taking the blame. It was also Haitian Jack who introduced Tupac to Jimmy Henchman. And now, while Pac is trying to finish the taping session with Ron G, he's constantly getting paged by Haitian Jack's associates. Jimmy called Pac and asked him to tape a song with East Coast rapper Lil Sean, a verse on a track produced by Bryce Wilson. Jimmy had it all planned out days before it happened, cause it was later revealed by Lil Sean that Jimmy went to the owner of Uptown Records, Andre Harrell, and told him that Tupac wants to do a song with him. Jimmy spoke for Tupac and Lil Sean, even though none of them were interested in doing that collaboration. Pac never asked to do a song with him. and Little Sean wanted to leave the rap game and start working on music, cause he was tired of it. Andre Harrell always wanted Pac to appear in his cop drama
New York Uncover, my shit. Hold on now. That's my shit right there, twin.
New York Undercover, which premiered on Fox in September '94. Tupac already had Juice, Poetic Justice, and Above the Rim on his resume at the time. Harrell didn't really care about Sean, as he wasn't a platinum artist or anyone important on that label. He just wanted Tupac on his TV show. He saw this collaboration as the perfect opportunity to ask him.
At
So
James
Andre
Harris
Harrell called Lil
2962
Sean and told him that Pac
said,
wants to do a record with him.
I missed that show.
Again,
They don't show it
Pac
no more?
never asked to do this.
Shout out James.
And
They
Sean
don't show it
wasn't
no more?
interested in working with him. He had
Ain't
met
no- ain't on
Tupac's Relation
Tubi.
Jack,
I need to
who
go
had
back
a
and watch that
barbershop
shit
in
though,
Queens,
low key.
where they all hung out after they stopped cutting hair. And since then, he tried to stay away from those two, because he wasn't feeling the vibe. Pac driving around flashing guns, smoking weeds, his weird relationship with Haitian Jack, where both of them tried to prove themselves, Sean just didn't like being around them, cause they were like fire and gasoline. But Sean was still cool with Jack. They had a big brother, little brother type of relationship. When they picked up Tupac at the Meridian Hotel, Sean was scared of Pac, cause he was walking around flashing his gun and his big bag of weeds, playing Spice One in the car of the gangster Haitian Jack, even though Jack didn't like the smell of weeds nor rap music in general. But he had no problem with Pac smoking and listening to that in his car while having his gun out. Sean just wanted to make it back and leave the car in one piece, scared that something might happen or that they'll end up in jail. Jack and Pac were both trying to impress each other with how gangster they are, and Sean was getting nervous. But the incident where they picked up Tupac at the hotel was just a few days before Jack and Pac were both arrested at the Meridian Hotel
Shit, we
for
getting deep,
allegedly
Jack.
assaulting the 19-year-old Ayanna Jackson. He never wanted to hang out with those two ever again, and that's one of the reasons why he didn't want to do the song with Tupac. But Jimmy Henchman and Andre Harrell would go
Ain't
on
gonna lie.
to work out that deal.
I feel like that, but that boy look like a snake. I ain't gonna cap, son.
Where Tupac would record with Little Sean against his will. Sean knew that they were just using him to do business with Tupac, but he couldn't
Damn.
just say no, because the label was giving him $3,000 monthly for basically doing nothing. He didn't want to affect any of his future business deals
Hold on,
within the industry.
Hold on, we gotta go back. That shit just lagged. 3,000 like a lot of money.
Doing nothing.
Now.
He didn't want
Ain't
to
that
affect
many.
any of his future business deals
Shit,
within the
they rich
industry
right now.
or mess up his monthly checks. Somebody from Uptown Records then booked the studio session for Sean, and everybody came there for Pac.
My recollection of the story was I was shooting a video the second half of Warning. I heard my man was up in the studio doing a Junior Mafia session. So I got off at the reception area and I saw Andre and Lil Sean.
Won't believe nothing you say.
People have accused Puff of knowing about the plan of Pac getting robbed.
He did.
And to this day, there's no real explanation
At
on
James
why he
Harris
wasn't on the same
2962
floor as the members of his label,
said,
meaning
Back
Biggie,
then
Lil
at One
Cease,
Grip.
Lil Kim, and Junior
You
Mafia.
buy last stuff with it right
We
back in
only
the day.
heard from Puffy's
James.
ex-bodyguard Gene Deal
Damn.
that he was spying on them, but not how he learned about Tupac's planned studio session with Lil Sean. Was it just coincidence, or was he informed by Jimmy Henchman and the Uptown staff?
Then get your tax money too.
The studio session was planned days in advance in Tupac's name, as if he had requested the session. But Pac was only informed about it the day the shooting happened,
Yeah, big
after
ass, man.
Jimmy Henchman called him while he was recording with mixtape DJ Ron G. So everyone who waited for Tupac knew more
I'm
about
gonna get
the
that damn
plan
head.
than Pac himself.
I need to see if they still got this shit. I'm gonna make my own. Little Cuz will say Thug Life on that motherfucker. I'm gonna come on stream with that shit for y'all. For y'all.
He had a weird feeling.
I'm see
about
Amazon
this.
got it for They ain't got it. I'm gonna make a
His
custom
relationship with
custom
Haitian Jack just
made.
turned sour, and now his associate wants him on a song. Stretch and Pac both thought that something was going to happen, but not to this extent. Pac wanted to charge him because he had a feeling that they were just using him. He said, "Alright, you give me the 7
At James
G's and I'll
Harris
do the song."
2962
Jimmy then responded,
said,
"I got the money.
Dope.
Come."
Yeah, I'm gonna do
So
that.
he agreed and told Pac that it was to take place at the
Shit, I got the
Crossroads,
nose ring come tomorrow,
in
baby.
Times Square.
Yes, sir, we locked
Pac was
in.
facing
Got my
prison
band down in the back. You know what I'm
beefing with
saying?
gangsters and burning for money on criminal defense lawyers. So he needed those $7,000 badly. He knew that
I know I be
something was
playing
fishy
City
about
Dread
it,
too, so shit.
but he had no other choice. So he headed to the Quad Studios to make what he hoped would be an easy $7,000.
Matter of fact, where my girl?
Park then stopped off to get some weeds.
I gotta find
Jumped back in the car, but then got lost.
my Grove Street.
It took him way too long to get there. Jimmy Henchman then paged him again, wondering why he's taking so long. Where you at? Why you ain't coming? And Park was like, I'm coming, man, hold on.
Bald
Tupac
cartridge
then called Jimmy Henchman back
said,
to ask for directions.
Cheap view
And Jimmy
ERs
then
on
said,
streambo.com.
I don't have the money.
Remove the
To which
space.
Park replied,
at
if you don't have the money, I'm not coming.
HHB26UQ9.
Jimmy Henchman then hung up the phone. Arguing about money with Jimmy Henchman was not a good idea, but Tupac was reckless, acting out of desperation as he needed the money to pay his bills and fees. But he wasn't about to let himself get ripped off. Jimmy had earned a rep for robbing and drug dealing. He had faced charges ranging from weapons possession to second-degree murder, but tried to get into the music business by representing rappers like Lil Jon. And Jimmy asked Park to help him out with his label Henchman, so that he could start a new life and go legit. Park was too arrogant and cocky for him. Arguing about $7,000 and talking trash about his friend Tayshian Jack were some of the reasons why Jimmy wanted to discipline him. According to Dexter Isaac, who confessed to being one of the 3 people who robbed Park, he got the green light from Jimmy Henchman after he was cussed out by Park on the phone. Park allegedly called Jimmy Henchman a sucker, B-A-N-word, punk mother F, and a bunch of other things on the phone. Park never explained why Jimmy hung up the phone on him, so that could be an explanation. Jimmy felt disrespected, and according to Dexter Isaac, that's the exact moment when he gave the green light. Dexter Isaac had just returned to his apartment, which was a crack house on South Oxford Avenue in Brooklyn, after hustling in North Carolina, where he was transporting and selling drugs. He got a call from a man whose real name he doesn't want to reveal.
Why?
He just called him Paulie. And according to Dexter, he got a strong Jamaican accent and is also close to Jimmy Henchman. He was the one who got called by Jimmy Henchman after Tupac cussed him out on the phone, and the one who went and got in touch with Dexter Isaac to get the job done. Dexter answered the phone. "What's up, rude boy? Are you in New York, my dude?" Paulie asked as soon as he heard Dexter's voice. "Yeah, I'm in town. I just got back in." Paulie let out a huge sigh of relief. "Star, me need to chat to you right away," Paulie said in his thick Jamaican accent. "Come by the spot on South Oxford in Clinton Hill. We'll talk then," Dexter replied. "Aight, me soon come," Paulie said before hanging up the phone. 15 minutes later, Paulie pulled up in his Lexus LS 400 with a man named Fat Cat. Before Dexter even settled in the back seat, Paulie goes in. "Jimmy needs you to do a job for him. He wants you to rob rapper Tupac Shakur," he said. "Teach him a lesson about respect." "Why?" Dexter asked. Jimmy made a deal with Tupac to lay down a track with Lil Jon, one of Jimmy's artists. So it happened. Jimmy agreed to pay Tupac $7,000 for making the guest appearance, but he wanted to give him a check. Tupac wanted cash and Jimmy refused. After Jimmy refused, Tupac started calling him all kinds of hoes and P's and B's. He told Jimmy, "You New York B's better have my effing cash when I get there." This is also similar to what lead detective Greg Kading said about the motives. Pac was quote-unquote running his mouth about getting paid and kind of being demanding. They didn't go there to kill him, obviously. They could have killed him if that was their intention. They beat him to discipline him. He suggested that Jimmy Henchman had coordinated the ambush to show Tupac who was boss. Dexter knew that after hearing an earful of disrespect like that Jimmy was about to blow a gasket. He thought Tupac should have known better than to disrespect Jimmy like that, to talk so recklessly.
Man, my boy don't give a damn. My boy thugging out these motherfuckers. He lucky I wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? I've been swinging with him too. We gonna die together, baby. You know what I'm saying? We gonna go out like thugs.
Knew Tupac had a big mouth, but now he had seriously upset Jimmy. And Jimmy was known for being cold-blooded. There are stories of him shooting a man named Shoeshine for trying to rob him. Jimmy was Dexter's friend, and they had mad love for each other. Lil Jon, on the other hand, was nothing to him but a coward and woman beater. "So what's in it for me, Paulie?" Dexter asked. According to Jimmy, you keep all the jewelry from the robbery, except for the biggest diamond ring. Jimmy wants that as a souvenir, as a gift for his fiancée Cynthia Reed. He wants to put the stone in a new setting. Plus he'll give you another $2,500 to pay your peoples for helping you. Paulie then ran down a list of the exact jewelry that Pac would be wearing and estimated the value of each piece. When Dexter asked him how he knew all this, he said Haitian Jack had taken Tupac to the Diamond District on the 47th Street where he bought all his jewelry. The place is called Tito's Jewelry. So Jack told them everything. Haitian Jack and Tupac used to hang out together all the time before they caught that case at the Parker Meridian Hotel in the city. Haitian Jack was real flashy, a ladies' man, but also a well-known hustler in Brooklyn.
Said,
he robbed drug dealers, rappers, and
just
music
Shout out my boy, give me the raid.
Tupac was mesmerized.
Shout out my boy with the raid, though.
At James Cherries 2962 said, Snake.
Man, that boy a snake, bro. But do y'all think Tupac wrong for cussing him out, though? Y'all think we wrong for that? Shit, I need my money. I need my cheese. You know what I'm saying? He trying to I got to fight the court and shit. God damn. I don't give a damn Tupac wrong, right? I'm still with him. Hello.
By Jack's flash and his jewelry, so he wanted to get himself some of the same. That's how Haitian Jack knew all the prices of every piece he bought. The big ring is worth $35,000, Paulie said. The little ring is worth $20,000. Tupac had a Rolex watch with diamonds all over it that Haitian Jack had gifted him.
I'm with you.
It was worth more than $20,000. He also had a gold chain and bracelets. Dexter didn't really care who it was. The fact that Pac was a rapper even increased his interest in robbing him, as he thought that rappers are known to wear expensive jewelry.
You know what I'm saying?
The job was a no-brainer to him. His friends Spunk and JD were upstairs in the spot. Dexter went to them and said, I've got a mission for us. We're going up into the city to rob Tupac. Are you for real? Spunk asked. As real as a heart attack, my dude, Dexter said. Let's do this then, both Spunk and JD said. They were both very loyal and trusted Dexter with their lives. They knew he would never ask them to do anything that he wasn't willing to do himself. Dexter was the boss of that little crew. He had taken these dudes off the streets when they were way down and out. Now they were sober, going out of town with him, making money and eating lots of girls. Thanks to Dexter, they had cars to drive and they stayed clean with all the latest clothes. Dexter handed JD a 45 and Spunk a 9mm. He himself had a 9mm as well. And they jumped in the MPV.
At James Cherries
they slipped the guns into the stash box and drove off.
Said,
Paulie was leading the way into the city, so his Lexus was in front of Dexter's MPV. They parked near the studio, got their guns out, walked around the corner and sat down inside a 24-hour Sbarro restaurant across the street from the Quad's recording studio. Paulie called Jimmy on his cell when they arrived. Dex wants to holler at you before he does the job. Come upstairs but leave everyone else in the lobby, Jimmy replied. Paulie and Dexter crossed the street and entered the building. The lobby was shaped like a reverse L. When Dexter stepped into the building, the first thing he noticed was a vacant desk and a chair for a security guard. They went around the corner to the elevator and pushed the button. It was a narrow elevator that descended slowly, floor after floor. When they got off the elevator, Jimmy was right there waiting for them, but he also said that he saw Biggie sitting on the sofa talking to Lil C's by the window, even though they were supposed to be upstairs on a different floor. Lil C said that he didn't even know Puffy was in the same building, but according to Dexter, they were all in the same...
So y'all think Biggie got something to do with it? Let me know. Before I even started this motherfucker. You think Biggie got something? Biggie knew we were gonna go on, they gonna rob him. We already know Diddy know. You know what I'm saying? We already know Diddy know. Do this face look like you can trust that motherfucker? Look at him. Look. You the one you got to trip, right? You the one you got to whack right now.
room.
I gotta see
because Puffy was standing down to his left
too.
talking to his mentor Andre Harrell. Dexter also saw Lil Sean behind the glass booth and wondered why they were all here. How many people know what's about to go down? Dexter asked. He knows, Jimmy replied, nodding his head in Puffy's direction. Puffy looked Dexter dead in the eye, and that's when Dexter knew that he was involved. What Paulie told me, is that the real? Yeah, it's all official, Jimmy stressed. But I don't want y'all to kill him. Just rough him up and take his ish. After receiving the instructions, Jimmy hurried them back into the elevator because he didn't want too many people getting a good look at them. Before they left, Jimmy said, "I'll call y'all in the cell when he's on the way.
At
Wait
James
outside the
Harry's
studio until then."
2962.
As Sim and Paulie
Said,
returned to the restaurant across
Biggie
the
did
street,
warn him,
Dexter
but went silent to protect himself, pensive face.
Oh my God, bro.
Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? If that the case, I can see. I'm talking about the guns, though. Why he didn't take the gun charge, though? You know what I'm saying? You know them your guns? And this your homeboy, he put you on, put you in the rap game, gave you money for your daughter and shit. He motherfucker right here. Ain't no loyalty in the streets.
studied the layout of the building and the streets.
That's what my issue would be.
Traffic was light,
main
and there
issue.
was very little foot traffic on this
Yeah, the
block
other one, he
because it was
copying
late
his
and
flow
all
and
of the
shit and all
stores were
type of
closed. After everything was planned and set up, and the robbers arrived at the building, Park got called a third time by Jimmy Hinchman, telling him that he's going to call the CEO of the record label Uptown Entertainment,
At James
Andre
Harry's
Harrell,
2962.
and make sure that he gets the money.
Said,
But Andre
Cowards.
Harrell was in that building the whole time, according to Little Sean. Jimmy Henchman lied about calling him, according to Dexter Isaac, as Andre was already there waiting for hours. So the whole "I don't got the money" thing was not only a lie, but it was also done to stall time. Because Jimmy all of a sudden also promised that he's going to give him the money out of his own pocket. Jimmy was the one who was supposed to pay him anyway. That's why he said, "I don't have the money." But now all of a sudden he has $7,000 in his pockets. Park only cared about getting the money, so he said, "Alright, I'm on my way." Tupac headed to the studio just after midnight. People have waited for him for hours. About 10 minutes after Dexter Isaac came out of the Quad Studios, he got a call from Jimmy informing him about Tupac's arrival. Tupac will be here in 15 minutes. He's got a couple of dudes with him. Alright, we ready, Dexter replied. When he ended the call, he began formulating their strategy. "Spunk, I need you to chill in the lobby and act like you're the security guard. When they come inside the lobby, me and JD will come from behind and get him right there." Jimmy doesn't want him shot. He just wants to teach him a lesson. So now it's November 30th, 12:16 a.m. Tupac, along with his manager Freddie Moore, his brother-in-law Zay Turner, and his best friend Big Stretch arrived at the Quad Studios. They were a few hours late, so they were a little bit in a rush. A few moments later, Jimmy called Dexter again, letting him know that Park and his entourage were in the garage around the corner parking their car, and that Dexter will be able to see them walking around the corner at any minute. All this up-to-date information led Dexter to believe that Jimmy had someone in Park's camp who was feeding him information. The group left their car in a parking garage at 100.
Well, we know what it is. It was Stretch. It's Stretch. It was Stretch. It had to be Stretch. I don't know nobody else in Park Camp. They went to the
148 West 48th Street. Then walked a short distance around the corner to the studio on 7th Avenue. Dexter saw Tupac walking down the street, arms swinging back and forth. 9 minutes
Larry
later,
Johnson
at 12:25 a.m., Park and
Larry,
his group arrived in front of the building.
Larry back. Why I ain't seen you in a while, bro? What's going on, friend? How you doing, Larry? Shout out, Larry, man.
Little C's and Chico Del Vec from Biggie's group Junior Mafia were standing on a small terrace on the 10th floor of the Quad Studio building.
I can't get enough Tupac, man.
38th Street.
I'm trying to find everything.
They were taking a little break from a recording session and went out for a smoke, looking who's passing by and dumping cups of water on people. They saw Tupac and his group in front of the building and screamed down to say hello.
Yo, and I'm yelling like, "Yo, Pop!" I said, "Yo, what up? Where you going?"
They both loved and looked up to Tupac, welcomed him every time he visited Brooklyn. C's recognized Pac by his bandana, told him to come up and hang out with them on the 10th floor, where Biggie, Little C's, DJ Clark Kent, Lance on Rivera, and the remaining members of the group Junior Mafia were recording music. Those were the first Junior Mafia recording sessions for the upcoming album Conspiracy. Just shortly after they got signed.
That
was actually the first day they recorded for that album, working on the song Players Anthem, which later became a smash hit. But Tupac was scheduled to record on the 8th
think he did know what was going on.
So he informed Lil Cease, but agreed to pay them a visit on the 10th floor.
I think he don't fear nothing though.
Park's mood improved when he saw his homeboy Cease. Soon as he saw him, all his concerns about the situation were relaxed. Before that, he felt a little nervous, because Jimmy Henchman was close to Asian Jack, who Pac had major beef with at this point. I didn't want to tell the police, but I can tell the world. Nigel had introduced me to Booker. Everybody knew I was short on money. All my shows were getting cancelled. All my money from my records was going to lawyers. All the movie money was going to my family. So I was doing this type of stuff, rapping for guys and getting paid.
I just be chilling, but
Jimmy
when
was
you be
cool
on
with
this
Puffy
real
and Biggie
I'm
too.
here, no
So
disrespect,
he was relieved that they're upstairs.
At James Cherry's 2962.
You know how the terrace was in Quad, you know, it's on the side.
He
it's
always
on
said he
48th
had no
Street.
fear.
And you know, it's on 7th. So I'm like, yo, come around the corner. Come around to the corner and I'm gonna come downstairs and get you.
Little Cease then went back inside to inform Biggie and everyone else that Pac had arrived.
Yeah, my bad, I'm gonna go back check. My bad, I had to slow down a little bit later. That's why I ain't been doing the commentary a little bit. I was trying to get monetized by YouTube and shit. They be talking about too much copyright and shit. That's why I gotta keep pausing and shit like that instead of just letting the shit go like I usually do. So to get monetized by YouTube, so I just switched the gaming for a minute. Made them seem like I'm doing my own content. Basically, they saying this is still content, really, me reacting to it, you know, and this shit. That's what they basically
Big then told Cease to go get him. Biggie and Junior Mafia were on a different floor than Puffy. Chico stayed upstairs, but Cease got into the elevator with Nino Brown, who was another member of the group Junior Mafia.
First time in NWA.
Back on the street, as Tupac and the others approached the entrance to the Quad Studios, they could see a man standing outside, wearing boots and army fatigues. Pac was surprised when he walked to the door and the man didn't look up. I have never seen a black man not acknowledge me one way or another, either with jealousy or respect. But the guy just looked to see who it is and turned his face down. It didn't click because I had just finished smoking chronic. I'm not thinking something will happen to me in the lobby. It was later revealed that this man was JD, who Tupac referred to as the light-skinned guy. Cause Spunk was dark-skinned, and Dexter Isaac, who's light-skinned as well, was never even seen.
So we found the right doc. We found the right doc. Now we
only
understand
mentioned
who the
two
motherfucker
robbers
was.
in interviews.
Okay.
They even denied that Dexter was present, but he didn't see him as he was crossing the street by the time the group reached the studio. A third man was in the lobby pretending to read a newspaper. This was Spunk. Tupac was more or less in a rush cause Jimmy Henchman had called him multiple times and he didn't want to waste this opportunity to get an easy $7,000. He didn't even think that this could be a trap. Later on, it was revealed that he assumed those three men were Biggie's security. He had just seen his homie Little Cease, who just told him to come upstairs. And Biggie, of course, had a sole entourage with him.
At Larry
Pac
Johnson
also had his best friend Big Stretch and two other people there to protect him in case something goes wrong. At least that's what he thought. Stretch was physically bigger and stronger, looked more intimidating, and always gave him a feel of safety. The security guard of the Quad Studios had been on duty at the time of the shooting, but his whereabouts weren't mentioned in the police report. It was never made clear whether the guard had been in the lobby or in another part of the building at the time of the attack. But there was a lobby camera, which was used to see people at the entrance.
Let me know. We're
Pac pressed the intercom button and the four were buzzed inside by someone on the 8th floor. Because you couldn't enter the building without someone opening the door from inside. Usually you get buzzed in by an employee who follows orders from the people you're about to record with. And the person who let Pac in was a man named Dave Rosner,
Who the fuck is him?
a longtime manager at Quad, who was there with Jimmy Henchman. I wasn't expecting Tupac that night. One of my employees was sitting near the camera, Ross said. He asked who it was.
Sorry, we got 52
The
people
employee
At
then
James
said
Cherry's
Tupac.
2962.
Ross then said, buzz him in. I'm not
gotta
leaving
do the
Tupac on
80s.
the street.
Who I need to do the 80s on?
It's odd that Ross wasn't expecting Tupac that night, even though they
Y'all
had
let
been
me know.
waiting for him for
LA
hours.
Cool J?
Jimmy Henchman might have not informed the studio staff. So Tupac, his brother-in-law Zayd, his manager Freddie
We
Moore,
do NWA. And it don't that count as 80s? They late 80s, right? NWA. Late 80s, right?
and Stretch entered the
So that'd be
building,
more like my first
and
80.
the two men behind them came in right after. Pac and his group got inside and saw the third guy with the newspaper
Cherry's
sitting on the desk in the
2962.
entranceway.
Said,
And he didn't
Run
look up
DMC?
either.
Run DMC.
He started to
LL
wonder
Cool J.
why they ain't showing him
At
love.
James Cherry's
Because he still thought that
2962.
those
Okay,
were
bet.
Biggie's homies.
Said,
And they usually
yes,
showed
sir.
love.
Who y'all want first,
Pac
though?
then turned to the right and swept past the guy with the newspaper. Then turned left to get to the elevators. Didn't even realize that he got lured into a trap. Before entering the studio, JD said, "Watch the door, Dex. Make sure nobody comes inside." Me and Spunk got this covered. Dexter's soldiers wanted to show him that they could work this out without him. So Dexter took his position at the door, while JD and Spunk followed the group to the elevators. The guy waiting in the lobby dropped his newspapers the moment his friends stepped inside. They followed the 4 victims into a dead end, as the 2 elevators were currently on different floors.
For this shit. It's crazy.
Pac pressed the elevator button, turned around and saw JD and Spunk pulling out quote-unquote identical handguns, even though Dexter gave JD a 45 and Spunk a 9mm. So Pac either made a mistake or Dexter got his story wrong. According to Pac, they went straight at him, yelling, "Don't nobody move. Everybody on the floor. You know what time it is, run your ish. Give up the jewelry and get on the floor." Pac's entourage followed their orders and quickly got to the grounds. Even Stretch, which caught Pac by surprise, as he was always under the impression that Stretch was a tough guy who would never allow himself to get robbed. A guy who would always fight and shoot back instead of letting others threaten him. Dexter could hear his men ordering them around, yelling, "Get the F on the grounds, now!" And according to him, everybody except Tupac dropped to their knees. Pac himself didn't know what to do. He thought Stretch was about to fight as he was quote-unquote towering over those people.
I hope I say your name right, bro.
He assumed that they would go for the big guy first, but they ignored him and didn't even touch him. They came straight to Pac. His group quote-unquote dropped like a sack of potatoes, while Pac froze up. It wasn't like I was brave or nothing, I just couldn't get on the floor. He expected Stretch to support him, thinking they had a chance to shoot back at the assailant.
The reason I knew my homeboy set me up is because my homeboys knew I was strapped.
Hey, his name Big Small too. Dude right here we had found last liar. It like about 4 Big Small. His name Big Small too.
The dudes came straight from me. My homeboys was behind it. Like they running for train. My homeboys behind it. They didn't do nothing. They knew I was strapped. All they had to do was grab it, and I could have boxed.
He wanted Stretch to at least grab one of them so that Pac could shoot him, but nobody even thought of helping. He was completely on his own.
But they got guns to be
at James Jerry's 2962.
And they said get, and they dropped to the floor.
MC Shadi, Eric B. and Raheem.
The group was expecting Pac to just let himself get dropped. Stretch later did an interview with White Magazine, which came out on July 10th, 1995, in which he told his side of the story.
Until he got half part 3, then it was over.
They had to drop on us real quick, and they was like, "Y'all people lay down." We just looked at each other like we was not laying down for ish. Cause when people tell you to lay down, you automatically think you ain't gonna get up no more. They didn't get on the floor until Pac got shot. At least that's what Stretch was saying. Tupac's brother-in-law Zayd said that Stretch didn't actually drop to the floor immediately. It was Pac's manager Freddie Moore who immediately followed the orders of the gunman. Stretch went down to the ground after they told him to get on his knees, head against the wall. He went down second to not cause any trouble, and this was before Pac got shot, according to Zayd. So as you can see, there are differences in all their accounts and stories. Stretch said the reason why he went down and didn't fight back like Pac was because he had no gun on him. He responded to Tupac's statements about Stretch dropping like a sack of potatoes by saying, "Now that guy know I ain't never going out like no bee,
at James Harry's
but I ain't dumb.
2962.
I ain't got no gun.
Said,
what the F am I supposed to do?
Fresh.
I might be towering over people, but I ain't towering over no slugs.
I want to do Slick Rick. I want to have
How is he going to know if people drop like a sack of potatoes if he was turned around to get his joint?" Tupac mentioned the weapon search too. They started grabbing at me to see if I was strapped.
I ain't gonna lie to that. Y'all see me? I get my nose ring tomorrow. So tomorrow stream, we thugging Tupac. You know what I'm saying? We doing the NWA. We don't want to do NWA anyway, but I'm having my bandana on. You know what I'm saying? Earring. I got some tattoos. You know what I'm saying? Things of that nature.
Take off your jewels.
I want to get some merch though, man. I didn't get some merch, man. I want to try to get
said he
Tupac,
started cursing at them, which infuriated the 3 assailants. The light-skinned dude, the one that was standing outside, was on me. Stretch was on the floor and the dude with the newspaper was holding the gun on him. He was telling the light-skinned dude, "Shoot that mother F." All I could think about was P bags and ish bags. And this is where Tupac changed his story in his interviews.
Appreciate y'all.
In the Vibe interview, he said that he tried to reach for the gun of the light-skinned guy. Tried to draw his arm around him to move the gun to the side, but the guy shot and the gun twisted. That's when he got shot the first time. Felt it in the leg, but didn't know he was shot in his groin area.
Damn.
He immediately dropped to the floor and Pac thought about pretending to be dead. In the second version he told in '96, he refused the gunman's order and reached for one of his own guns, which was stashed in his waistband. He apparently had 2 guns with him that day.
I had two double Glocks on me. And when I pulled for my that's when I got shot.
The assailants yelled, "Gun!" and shot him immediately. A bullet hit him in the groin area and passed through the back of his thigh. Some sources suggest that he was shot there twice, along with 2 more shots to the head, which failed to pierce his skull, and 1 in his left hand. Some say Tupac was accidentally shot with his own gun when the attacker tried to grab it from him. There was no mention of that scenario, however, in the police report, as his brother-in-law hid the gun later somewhere where the cops couldn't find it. Stretch told Vibe magazine that Tupac had a gun on him that night, and that he was accidentally shot with his own gun. Tupac got shot trying to go for his ish. He tried to go for his gun, and he made a mistake on his own. He tried to turn around and pull the joint out real quick, but people caught him, grabbed his hand when it was by his waist, and that's when the shot rang, hitting Tupac in the groin area. I only heard 1 shot. I didn't hear 4, 5, 6 shots.
Damn.
And he was saying that he got shot 3, 4 times. None of us remember
what your
hearing
ass
4 or
doing the
5
whole
shots.
time? You did. You
when
know
the
all
shot
the shot.
went
What you
off,
doing?
that's when we went down. Pac's brother-in-law Zayd, however, told a whole different story, which is kinda similar to what Pac said in '96. He had his back turned towards those assailants, cause they were grabbing, turning and searching him. He then tried to shoot them by doing a move he had practiced.
Oh, we gotta skip that. We gotta skip that. They got me last time for this shit. Hell nah. We gotta skip that. They said it was too many guns. I mean, it's guns right here too. But
Causing a self-inflicted wound.
They got me for that one.
Zayd said there was no tussle. Pac freed himself after the light-skinned guy held his arm, but now had his back turned towards the assailants, who then told him Zayd heard Tupac's boots clack together. He tripped, couldn't even pull the gun out from his waist, and shot himself in the groin area in the heat of the moment. The gun was stuck and he tripped trying to surprise them. Landed on the floor with multiple bullet wounds. He shot himself in the groin area, and the same bullet not only went through the back of his right leg, but also hit Freddie Moore, aka Nichols, in the abdomen. Freddie was already on the ground, according to Zayd, so this version of the story makes a lot more sense to me. Plus, Nichols getting shot in the abdomen with the same bullet that went through Tupac's groin area and the back of his leg is physically impossible if everybody was standing like Stretch said. Cause in order for a bullet to go through somebody's testicle and then the back of the leg, the gun would have to be held downwards. So how is the bullet supposed to travel back up to someone else's abdomen while that person is standing? Cause Stretch said the assailant grabbed Tupac's gun and they more or less fought for it, trying to press it in each other's direction. The assailant was physically stronger than Pac and had managed to turn it against him, pointing the gun to his groin area, at least according to Stretch. And they were all standing. So as you can see, Stretch's story is inconsistent. Nobody present told the full truth. Some left out important details and others added things that most likely never happened, as nobody wants to look bad in the end. Pac himself changed the story later on. So you have to take everything with a grain of salt, because all the reports and stories are contradicting each other. Stretch then said that Pac's head was already bleeding by the time he hit the floor, after getting shot in the groin area. Which doesn't make sense either if he was only shot once and never hit in the head. He tried to turn around and pull the joint out real quick, but people caught him, grabbed his hand when it was by his waist. When Pac was on the floor, his head was bleeding, and his eyes were closed. Your man gets dropped and he falls right next to you. That ish bugs you the F out. Zayd said Pac immediately fell to the ground after getting hit in the head twice, and at least once in the groin area. So that's where the blood on his head could have came from. They didn't start beating on him until he was laying on the ground. So there's just no way that he could have bled from the head.
Then they gonna beat on you too? I want to fight these motherfuckers. I don't know about y'all, nigga. I want to fight these motherfuckers. I ain't gonna lie.
If he didn't get hit there, Zaid
Hey,
said
look, I
that the
want-
assailants
hey, look, I
were
was a kid.
moving like they were militarily organized, fully trained, knowing what to do, and how to move professionally and efficiently. Another man who told a similar story to Stretch is lead detective Greg Kading. But he wasn't present during the shooting.
Man, we don't trust his
Maybe
ass.
he got
wouldn't
his
go, man. We don't
information
trust
from
your
Stretch
bitch ass.
himself.
Get your ass shut
He said that Park was not shot in the head. Most people believe that he was pistol whipped and suffered from severe lacerations. He quote-unquote would have been dead right there and then if he had been shot in the head. He was pistol whipped over the head. When he tried to pull out his own pistol out of his waistband in the heat of the moment, he shoots himself.
At James Sherry's
and that bullet goes through his leg,
2962
through his groin.
said,
He shoots
I
himself.
doubt he shot himself.
And then of course his
Hawk
hand is
trained to handle
lacerated
weapons.
because he's grabbing the gun.
Part of his
He doesn't
Panther
have proper
heritage.
grip on it,
At
which is
Joe
one of
Fox
the reasons why it
3126
accidentally discharged.
said,
And then the slide
This
came
was
back
all a
and sliced his
well-planned
finger
act.
in the web of his thumb. So the idea that he was
Facts.
shot 5 times, that's just an urban legend.
They try to jukes him.
Oh, shut your ass up. Shut your...
Oh my God, bro.
Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass on, boy. You get your goddamn ugly ass on.
Gets nervous and shoots himself shoots himself. He didn't get shot. Sees, am I lying? Did he panic, pull the gun out, and shoot himself? Sees, yes or no? Cheddar Bob. Cheddar Bob. Came in there, popped himself
At Larry
in the
Johnson
leg.
and 3E.
Popped himself first. That's why
I ain't gonna lie.
DJ
I'm about to go inbox them
forgot to say
motherfucking
he
niggas. I ain't
part
gonna
of
lie.
the B.
I'm about to go inbox this nigga. What his name? Fun Flat? I'm about to go inbox and cuss his motherfucking ass out. But you ain't gonna do my goddamn man like that. Fuck around with you, boy. He like, when he did this live right here, I might go cuss his ass out. I know he probably ain't gonna read though, but I'm gonna cuss his ass out. But wait till I end the damn live. Boy. I'm gonna cuss his ass out. I ain't gonna lie.
I saw his wounds heal, bro.
Okay.
I saw him heal from that. And the trajectory of the bullet wound, it's no way you could do that. You would have to turn the gun around.
Yeah, fuck that
like
motherfucker.
this.
Oh,
So
so it wasn't-
pop yourself.
it wasn't
nah,
that.
like, it was in.
So all that's a lie.
It's a lie. It's hearsay.
At Joe Fox
Lead
3126
detective Greg Kading claims that
said,
Tupac tried to make himself
most
look
of
like a
this is made
badass
to
by
make
making it
people
seem
worship
like he
Pac.
can
Check
eat
out the
multiple
Machiavelli
bullets.
album cover.
But again, we have
His whole
eyewitnesses,
career
police
was on
reports, and
Interscope
statements
beginning
made
to the
by
end.
doctors that all disprove what Kading said. The doctors even confirmed that he was indeed shot at least 4 times.
Hold on, twin. You ain't gonna say all that. You just gonna roll past it. Like, what you saying? He was playing that for the Machiavelli? Let me know, cause I born in '91. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just now getting hip to Machiavelli and stuff. I've been jamming about 3 days. I mean, not 3 days, but 2 weeks. So that, what, like worship like Jesus? Cause when I seen that when I was a kid, I thought it was like on some Jesus type shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about y'all.
The 2 bullets grazing his head didn't pierce
Like
the
Pac,
skull.
I do think Pac with
The
Jesus,
third
though.
bullet hole the doctors
Word.
found was in the hand, and the other 2 in the groin area and leg.
I don't know.
Stretch, on the other hand, said that he only heard 1 shot, which infuriated Tupac as
At
people
Larry
started
Johnson
to accuse
and
him of
3E
over-exaggerating the
said,
incident to develop his
what the
status as a
F-homeboy
Hartman.
just said about
According
most
to
of
his
this S was
brother-in-law
planned.
Zaid,
Whoever that was
Pac
is full
indeed
of S.
shot himself, but was hit multiple times by the assailants first, the moment he reached for his gun. The police report also stated
never
that he had been
goddamn know.
shot 5 times.
I like it.
So, as you can see, there are numerous sources claiming
'Cause I can
different
see what you
things
saying,
that all
and I
contradict
see what
each
you
other.
saying.
3E
Was he shot once? Did
said,
he shoot himself? Did
Don't
he get
ever
shot 5
disrespect
times?
Pac like
4
that.
times?
Somebody
There
need
are
to
still
get their
hundreds
history
of
right.
open
Real
questions
shit.
surrounding this incident.
At Joe Fox
Oh, I didn't get shot 5 times in
3126
their vision. I only got shot
said,
once because they found the bullet.
false prophet,
They
his
found the
music
bullet.
made
Oh, you
people
found the
worship
bullet,
death.
huh? So what is this other shit in me then? What was the doctor talking about?
People worship death.
What? Can you explain these other holes in me? How I get gunpowder all over me?
Freddie Moore, Stretch, and Dexter Isaac all said that there was only 1 shot, and that it came from Pac.
I can't argue with that,
Tupac
'cause
went
so-
on
there's a
and
lot of
told
artists that still
everybody
do
that
that
he
shit.
was shot 5 times at close
Jews
range,
did that shit.
which
X
was
did-
an outright
X did
lie.
Tasha.
If we had shot him 5 times, he would have been dead. And then we would have had to shoot and kill the dudes that were with him too. Why would we shoot him 5 times if we weren't trying to kill him? If we had shot him 5 times, we would not have left any witnesses. Our mission was not to kill Pac that night. We were sent to teach him a lesson for disrespecting Jimmy. And that's all we did. All that crazy ish he told everybody about getting shot 5 times was just acting. People forget the brother was an actor. He should have gotten an Academy Award for his skills. According to Dexter Isaac, Pac tried to reach for his gun he had tucked in his waist. JD grabbed his hand and they both struggled for control.
I know Pac, I'm
Pac's
from
gun
Vallejo,
goes
Cali.
off
My
before he
uncle
can pull
was
it
his
free
best
from his
friend
waist.
from North Richmond,
Dexter then heard the
STFU.
shot and crept around
At
the
Larry
corner to
Johnson
see him.
from Greedy.
Everything is cool.
Said,
Chill out.
Who the F is making these comments? I can't see them on the chat.
Y'all chill out. Yeah, chill out. You got what lyric turned on this shit, boy. You gonna play about those Tupac. You don't play about no Tupac, boy. You gonna play.
Joe Fox 3126.
I got a photo album.
Said, I got a photo album.
Spunk said, we got this ish under control. So Pac gets shot and immediately falls to the ground.
You know what I'm saying?
Then the assailants start kicking him.
You gotta stick together,
I
brothers.
never said don't shoot. I was quiet as hell. They were snatching my ish off me while I was laying on the floor. I had my eyes closed, but I was shaking because the situation had me shaking. According to Stretch, the light-skinned guy was calling Tupac names while beating him. Calling him a B-A-N word, for example. Again, with light-skinned guy, Pac meant JD, who was actually the one who did most of the damage to Pac, pistol whipping and stomping him for reaching for his gun. And then I felt something on the back of my head, something strong. I thought they stomped me, or pistol whipped me, and they were stomping my head against the concrete. I saw white, just white.
At Joe Fox
I didn't hear nothing.
3126.
I didn't feel nothing.
Said,
and I said
you
I'm
talking
unconscious.
to a sick-witted records
But I
member.
was conscious. And then I felt it again. And I could hear things now. I could see things. And they were bringing me back to consciousness. Then they did it again and I couldn't hear nothing. And I couldn't see nothing. It was just all white. And then they hit me again. And I could hear things. And could see things. And knew I was conscious again.
At any point, did you think that you were going to die after being shot 5 times?
No. No, I didn't. Immediately, I was like, God, man. I know how it's going to be when I die. It's going to be no noise. You're going to hear people screaming. I'm going to fade out.
Damn.
They apparently beat him up pretty badly. Even after he was lying on the ground defeated, with multiple bullet wounds.
Tupac
Kicked him in his
character is
chest,
gone, but the
pistol
being
whipped him,
behind
ripped
that
off his
character
jewelry,
is still here, and
possibly shot him
Pac
again.
is still here,
Multiple
just his
kicks
inner
against the
self without
chest.
the fam.
The
He goes
man
by the
also
name
snatched
Akil the
jewelry
MC
from
and
Pac's
Yaki
manager
Charlie
Freddie
2
Moore,
NA.
who was holding his stomach, as they continued holding guns from the others.
There you go.
That's when Lil
Said,
C's and Nino Brown from
Fame
Junior
asterisk.
Mafia reached the ground floor with the elevator.
Nino heard the shots before we got downstairs. When the door opened, the first person I seen was Stretch. He was tall. Stretch is like 6 feet.
When we came out the elevator, there was a nigga on the side. He pulled the burner, looked at us, told us to get the back in the elevator.
And when I was about to walk out, 2 dudes came from both sides. Get the back in the elevator.
They wanted to greet Pac and welcome him, but instead they were welcomed by 2 guns to their faces as soon as they tried to step out the elevator. The 2 people pointing guns at them were Spunk and Dexter Isaac, who came around the corner to check if everything is going according to plan. Dexter Isaac then barked at them. Get the F back inside and go upstairs. Lil C started to panic and fear for his life. Both put their hands.
All I gotta say, all the motherfuckers they did at the pop, they got in karma. Hallelujah. Oh shit, wrong thing. Hallelujah. Yo. Most of them dead, most of them got life.
But Cease was also trying to close the doors of the elevator. He was so scared that he kept pressing the door open button, without even realizing it. Dexter Isaac said, and I quote, his eyes got big as a crackhead's who just finished taking a hit. They were held at gunpoint until the door started closing. And once the elevator started to go back up
Sony
again,
really owned
they
Death Row
continued
and Bad
beating
Boy.
on Pac.
It's deeper than the ocean.
Spunk then screamed at Dexter, go and start the van, we'll be right behind you.
Yo.
While leaving the building, Dexter saw JD stripping Pac off all his jewelry. He was the only person that got beaten up. Didn't even realize that he had been shot more than once. Didn't notice that he was bleeding from his head though.
They own it now?
Only felt his stomach hurting.
Own Death Row now.
Big Stretch was apparently unharmed. Didn't get shot or beaten up. The robbers took Tupac's $30,000 worth diamond ring, a gold ring, gold bracelet,
At Larry
and
Johnson and
$10,000 in
3E
gold chains.
said,
Freddie Moore
I don't
also had
give a fuck with
$5,000
nobody
worth
there
of
in
jewelry
this chat
stolen,
when the S
which
happened to
consisted
Pac,
of a
so
gold
ain't
bracelet
nobody can
and
tell
several
me
gold
S if
chains.
Pac said this S
There
happened
were
and
2
it happened,
diamond
Pac
rings,
was a real
one diamond necklace with
At
diamonds
Joebox
between each link,
3126
3 bracelets, one
said,
looking like a handcuff made
Sony
out of
was the
gold
parent company.
with diamonds all over it, another bracelet that
Parent
looks
company?
like a bicycle chain but was made out of solid gold, and there was another bracelet with a couple of gold charms on it. We failed to get the gold cross with the chain because it fell to the floor when JD snatched it from Pac's neck. What they didn't steal was Tupac's $20,000 Rolex that Haitian Jack had gifted him at the movie set of Above the Rim back in 1993. The robbers didn't take it even though it was one of the most expensive items Pac owned. They knew about Jack giving him that watch, so they left it on purpose to send Pac a message, so that he understands why he got robbed.
Take a picture.
The message was, don't mess with Haitian Jack.
Said,
Jack
Bro
was the
a
reason why
100%
Tupac cared so
actor.
much about jewelry and
If
gold.
you know, you know.
He took him
He
to a
kicked it
shop
with my
called
uncle
Tito's
and he
Jewelry
kicked it with Ray
on
Love from
47th
Marine
Street
City,
where
whose
Tupac would
grandfather
buy
was
all his
Cab
chains,
Calloway.
bracelets and rings. He got himself the same ones that Jack had. He wouldn't go to that shop without Jack, who told Jimmy Henchman and the robbers about every piece he bought and how much each item was worth. The robbers also knew how much the Rolex was worth. No robber would leave back a $20,000 Rolex, but that's how much the assailants respected Jack.
I mean, everybody typed to their
The main goal.
Everybody sound shit. 75 people. In. Everybody typed to their opinion, man. But me personally, whatever Tupac say, I believe that shit. That's just me. I just feel it in my soul. You know what I'm saying? I just feel it in my soul. You know what I'm saying?
At Larry Johnson and 3E said, Joe, so you telling me Pac was caping?
No, you bitch, he's saying though. He said he was an actor. Like, what? I don't understand when people out say Pac was acting and shit. Like, what the fuck? Because the nigga made a movie. Now all the rappers want to be in movies now. I think that's an accomplishment. I'm an actor and I'm a rapper.
At Momolele U8P said, call the cops.
What you gonna call the cops for?
Was to teach Pac a lesson and make him understand why these things were done to him. Haitian Jack, Jimmy Henchman, Dexter, Isaac, Spock, and JD all knew each other. The information Haitian Jack gave Jimmy Henchman and the 3 assailants was one of the main reasons why the robbery took place. Cause you wouldn't rob someone if there's nothing for you to take away. And Haitian Jack knew the prices to all the jewelry Tupac had on. The fact that they didn't steal the Rolex more or less confirmed that they knew about his relationship to Haitian Jack, cause else they would have just stolen it too. Zayd and Stretch didn't have much on them, so they weren't robbed like Pac and Freddie Moore did. Zayd only had a few bucks on him, and Stretch lost a skinny gold bracelet with the name Stretch written on it.
Best secret
Dexter
girlfriend.
Isaac later took it to the LB Square Mall in downtown Brooklyn and had a jeweler there change the name to Spunk and gave it to him as a present. After they were done collecting all the items, the
At
3
Larry
assailants
Johnson
stepped
and
out the
3E
lobby, still
said,
pointing their guns at the four,
Joe, you may
and
be
went
right
outside
about Pac
backwards
being
so
an
they could
actor, but
continue
that
watching
doesn't mean
them.
that what happened
Then
didn't
they
happen.
simply
There's a
walked out the
difference
door
between
and
real
disappeared
life and
into the
acting,
night.
homeboy.
The 3 men fled on foot, according to the Washington Post. According to Dexter Isaac, they fled with his van. We took off down the street behind Paulie.
I got my boy Larry
Put the
Turk.
guns and the jewelry in the stash box just in case the cops pull us over. He told Spunk, who was sitting right next to him while he was driving.
At Momolele
JD was sitting in the back, and
said,
Paulie, who was waiting for
break
them in his
disco
Lexus,
classes.
was in front of them,
That's
while
a
they
song?
were heading straight over to the FDR Drive Highway on the east side of the city. They took that to the Brooklyn Bridge and then drove back to Dexter Isaac's crack house in South Oxford. This guy called Paulie, who was the middleman between Dexter and Jimmy Henchman, who told them about the jewelry and drove them to the Quad Studios, could have been Haitian Jack all along. But Dexter denied his involvement. Jack, on the other hand, later said that he got a call 30 seconds after the robbery from one of the robbers.
All eyes on me.
He also denied being involved in it.
Yeah.
When he received the call, he allegedly hung up after hearing that it went bad, while saying that Dexter got the wrong number.
I got the call within 30 seconds after it happened. Listen, man, I got it, homie. And it went all bad. I said wrong number and hung up.
But why would he get a call if he wasn't involved? I mean, Jack said he told him not to do anything to him. Dexter never mentioned this call.
For someone.
Only person he spoke to after the robbery was Paulie, who was driving the car in front of them while they were escaping. It makes sense for him to call Paulie, cause he was the middleman, the contact person who made him do the robbery, the one who was waiting for them in front of the Quad Studios to get their job done, the one who was expecting to hear how it went. So that person should have gotten that call within 30 seconds, not a man who, quote-unquote, had nothing to do with it.
They said, I got at dude. When remember I told everybody not to get at him.
Somebody got at him.
They got at him.
Who was the person who called you to tell you?
I tell you why you look like a damn cop right now.
I don't know.
God damn.
Paulie is the only person whose real name he's trying to hide. Dexter also said that Paulie was making phone calls during the escape, calling Jimmy Henchman. So there were phone calls happening in both cars. It wouldn't surprise me if Paulie was actually Haitian Jack, cause only Jack knew about how much each item was worth. And I don't see why he would educate this guy named Paulie about every single piece out of nowhere and give him a detailed description, even though he doesn't want to have anything to do with the robbery. What's also suspicious is the fact that Dexter Isaac mentioned that Paulie is Jamaican. He tried to hide his identity, but thought it was necessary to mention his strong Jamaican accent. Haitian Jack, according to Tupac, had a strong Haitian accent. That's why they called him Haitian Jack. He was known for it. So maybe Dexter added that detail about his accent to make everyone believe that it wasn't Jack, cause he mentioned that Paulie is trying to keep his name clean. Just like Jack, who always knew every single detail about the robbery while having contact with the assailants and giving them the necessary information to get it done. But he still claims to be innocent. Also interesting how both of them have each other's phone numbers. Again, we don't know if Paulie, the guy who drove the three assailants to the Quad Studios and told them about the prices of Pac's jewelry, is actually Jack, cause Jack ran by many names. Jack, Jock, Nigel, Bullerman, Trevor, the list goes on and on. I mean, the first person they called after the robbery, according to himself, was Haitian Jack, not Jimmy Henchman,
Larry Johnson and
the guy who actually ordered and paid them to discipline him. Haitian Jack and Dexter Isaac both admitted that Jimmy Henchman actually set it up. Without Jimmy, the shooters wouldn't have known about Tupac wanting to record a song in that building. Pac wouldn't have gone there without the call from Jimmy Henchman a few hours before the shooting. He was also taking too long.
You feel well, what happened? What happened about this shit, boy? Oh wait, he'll be back in here, man. If he's still in here, man, I had time out real quick, man. I don't want y'all to argue, man. It ain't about it, man. It's about passing information, you know what I'm saying?
Little Sean said they waited for hours. Many curious aspects of this attack include the items left behind and the police presence. Someone had let one of the gunmen into the locked Quad Studios. You couldn't just enter the building without someone from the inside buzzing you in. There was a camera at the entrance pointing at the door by the time of the shooting.
Larry Johnson
Buzzers upstairs give personnel on any floor the ability to let people into the lobby. The camera is pointed at the door, so they can see who's there. Then they're buzzed in. Spunk, the guy reading the newspaper, was already inside. That news was an integral piece of the investigation, because it meant that whoever had shot Tupac had been buzzed in by someone inside. An employee later said that the police did not confiscate videotape from the studio's surveillance cameras. Instead, the investigation was abruptly halted and the case closed. With dozens of artists from Madonna to the Rolling Stones recording hit records at the Quad Studios, it had tight security with a video camera surveillance of the locked doors, allowing only the artists recording in the studio to buzz someone in. Someone had to knowingly admit the gunman into the lobby, whether they were aware of his intentions or not. Now we know that it was Jimmy Henchman who had buzzed one of the gunmen in. The other two were waiting outside for Tupac's arrival. When the assailants were gone, Pac was still holding his stomach as he was hurt really badly. Stretch looked over to him and Pac started to open his eyes again. His brother-in-law Zayd turned him over and said, "Yo, are you alright?" And Pac responded, "Yes, I'm hit." Fred then said that he got hit as well. There are different accounts of what happened next. According to
They
Park,
only be showing
he stood
one
up,
only
went
Park
to the
hit. They don't
door,
be showing the
and
other one hit.
immediately saw a police car sitting there, meaning the police most likely saw the assailants run, but they didn't chase them. Park then said, "Uh-oh."
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's set up. He might pay the police out, too. Damn. Yeah, this shit deep shit.
Oh, the police are coming, and I didn't even go upstairs yet. And then they jumped in the elevator and went upstairs, without actually spending too much time outside. According to the police report, however, the four, with Tupac stumbling and bleeding from his wounds, stepped outside the small lobby and yelled, "Police!" As they walked back inside, they saw an NYPD squad car pull up. So they were the ones calling the police, according to the reports. Park, however, made it seem like they were trying to get away from them. The elevator door in the lobby opened, Tupac got in, Zayd and Stretch followed him. Freddy, who was bleeding from his gunshot wounds, tried chasing the three assailants onto 7th Avenue before collapsing in front of a strip club. He then waited for the police to come. That's what the report says. According to Stretch, they all went outside at first, and it was Tupac who started screaming for the police. They saw a cop car outside rolling up real slow, but Zayd just got one of Tupac's guns, so they ran back inside and got in the elevator to go upstairs to hide the gun from the police. Fred stayed down there in front of the building because he was hit. Zayd, on the other hand, told a whole different story. He said Park had 2 guns on him, gave one of them to Zayd shortly after standing up, and they ran outside to find and pursue the assailants. Zayd cocked the gun and walked out the door. He saw a squad car sitting right in front of the studio, and then he stopped. The policeman looked at him and smiled. Zayd wonders how they could have missed the assailants who just ran out the studio. He then saw a woman outside standing in front of a club next door, and he went to ask her if she had seen the robbers. She said, "I don't know nothing." Zayd said, "I didn't ask you that," and asked again. And she once again said, "I don't know nothing," instead of saying yes or no on whether she had seen them or not. She then panicked when Zayd started screaming. He then realized that he was wasting his time with her, and got around the corner to look for the assailants. The blocks in Manhattan are very long, so he tried to look in every direction, to see if they're running down the streets. He then saw Park arguing with the same lady he just spoke to, and she's saying the same thing she told Zayd. "I don't know nothing." They looked all around Times Square to find them. Went through every street to see if there's any person that fits the description. Park then screamed, "They're right there," and pointed towards the streets. Zayd started aiming the gun, asking, "Where?" And Park again screamed, "Right there!" But Zayd didn't see them. Then he realized that Park was pointing at the police. Zayd said, "F 'em, mother effers. They smiled at me when I came through the door." Park then apparently understood that it was a setup. He didn't call the police, according to Zayd, because Stretch and the police were saying that it was indeed Park who had called them. They then stormed back in. I don't know how accurate this part of Zayd's story is. He said they went after the shooters and searched everywhere on every street, but that would take them a lot of time. The police reports Stretch and Park said they went back in after seeing the cops.
I'm used to it, man.
The Bad Boy Cam said that Big immediately went downstairs to come help Park, after Lil C saw the robbery and told Big about it on the 10th floor. How long did it take Big to come downstairs with the elevator?
I see it as everybody
By
got their
the time
own,
Biggie got there, the cops had already locked down the building. So Biggie either came down 10 to 20 minutes after getting notified
like
by Lil C's.
Him us telling all this shit. This shit might not be true. You know what I'm saying? You gotta take it like 50-50. Take a little information. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? What he's saying, I'm gonna research it though. You know, I'm gonna let you know. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna research it though. But I can't deny him for it. You know what I'm saying? His opinion or what he think. That wouldn't be real. That wouldn't be him.
Or made up.
Just like you
because
got your
the
opinion.
elevator ride did not take 10 to 20 minutes, and the cops in front of the building did not just sit there and wait until Park and his homies were done looking for the assailants in Times Square with guns in their hands. One of them bleeding from the head, hands, leg, and groin area. Park getting up, seeing the cops, and then rushing into the elevator
Come on, y'all
had
start
to
showing
have
Tupac like
taken
that. I hate
place
seeing
in a
him
much
like that.
shorter
Real
time
talk,
frame
that
than
shit
how
hurt my
Zayd
heart. I ain't
described
gonna
it.
lie.
We're talking about 2 to 5 minutes max. It does not take you 20 minutes to come down with an elevator. Cause Little C said Biggie rushed down and tried to get there as fast as possible. I doubt that Little C's would lie about this. Pac, Stretch and the police report didn't even mention this chase. Only person mentioned in that report who chased after them was Freddie Moore Nichols, who decided to stay outside while Pac and the other two went upstairs. Nichols was found by the police in front of a strip club, collapsed and lying on the ground because of his wounds.
Damn.
Maybe the chase only lasted a couple of minutes, meaning they only looked in all directions, asked somebody and went back in. But it's very unlikely that they did a thorough search on all streets of Times Square like Zayd said they did. The cops would have stopped and questioned them if they were really sitting there the whole time like Zayd said. Definitely wouldn't have let them go back upstairs with guns in their hands if they were really there the whole time. Cause Zayd said he intimidated the cops so that they don't step outside that car. Pac was shot in the groin area. He was limping and bleeding heavily. I can't imagine them chasing anybody. According to Zayd, Pac told the group to go up to the 8th floor, but the entrance door was once again locked, so they had to get buzzed in again. When they got in the elevator, Zayd saw the bullet wounds on Pac's head. He said the bullets went under his skin, but above the skull.
Y'all feud the fuck out of me. You said bullet 1 minute bullets, this minute he got pistol with. Which one, man? I sworn a few minutes ago you said that motherfucker he got pistol with. Moment.
Zayd told him that he got shot in the head, and Pac said, "Come on, Zayd, don't effing break up on me." He was limping the whole time and apparently didn't feel no pain as his body felt numb. Pac, Zayd and Stretch were taken upstairs to the 8th floor where Lil Sean was waiting. Right in front of the elevator there was Puffy at the reception along with Jimmy Henchman and Andre Harrell. Zayd said that Puffy was standing with his back to the door, and that he put his gun to the back of Puffy's head, who then screamed, "Whoa!" while putting his hands up. Zayd apparently made everybody in that building put their hands up on the wall. This part of the story is completely different from what Pac and everyone else present on that floor told. Nobody mentioned Zayd point a gun at them. Pac said he looked around and got scared because he saw like 40 people there with jewels, more jewels than him. But he was the only one that got robbed. He immediately saw Andre Harrell, Puffy and Jimmy Henchman. And he also mentioned Biggie. But Pac was really the only one saying that Biggie was there with him on the 8th floor. Zayd, Stretch and Lil Sean didn't mention him. Everyone else said he came downstairs to the lobby where Pac got shot and had to stay there because of the cops. But they said that Biggie saw him afterwards when he came off the elevator, when they were about to put him in the ambulance. So maybe that's what Pac meant.
Ghetto thing?
Trackmasters were there too, and the entire Uptown staff.
Yo, when I walked upstairs, swear.
I don't tell you, it's fat truth. I ain't gonna play it though. I don't need copyright. Damn, I don't wanna click off this one. You said it's ghetto themes? I ain't gonna play it because I know it's copyrighted. Oh, should I type this shit in? It said directed by Tupac. Okay, Matt Mount. Okay, I see what you're talking about. Okay, I see it. Was he signed to a label or something? I don't want to play this shit. And y'all down. They hit me with a block. Yeah, this shit got 2.5 million. Oh, they go Stretch right now. You see Stretch now. Which one's Matt? Damn, I want to hear this shit. Damn, why everybody got a gun? Oh, Lord, he popped his head. Yep, I knew it was music. I thought this is a stretch. Oh, I'm gonna watch this off stream. Gotta watch that off stream. He was on his Panther. I said all this had to happen because he's a Panther, bro. You said Pockets in the video? Where he at? He in the video? This Matt right there? I can't play the music though. You said yeah at the end? Oh, I see him. Damn, hold on, twin. This shit went by fast. I can't see nothing. Man, all this shit pop up. God damn, bitch. I see him right there. Look, there you go, right there. I know this part. Okay. So that was his first like directing the video, cause it said directed by Tupac. Hold on, let me check it. Oh shit, they went to another music. Ooh, they went to Smile. The Smile by Tupac. Oh no, it's Untouchable. I just smile for me.
I love look at me like this. I walked out the elevator because I walked out the elevator. I didn't know I was shot my head. I wasn't. They said they reviving me. I was acting like I was in a movie. What they really trying to say is this is wrong.
Wanna curse my
babies? I got shot 5
5
times. Came upstairs. Did not know I had got shot 5 times. I thought I only got shot.
They mentioned in the end.
According to Harrell, everybody was excited about Tupac coming in.
Okay.
But they were starting to get antsy because he was supposed to get there at a certain time. And they wanted to see how the song with Little Sean was going to set off. Sean, on the other hand, said that they weren't there for him, because he had just signed to the label and wasn't that big of an artist. To this day, he has no clue why everyone was there. Because usually when he records, nobody's there for him. Especially not the bosses, Jimmy Henchman, Andre Harrell, and Puffy. Andre Harrell especially. He only showed up for platinum artists. They were all rolling dice and drinking, partying. They were there for hours. Sean didn't even want to be there, didn't like the beat that Bryce Wilson produced, and wasn't feeling the overall concepts. Didn't even want to do a song with Pac. But they were using him and didn't let him leave. Cause usually Little Sean writes his lyrics before hearing the beat, then goes to the studio, records it, and leaves as fast as possible. Cause booking these studio rooms of course costs a lot of money. And he didn't want to waste his budget. They not only booked the studio room for him, but they also made him stay, so that he had to pay more for that studio session, which of course pissed him off. Sean said that they were in there for hours, as if they're waiting for something. He also said that they heard the news of Pac getting shot before the group came upstairs with the elevator.
My name Baby Jody,
so they were already informed. Harrell said that when the doors opened, Pac immediately saw Jimmy Henchman in the reception area and allegedly yelled, "Call the police," even though he'd seen the squad car downstairs. Pac himself said that Jimmy Henchman looked like he was surprised to see him, even though he had just hit the buzzer and said he was coming upstairs. The studio night manager Ross then called 911. Zayd said that Pac came out the elevator limping and bleeding from the head, while screaming, "Yo, where's my effing money? Where's my effing money?" Cause he apparently felt like him getting ambushed downstairs justifies him asking for money without giving them back anything in return except guns to their faces. He of course didn't want to record the song anymore in the state he was currently in, and he still needed the money urgently. Around the same time, Biggie and Chico arrived downstairs at the lobby, after Lil C's and Nino Brown rushed back into the penthouse on the 10th floor, and told them what they'd just seen. Biggie and Chico had no idea any of this was happening. At first they thought C's was joking, but then he understood that he's being serious. So him and Chico told everybody to stay where they are and got into the elevator, just the two of them, to go downstairs to the lobby to see what's up, and if possible, defend Tupac from the assailants. But by the time Biggie got there, the cops had already locked down the building, and they were questioning people. They all got searched by the cops. Chico said that him and Big smelled the gunpowder, and then they saw Tupac's bandana on the ground and blood. Big and Chico were both shocked.
Hit me out
So
now.
Big was stuck in the lobby while Pac was upstairs on the 8th floor. Lil C's later went downstairs to the ground floor as well, because Big never came back upstairs. They waited for about 20 minutes and nobody was coming back up. C's didn't even know that Pac was in the studio.
We gotta do Matt Drake
So
too.
the remaining Junior Mafia members on the 10th floor all went downstairs and saw the police, which pulled
I got
people to the
someone playing for
side,
y'all, though.
asked questions, and got everybody's information.
You said where's
One
Pac in
by
the
one,
video?
they called their media.
Hold on there. He at the end though. I seen. Damn, we just clicked off of them. God damn it! Now I gotta type that bitch back in. Shit. Hold on, Jay. I'm gonna type that motherfucker back in for my boy. Damn, what do we call it again? Oh, Lord, I forgot that damn fast. Hold on, I gotta find it. I gotta go up in the chat and find it. Joe, drop. What's the name of the video again? Joe and James. Drop that shit again. So I can show Larry Tupac in the video. Cause it won't let me go up. Goddamn, let me go up. Damn, it won't let me go up. It was Mac. Was it Mac? It was Mac Mill. Oh yeah, there you go. Ooh, then I got I caught it. I caught it just in time. I'm gonna fuck myself up. There you go, right there. He right on the left though. That Tupac right there. But that thing be popping up. You really can't see him. I recognize his body and everything. That Tupac smoking that weed right there. Hold on. Why is that shit just up there, bro? How you take this shit down? Oh, hide. There you go. There you go, right there. Hold on, I'm going on the back for Larry. I'm gonna go back. Yeah, that Tupac right there. Alright. I ain't never know about the video though. It got 2.5 million. Damn, 16 years ago. Man, damn. Ooh, that went to my. Damn, I went to my. Ooh, that went so many tears. Hold on, here one time. We got here one time. That's all I can do, check. Damn. Shout out, fear no man but God. As I walked through the battle and that. Don't cry, but kids die. Damn, that video hold. I don't know who directed that video. They did a good ass job on that motherfucking video. Hold on, child. I gotta go. Oh shit, we can't go back to our document. Oh fuck, we fucked up. Oh shit, we fucked up. We went on the main one. Oh, there we go. We back.
Once didn't notice that he was bleeding from his head the whole time. Only felt his stomach hurting. Big Stretch was apparently unharmed. Didn't get shot or beaten up. The robbers took Tupac's $30,000 worth diamond ring, a gold ring, gold bracelet, and $10,000 in gold chains. Freddie Moore also had $5,000 worth of jewelry stolen, which consisted of a gold bracelet.
So they said, I've been hearing it for years though. Why I even play this motherfucker? They say the reason why it's so much violence and people repping thugs and gangs and shit is that because of Tupac. That's what they say. I don't know if y'all heard that shit before. I don't heard a big rapper say that shit too. They blame Pop for all this thug, make them want every rapper to be a thug and stuff like that. They blame Tupac for that. But they been there. But if we gonna say that, you gotta say NWA. You know what I'm saying? Ice Cube and them. And Tupac said himself he look like Ice Cube and them. You know what I'm saying?
And several gold chains. There were 2 diamond rings, 1 diamond necklace with diamonds between each link, 3 bracelets, one looking like a handcuff made out of gold, with diamonds all over it, another bracelet that looks like a bicycle chain but was made out of solid gold, and there was another bracelet with a couple of gold charms on it. We failed to get the gold cross with the chain because it fell to the floor when JD snatched it from Pac's neck. What they didn't steal was Tupac's $20,000 Rolex that Haitian Jack had gifted him at the movie set of Above the Rim back in 1993. The robbers didn't take it, even though it was one of the most expensive items Pac owned. They knew about Jack giving him that watch, so they left it on purpose to send Pac a message, so that he understands why he got robbed. The message was, don't mess with Haitian Jack. Jack was the reason why Tupac cared so much about jewelry and gold. He took him to a shop called Tito's Jewelry on 47th Street where Tupac would buy all his chains, bracelets and rings. He got himself the same ones that Jack had. He wouldn't go to that shop without Jack, who told Jimmy Henchman and the robbers about every piece he bought and how much each item was worth. The robbers also knew how much the Rolex was worth. No robber would leave back a $20,000 Rolex, but that's how much the assailants respected Jack. The main goal was to teach Pac a lesson and make him understand why these things were done to him. Haitian Jack, Jimmy Henchman, Dexter, Isaac, Spunk and JD all knew each other. The information Haitian Jack gave Jimmy Henchman and the three assailants was one of the main reasons why the robbery took place. Because you wouldn't rob someone if there's nothing for you to take away. And Haitian Jack knew the prices to all the jewelry Tupac had on. The fact that they didn't steal the Rolex more or less confirmed that they knew about his relationship to Haitian Jack, because else they would have just stolen it too. Zayd and Stretch didn't have much on them, so they weren't robbed like Pac and Freddie Moore did. Zayd only had a few bucks on him, and Stretch lost a skinny gold bracelet with the name Stretch written on it. Dexter Isaac later took it to the LD Square Mall in downtown Brooklyn and had a jeweler there change the name to Spunk and gave it to him as a present. After they were done collecting all the items, the three assailants stepped out the lobby, still pointing their guns at the foe, and went outside backwards so they could continue watching them. Then they simply walked out the door and disappeared into the night. The three men fled on foot, according to the Washington Post. According to Dexter Isaac, they fled with his van. We took off down the street behind Paulie. Put the guns and the jewelry in the stash box just in case the cops pull us over, he told Spunk, who was sitting right next to him while he was driving. JD was sitting in the back, and Paulie, who was waiting for them in his Lexus, was in front of them, while they were heading straight over to the FDR Drive highway on the east side of the city. They took that to the Brooklyn Bridge and then drove back to Dexter Isaac's crack house in South Oxford. This guy called Paulie, who was the middleman between Dexter and Jimmy Henchman, who told them about the jewelry and drove them to the Quad Studios, could have been Haitian Jack all along. But Dexter denied his involvement. Jack, on the other hand, later said that he got a call 30 seconds after the robbery from one of the robbers. He also denied being involved in it. When he received the call, he allegedly hung up after hearing that it went bad, while saying that Dexter got the wrong number.
I got the call within 30 seconds after it happened. He said, listen, man, I got it, homie. And it went all bad. I said, wrong number, and hung up.
But why would he get a call if he wasn't involved?
Ain't that... Fuck do I know her from? That's Mrs. Smith. If you know, you know. It is her. Yeah, she was at Diddy parties and shit.
I mean, Jack said he told him not to do anything to him. Dexter never mentioned this.
I forgot her damn name.
Only person he spoke to after the robbery was Paul,
some black kids.
who was driving the car in front of them while they were escaping. It makes sense for him to call Paulie, because he was the middleman, the contact person who made him do the robbery, the one who was waiting for them in front.
What the fuck was that?
The shooters wouldn't have known about Tupac wanting to record a song in that building. Pac wouldn't have gone there without the call from Jimmy Henchman a few hours before the shooting. He was also taking too long. Lil Sean said they waited for hours. Many curious aspects of this attack include a gunman waiting in the studio for Pac, the items left behind, and the police presence. Someone had let one of the gunmen into the locked Quad Studios. You couldn't just enter the building without someone from the inside buzzing you in. There was a camera at the entrance pointing at the door by the time of the shooting. Buzzers upstairs give personnel on any...
We got cameras in the building. Ain't none of these niggas get arrested. Police outside. Yeah, sit up. We gonna call it, we gonna spade to spade. We gonna call it a sit up. Or claiming thugs and gangs. That's because that's the product of our environment. It has nothing to do with Tupac. I mean, you right about that, cause I'm like, I ain't gonna lie, on the west side, well, y'all niggas go banging. Them Crips and Bloods over there, y'all niggas, you know what I'm saying?
Explore the ability to let people into the lobby. The camera is pointed at the door, so they can see who's there.
I think they say Tupac, he glorified shit, like nationwide
Spunk,
type shit.
the guy reading the newspaper, was already inside. That news was an integral piece of the investigation, because it meant that whoever had shot Tupac had been buzzed in by someone inside. An employee later said that the police did not confiscate videotape from the studio's surveillance cameras. Instead, the investigation was abruptly halted and the case closed. With dozens of artists from Madonna to the Rolling Stones recording hit records at the Quad Studios, it had tight security with a video camera surveillance of the locked doors, allowing only the artists recording in the studio to buzz someone in. Someone had to knowingly admit the gunman into the lobby, whether they were aware of his intentions or not. Now we know that it was Jimmy Henchman who had buzzed one of the gunmen in. The other two were waiting outside for Tupac's arrival.
The damn magazines.
When the assailants were gone,
it was magazines.
Pac was still holding his stomach as he was hurt really badly. Stretch looked over to him and Pac started to open his eyes again. His brother-in-law Zayd turned him over and said, "Yo, are you alright?" And Pac responded, "Yes, I'm hit." Fred then said that he got hit as well. There are different accounts of what happened next. According to Pac, he stood up, went to the door, and immediately saw a police car sitting there. Meaning the police most likely saw the assailants run, but they didn't chase them. Pac then said, "Uh-oh, the police are coming," and it didn't even go upstairs yet. And then they jumped in the elevator and went upstairs, without actually spending too much time outside. According to the police report, however, the four, with Tupac stumbling and bleeding from his wounds, stepped outside the small lobby and yelled, "Police!" As they walked back inside, they saw an NYPD squad car pull up. So they were the ones calling the police according to the reports. Pac, however, made it seem like they were trying to get away from them. The elevator door in the lobby opened, Tupac got in, Zayd and Stretch followed him. Freddy, who was bleeding from his gunshot wounds, tried chasing the three assailants onto 7th Avenue before collapsing in front of a strip club. He then waited for the police to come. That's what the report says. According to Stretch, they all went outside at first, and it was Tupac who started screaming for the police. They saw a cop car outside rolling up real slow. But they just got one of Tupac's guns, so they ran back inside and got in the elevator to go upstairs to hide the gun from the police. Fred stayed down there in front of the building because he was sick. Zayd, on the other hand, told a whole different story. He said Pac had two guns on him, gave one of them to Zayd shortly after standing up, and they ran outside to find and pursue the assailants. Zayd cocked the gun and walked out the door. He saw a squad car sitting right in front of the studio and then he stopped. The policeman looked at him and smiled. Zayd wondered how they could have missed the assailants who just ran out the studio. He then saw a woman outside standing in front of a club next door, and he went to ask her if she had seen the robbers. She said, "I don't know nothing." Zayd said, "I didn't ask you that," and asked again. And she once again said, "I don't know nothing," instead of saying yes or no on whether she had seen them or not. She then panicked when Zayd started screaming. He then realized that he was wasting his time with her, and got around the corner to look for the assailants. The blocks in Manhattan are very long, so he tried to look in every direction, to see if they're running down the streets. He then saw Pac arguing with the same lady he just spoke to, and she's saying the same thing she told Zayd. "I don't know nothing." They looked all around Times Square to find them, went through every street to see if there's any person that fits the description. Pac then screamed, "They're right there," and pointed towards the streets. Zayd started aiming the gun, asking, "Where?" And Pac again screamed, "Right there," but Zayd didn't see them. Then he realized that Pac was pointing at the police. Zayd said, "F him, mother effers. They smiled at me when I came through the door." Pac then apparently understood that it was a setup. He didn't call the police according to Zayd, because Stretch and the police were saying that it was indeed Pac who had called them. They then stomped back in.
Shout out UK, man.
I don't know how accurate this part of Zayd's story.
I love my UK people, man. Shout out to UK, man. I'm a British Indian. Damn. The Thug Tribe. Yeah. Yeah.
Where he is. He said they went after the shooters and searched everywhere on every street. But that would take them a lot of time. The police reports Stretch and Park said they went back in after seeing the cops. The bad boy camp said that Big immediately went downstairs to come help Park. After Little C saw the robbery and told Big about it on the 10th floor. How long did it take Big to come downstairs with the elevator? By the time Biggie got there, the cops had already locked down the building. So Biggie either came down 10 to 20 minutes after getting notified by Lil C's, or Zayd's story is exaggerated or made up. Because the elevator ride did not take 10 to 20 minutes, and the cops in front of the building did not just sit there and wait until Park and his homies were done.
Let me be real quick. Let me be for real. Let me talk to you. Let me zoom in myself. About that time they had another little race war. About that time they do it every like what 3 years, 2 years. They had a little race war. They gonna shoot a little black person. You know what I'm saying? Everybody gonna start riding and shit again. They do it. It's the same pattern, bro. Same damn pattern. Every fucking 3 to 4 years. And we fall for it every time. Shit crazy, man. That. Some kids get school shootings and shit, all type of shit. Like, bro, it's the same pattern, bro. I don't know how people don't. I be seeing that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just me. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what you gonna take the red pill? You gonna take the blue pill? What we doing now? We taking the red pill? We in the Matrix right now. We taking the red pill. We taking the blue pill. Which one y'all taking? Which one y'all taking? The red pill? You know what I'm saying? About that time though.
Looking for the assailants in Times Square with guns in their hands.
Watch, y'all gonna start seeing
one of them bleeding from the head, hands, leg, and groin area. Park getting up, seeing the cops, and then rushing into the elevator had to have taken place in a much shorter time frame than how Zayd described it. We're talking about 2 to 5 minutes max. It does not take you 20 minutes to come down with an elevator. Cause Little C said Biggie rushed down and tried to get there as fast as possible. I doubt that Little C's would lie about this. Park, Stretch, and the police report didn't even mention this chase. Only person mentioned in that report who chased after them was Freddie Moore Nichols, who decided to stay outside while Park and the other two went upstairs. Nichols was found by the police in front of a strip club, collapsed and lying on the ground because of his wounds. Maybe the chase only lasted a couple of minutes, meaning they only looked in all directions, asked somebody and went back in. But it's very unlikely that they did a thorough search on all streets of Times Square like Zayd said they did. The cops would have stopped and questioned them if they were really sitting there the whole time like Zayd said. Definitely wouldn't have let them go back upstairs with guns in their hands if they were really there the whole time. Cause Zayd said he intimidated the cops so that they don't step outside that car. Park was shot in the groin area. He was limping and bleeding heavily. I can't imagine them chasing anybody. According to Zayd, Park told the group to go up to the 8th floor, but the entrance door was once again locked, so they had to get buzzed in again. When they got in the elevator, Zayd saw the bullet wounds on Park's head. He said the bullets went under his skin, but above the skull. Zayd told him that he got shot in the head, and Park said, "Come on, Zayd, don't effing break up on me."
Why?
He was limping the whole time and apparently didn't feel no pain as his body felt numb. Park, Zayd, and Stretch were taken upstairs to the 8th floor where Lil Sean was waiting. Right in front of the elevator, there was Puffy at the reception along with Jimmy Henchman and Andre Harrell. Zayd said that Puffy was standing with his back to the door, and then he put his gun to the back of Puffy's head, who then screamed, "Whoa!" while putting his hands up. Zayd apparently made everybody in that building put their hands up on the wall. This part of the story is completely different from what Park and everyone else present on that floor told. Nobody mentioned Zayd pointed a gun at them. Park said he looked around and got scared, because he saw like 40 people there with jewels on, more jewels than him, but he was the only one that got robbed. He immediately saw Andre Harrell, Puffy, and Jimmy Henchman, and he also mentioned Biggie, but Park was really the only one saying that Biggie was there with him on the 8th floor. Zayd, Stretch, and Lil Sean didn't mention him. Everyone else said he came downstairs to the lobby where Park got shot and had to stay there because of the cops. But they said that Biggie saw him afterwards when he came off the elevator, when they were about to put him in the ambulance. So maybe that's what Park meant. Trackmasters were there too, and the entire Uptown staff.
Yo, when I walked upstairs, Sway, on everything I love, niggas looked at me like this. I walked out the elevator, because I walked out the elevator, I didn't know I was shot my head and nothing. I wasn't, they said in the vibe, I was acting like I was in a movie. What they really trying to say is,
they say what they boy name?
I got shot 5 times, came upstairs,
did
not know I had got shot 5 times, so I only got shot once.
According to Harrell, everybody was excited about Tupac coming in,
in my opinion,
but they were starting to get antsy because he was supposed to get there at a certain time. And they wanted to see how the song with Lil Sean was going to set off. Sean, on the other hand, said that they weren't there for him, because he had just signed to the label and wasn't that big of an artist. To this day, he has no clue why everyone was there, because usually when he records, nobody's there for him. Especially not the bosses, Jimmy Henchman, Andre Harrell, and Puffy. Andre Harrell especially. He only showed up for platinum artists. They were all rolling dice and drinking, partying. They were there for hours. Sean didn't even want to be there. Didn't like the beat that Bryce Wilson produced.
I'm sorry, Chad, I keep stopping. So with that part, what's the song? I forgot what song said. You said you're gonna be baptized in eternal hell or some shit like that. Damn, what that song called? Is it Hail Mary? Or it's So Many Tears? Baptized in the yeah, it's So Many Tears. When you said that line. So that what you talking about, Drew?
And wasn't feeling the overall concept. Didn't even want to do a song with Pac. But they were using him and didn't let him leave. Cause usually Lil Sean writes his lyrics before hearing the beat. Then goes to the studio, records it, and leaves as fast as possible. Cause booking these studio rooms of course costs a lot of money.
Yeah, so
and he didn't want to waste his budget. They not only booked the studio room for him, but they also made him stay, so that he had to pay more for that studio session.
It's crazy though, when you was a kid, you think the world's so
Sean
perfect,
said
everybody's
that they
so
were
nice
in there
and shit.
for
When
hours,
you get older,
as if they're waiting for something. He also said that they heard the news of Pac getting shot before the group came upstairs with the elevator. So they were already informed. Harrell said that when the doors opened, Pac immediately saw Jimmy Henchman in the reception area and allegedly yelled, "Call the police," even though he'd seen a squad car downstairs. Pac himself said that Jimmy Henchman looked like he was surprised to see him, even though he had just beeped the buzzer and said he was coming upstairs. The studio night manager Ross then called 911. Zayd said that Pac came out the elevator limping and bleeding from the head, while screaming, "Yo, where's my effing money? Where's my effing money?" Because he apparently felt like him getting ambushed downstairs justified him asking for money without giving them back anything in return except guns to their faces. He of course didn't want to record the song anymore in the state he was currently in, and he still needed the money urgently. Around the same time, Biggie and Chico arrived downstairs at the lobby, after Lil C's and Nino Brown rushed back into the penthouse on the 10th floor and told them what they'd just seen. Biggie and Chico had no idea any of this was happening. At first they thought C's was joking, but then he understood that he's being serious. So him and Chico told everybody to stay where they are and got into the elevator, just the two of them, to go downstairs to the lobby to see what's up. And if possible, defend Tupac from the assailants. But by the time Biggie got there, the cops had already locked down the building, and they were questioning people. They all got searched by the cops. Chico said that him and Big smelled the gunpowder. And then they saw Tupac's bandana on the ground and blood there. Big and Chico were both shocked. So Big was stuck in the lobby while Pac was upstairs on the 8th floor. Lil C's later went downstairs to the ground floor as well, because Big never came back upstairs.
So it was on the 8th floor?
They waited for about 20 minutes and nobody was coming back up. C's didn't even know that Puffy was in the studio. So the remaining Junior Mafia members on the 10th floor all went downstairs and saw the police, which pulled people to the side, asked questions and got everybody's information. One by one they called their media contacts to tell them that Tupac had been shot. TV crew and print media arrived in hordes. There were around 30 cars, police, detectives, EMS, ambulances, media. The police put out flares across 7th Avenue between 48th and 49th Street. According to Puffy's bodyguard Gene Deal, Puffy knew that Tupac was going to get dealt with at the Quad Studios. He spoke with Jimmy Henchman, the man who ordered the robbery. Puffy was there to more or less spy on Biggie, who was writing the lyrics of all the Junior Mafia members.
I say in another universe.
But the fact that he was actually hanging out with Jimmy Henchman in the same place Tupac got lured into Knowing that Pac was about to get dealt with, and that a simple warning could have prevented this incident, disproves Puffy's claims of having nothing to do with the robbery and being innocent, as he was guilty by association and guilty for not intervening and taking action when help was needed, because this incident could have easily been prevented if Puffy had just told Pac about it. But we don't know where Gene Deal got his information from. Pac was not actually supposed to record the song with Lil Sean. I mean, Jimmy Hinchman didn't even care about that. The $7,000 they promised him was used as bait to get him in that building, so that he can get robbed. Puffy and Andre Harrell both knew about it, according to Pac, Puffy's bodyguard Gene Deal, and Dexter Isaac. But according to Zayd, Dexter Isaac was not one of the shooters, and the story he told in his confession is made up. Zayd said that none of the robbers were light-skinned. Dexter Isaac's height, skin complexion, and accent doesn't match, according to Zayd. Zayd only saw 2 robbers, who according to Dexter Isaac were Spunk, the guy with the newspapers, and JD, the light-skinned guy waiting outside. Pac also only saw those 2. Dexter Isaac is light-skinned as well, but he was standing guard by the door, so that's why they didn't see him. But the reason why the police reports mentioned 3 robbers was because of the statements made by one of the eyewitnesses, most likely Freddie Moore, who might have seen Dexter Isaac escape or threaten Little C's at the elevator. Zayd, on the other hand, said that none of them were light-skinned. But if we go back to Tupac's Vibe interview from 1995, he confirmed that there was indeed a light-skinned man present in that incident. Pac said it himself. He was the one who came inside the building after him, and the one who was on Pac the whole time, directly standing in front of him during the robbery. He got told by the guy with the newspaper to shoot him. So the light-skinned guy was actually the one who took off Pac's jewelry. Zayd's story should be taken with a grain of salt, because he said a lot of things that don't add up, or can easily be disproven by statements Tupac made.
I don't know, cause Biggie
Puffy's ex-bodyguard Gene Deal also added that Andre Harrell had already a beef with Pac, as he allegedly had disrespected him in a previous meeting.
And I just seen Goat say that. He didn't know. This would make me question Biggie right here. Hold on. I'm typing. Oh, damn. I'm going to type it on this one. I'm typing on. Oh, shit. Damn, I typed one. What the fuck did we just click? I don't got on live. I don't forgot how to spell and shit. The fuck is wrong with me today? What is that damn video? Look at this shit. This is shit that throw me off like the whole thing about Biggie, bro. I want to see. This is not the full video. I want to show you this shit right here. What the fuck shit? What is this? Hold on, I'm about to let y'all hear that shit. That nigga say your hands smell good. That's some weird ass shit. I don't know what the fuck he was on. Hold on, I'm playing that shit. What am? Oh, here you go.
And the next question is.
Look, come on now. They say your skin soft. Come on now. Come on now. Ain't no grown man gonna be doing all that, man. Then you married too, bro. They said, that boy had some Kool-Aid in him, man. That boy sweet. He said, look up, young, live, 2 survivors. My man, Ray Love. Ray Love was in Pop first group. I thought Pop first group was Thug Life.
Love you.
Look.
But eventually, Biggie got tired of whatever that was and told Diddy,
At first we were friends, then became.
Man, you man rubbing on his hand. Man. But he definitely let Diddy party. Then he got baby oil and all. Then he got baby oil and the whole treatment, 5-star treatment.
And also Jimmy Henchman on the phone. Neither Puffy nor Andre or Jimmy could stand him, according to Deal.
Yeah.
Pac was there to get robbed because he owed Jimmy Henchman
Yeah,
money.
that motherfucker, I don't know about
He
that.
refused to pay him, but Jimmy offered him to work it out by doing this song with Lil Sean, which he was supposed to do for free. But Tupac had all these cases mounting up and needed the money,
treatment.
so he charged him $7,000. Jimmy felt disrespected and wanted to teach him a lesson. He wasn't supposed to get shot, just beaten up and robbed. A lot of things were going through Tupac's head while he was upstairs on the 8th floor in front of those 40 people. He was confused, upset and suspicious. Maybe the men in the studio knew who'd done it and weren't saying anything.
Study why I would be mad. Study why I would be mad when half of the major New York rappers or they managers or they agents or they somebody was there when I got shot and nobody could give me no information.
One of the reasons why he went upstairs was to see their reactions, see who's shocked and genuinely worried about him. He leaned against the glass doors on the 8th floor and looked at everyone while bleeding from the
let him cook.
Andre Harrell didn't even think that he was shot at first. To him, it looked like he just had a fight. Pac and Lil Sean said that Andre Harrell was calm and relaxed the entire time, that he told people to call an ambulance. But most people who were there in that building, including Jimmy, were shocked to see Pac come out of that elevator. People tried to sit him down, but it's not clear who helped him.
I mean, the movies it
because
is
nearly everybody who told their side of the
I
story said that they were the ones that helped him to get to that couch. One source claimed that it was the studio manager, Dave Rosner, who actually set him down. The other said it was Lil Sean and Stretch. Another said it was Andre Harrell, Puffy. I mean, we had like 10 people telling a different version of the same story. As if Pac had 10 arms and everybody grabbed one to help him.
They got
okay, bet. I'm gonna look it up.
Different accounts of what happened, and I'm the one with.
I'll wait till I get out chat.
This
I
either
like
means
listen
that
to music
people are
too.
trying to make themselves look better and more important in their stories, or
Shout out
that
to
Pac
Pooh
refused
Johnny.
to sit down every time somebody tried to help him, or that he was getting up multiple times, which is not unlikely because in the Vibe interview he said, "Why do they
Shout out, we
want
got
to make me
104
sit
people
down?"
here. I appreciate
And
y'all
then
too.
later he said that nobody even got up to help him, that they're only lying to make themselves look better, that they only stared at him as if they were surprised he was alive.
Nobody went to rush to the A because Wagner said the first thing he came up there and did was ask him for a cigarette.
It was just the total opposite. As soon as he came out,
Shut
everybody
your
ran
ass up.
towards
You
him.
don't believe shit you
It was
say.
nothing but love and concern.
No, Puff ain't no street nigga. He ain't no nigga like that, so he's sitting there scared to death.
Only person he mentioned that was trying to be helpful was Lil Sean. Why is Lil Sean crying and I got shot? Sean was quote-unquote crying uncontrollably. "Oh my god, Pac, you've got to sit down." According to Lil Sean, Pac just came off the elevator saying yo, and that Stretch was helping him walk. Sean then came for support from the other side, so Stretch on one side, Sean on the other, helping him to walk over to the couch. But most people were saying that Pac was standing at first and refusing to sit down. Lil Sean was the only one who was showing emotion. Because of this, he believed Biggie and Puffy knew about the arranged shooting and either didn't let him know or set it up themselves. Andre Harrell said he was quote-unquote in movie mode at this point. Pac tried to sit down, but the wounds in his groin area opened and he screamed in pain while going back up. He couldn't sit properly due to the 2 bullet wounds in his groin area. Pac screamed, "Yo, what the F?" Zayd was in a different part of the studio when he heard Pac scream, and apparently thought that they were hurting him. He said he started threatening people with a gun, saying that he got a bullet for everybody if something happens to him. Then 2 of Biggie's homies tried to leave.
I
and
wish
Zayd
it was
threatened
got no
them too,
iPhone shit back
but
then.
then let them go. Pac used paper
Got they
towels to
motherfucking
try to
yeah.
stop the bleeding. The room was filled with New York
That's the
hip
only
hop
I think they gotta wait
luminaries.
so
They heard what
so
happened
long.
to Pac and were there to check on him.
We ain't got the phone,
At
we
first,
got none.
Pac didn't know that he was
We had
shot
the
in
shit
the
back
head.
then.
He didn't feel nothing, except in the groin area. The bullet that went through the scrotum caused massive bleeding, which Pac tried to stop by pressing on it, as it got worse minute by minute. He opened his pants and could see the gunpowder and the hole in his drawers. He didn't want to pull his drawers down completely to see if everything was still there. He just saw the hole and said, "Oh, ish, roll me some weed." Tupac reportedly had Big Stretch roll him a joint.
Me and my man, we try to sit him down. He called his mom. He asked my man if he could roll him a blunt. You know what I'm saying? He asked him if she's all right. He's like, "Yeah, I'm all right. I don't know what's going on."
In the Vibe interview, he also said that he called his girlfriend to tell her that he got shot, and that she shall call his mother. The night manager of the Quad studio, Dave Rosner, on the other hand, said that Pac didn't actually make that call himself. Rosner was asked to make that call for him. Call my mom, I've just been shot. This is in line with what Lil Sean said. He dialed her number, then dialed the number Pac gave him for his then girlfriend Keisha Morris, who would later become his wife. Tupac was becoming hysterical. Nobody approached me. I noticed that nobody would look at me. Andre Harrell wouldn't look at me. I had been going to dinner with him the last few days. He invited me to the set of New York Undercover, telling me he was going to get me a job. Puffy was standing back too. I knew Puffy. He knew how much stuff I had done for Biggie before he came out.
We just there trying to comfort him. Andre Harrell wouldn't make a call, was calling the ambulance. And I mean, everybody that was there was very supportive of him.
People then saw the blood on his head and started telling him, your head is bleeding. Pac began pacing back and forth saying, I was set up.
Wow.
Then he looked at Jimmy Henchman and said, you're the only one who knew I was coming. You must have set me up. Jimmy Henchman was astonished and told him, yo, you bugging, Tupac? Come on, talk to me. But Tupac kept repeating, call the police. Then the night manager of the Quad Studios, Dave Rosner, informed Zayd and Pac that the cops are on their way up. They then put their guns down, according to Zayd, who then went to a studio room to talk to Stretch. After that, Stretch went in the direction Zayd came from, and Zayd locked the door with the gun on his waist, scared that the cops might find it. He kicked everybody out of that room. Sean then came out the vocal booth to the room where Zayd was in, and Zayd then aimed his gun at him to stop him. That's Zayd's side of the story. Lil Sean, on the other hand, said that he didn't even know that Zayd was strapped until he searched him, when Zayd was scared and nervous about the cops coming up. Sean also said that he was there when Pac got out the elevator, and he helped him walk to the couch.
This video, this is not my video.
He wasn't in the vocal booth anymore when Pac arrived. So again,
if y'all want all the hip hop juice, and he called Hip Hop Universe. Hey, I appreciate it.
There are a lot of contradictions and inaccuracies in everybody's stories.
Damn, y'all some vampire.
Pac more or less confirmed Sean's side of the story, but added that he was in tears. According to Zayd, Sean was in the vocal booth the whole time. Zayd also said that he asked him what the hell is going on, and Sean allegedly replied, yo, I don't know what the hell these people are doing at my session. I don't know these people. You know what I mean? You know, my sessions don't be like that. I don't usually have all these people here. I was wondering what the F was going on. Both Sean and Zayd accused each other of being nervous and scared the whole time. Sean didn't mention that Zayd put a gun to his face. But then again, we don't know if Zayd's side of the story is accurate. Nobody mentioned him threatening anybody. According to Zayd, Sean was scared of him. Sean, on the other hand, said that he was the calm one, and that Zayd was scared. He even said that Pac's statements about him crying were false. The whole part of Zayd kicking people out of the room and pointing the gun at him didn't happen according to Sean, cause he was with Pac the whole time, until they carried him into the elevator. He said Zayd was leaning against the wall, not knowing what to do. When the police reached the 8th floor, Tupac again saw some familiar faces. 2 of the first 4 officers on the scene were William Kelly and Joseph Kelly. And quote-unquote seconds later, Officer Craig McKernan arrived,
like
the man who had supervised the 2 Kellys in Tupac's arrest at the Parker Meridian Hotel, and had just testified at the assault trial. Hi, Officer McKernan, Tupac sputtered, lying naked in a pool of his own blood. Hey Tupac, you hang in there. McKernan responded as an emergency medical service team secured a brace around Tupac's neck and strapped him to a board. Pac misheard him and thought he said, "What's up, Tupac? How's it hanging?" while having a half smile on his face, seeing the EMS team looking at his scrotum. He thought McKernan made a sarcastic joke about his nuts hanging after he was struck there by a bullet. Tupac was annoyed after that. When homicide detective Mordecai Jukensky arrived, he started questioning everyone, including Tupac, who was still there getting treated. Pac refused to cooperate with the police, even after numerous attempts to get him to speak. The paramedics then carried Pac through the 8th floor on a stretcher. He was nearly naked and very disoriented. The stretcher didn't fit into the elevator, so he had to be propped upright. Before the doors closed, Jimmy Henchman walked towards the elevator and said, "Yo, Park, let me talk to you." And Park responded, "What the F is going on?" right before the elevator doors closed. When he reached the ground floor and came out the elevator, he saw Chico and Biggie in the lobby. Chico was the one with Little Caesar on the balcony, who told him to get around the corner, and that Little Caesar would come get him. So he gave him a feel of safety before he entered the building. But after the shooting, he was confused and disoriented. So he was looking angry and accusing everybody. When he got past Biggie and Chico in the lobby, he put up his left middle finger and pointed at them, basically saying F you to Biggie and his crew.
But while they rolling him off the elevator, he looking at us against the wall, and he's saying, and Big was like, "Yo, why this dude mad at us about something about what the, we ain't do nothing wrong, you know what I'm saying?"
And then he looking around at us, looking, so what kind of expression he expect on our face? What we supposed to, we don't know what's going on. We looking like, oh.
I knew the
Chico and Biggie figured Pac was confused.
Nobody saying.
After all, he'd just been bomb rushed and nearly killed. They couldn't believe he'd blamed them for the shooting. And in fairness to Chico and Biggie, there's very little evidence that they were involved. Chico denied that Biggie and Junior Mafia had connection to the shooting, said Biggie came downstairs with a gun and with the intention to defend Pac.
If you was to get shot 5 times, your mind is just completely spinning, you know what I'm saying? You're real confused about your situation. It'll cause you to say things that you really don't mean.
Before Pac left the scene, he was interviewed by newspaper reporters while still being on the stretcher. He only said it was a setup. Right before they carried him into the ambulance, they took a photo of him lying naked on the stretcher, with a big brace on his head and neck. And Pac was angry at the photographer for taking pictures while he's in this miserable condition. So he flipped the middle finger at him as well and said, "I can't believe you're taking my picture on a stretcher." McKernan helped carry him into that ambulance. Pac, his manager Freddie Moore, who was shot in the abdomen, and Stretch made it out of that building. The only person who was still on the 8th floor was Tupac's brother-in-law Zayd, who didn't know what to do, according to Lil Sean, as he couldn't leave the building without the cops trying to search him and find the gun that Tupac gave him, cause the gun was missing a bullet. Tupac tried to fire back and accidentally shot himself in the groin area. So Zayd still had the gun with him, with one bullet missing. He of course didn't want the cops to find it, which they would have, as they had the building locked down. They were looking for evidence, questioning people and trying to find weapons and clues. So he was more or less panicking. Lil Sean heard the cops say they want to search the studio for guns, and then he saw Zayd standing stiff with his back against the wall, looking scared to death. So he went in his direction and told him to follow him to the back room. He asked Zayd if he has a gun with him, but Zayd was still in shock and scared of what might happen if they find the gun. So Sean searched him and found the gun. They went to the live room where you can find various instruments. Sean asked him to hand over the gun, which he had on a zip, and then he hid it inside a piano. Sean then said, "When y'all come back here, it's in the piano. Only people know that is me and you." Zayd, on the other hand, said that he was the one who actually hid it inside the piano. Said Sean tried to hide it, but Zayd stopped him after seeing the dust on the piano. Zayd then put the gun inside his scully, opened the piano without disrupting the dust or leaving fingerprints behind. Then he put it inside and closed it. Zayd thanked him and the cops started searching the room, but they found nothing. After that, everybody was allowed to leave. According to Lil Sean, he was the only person that got questioned by the police in Andre Harrell's office, with Andre sitting there. The police allegedly told Lil Sean that they heard he was jealous of Pac, and that's why he got him robbed. Sean couldn't believe what he was hearing and left. Videotape shot from outside the studios by a TV camera operator showed Puffy inside the downstairs lobby in a baseball cap with a straw hanging from his mouth, staring at...
Ain't no way the fuck you show sympathy for Pac. Look at this shit. You cool, collect. I don't trust nobody with a straw in their mouth. You know what I'm saying? I see you guys strike. I don't trust your ass. You know what I'm saying?
The camera and talking to several men. News footage also showed Biggie walking out of the lobby, closely followed by Puffy. A lot of people were in and out of that studio that night. Tupac pointed out that many of them were as bejeweled with gold as he was.
Hold on.
But
They got me
At
last
Joe
time.
Fox
in hand,
31,
they ran out the
26.
door into the extremely well-lit
The
Times
crazy
Square
thing
area,
about this was they
where a
was all
police
friends,
car
even Puffy.
reportedly hovering nearby failed to go
Puffy
after
was
them.
jealous of Tupac.
Furthermore, a security officer reported that the lobby's surveillance camera
My thing is, why you ain't try to
videotape
sign
caught
the
the
bad
whole
boy
shooting
notice?
incident. But
Crazy.
the police investigator told him he didn't want to see the tape.
jealous and emphasis.
Other
Joe Fox
sources
31,
claim that the camera
26.
wasn't recording, or that
Said,
the footage was
That's
accidentally
the sad
destroyed.
part why black men got
By
up,
the time
betrayed
Tupac
each
left the
other
Quad
like this.
Studios,
Yeah, it
the
is sad,
assailants
no.
and Paulie had arrived in front of Dexter's crack house and parked their cars in front of it. Paulie stepped out the car and immediately approached
Pac,
Dexter.
you got a big heart like that.
Why y'all shot Pac? Paulie
Anybody that got
asked
a
with
big heart,
disappointment
you trust-
spreading
we
across
always
his
trust
face.
the wrong people.
Jimmy
You know?
called complaining about Pac and
makes
his
sense,
boys
yeah.
came up to the studio all bloody. Tupac said y'all shot him. Dexter then replied, "Follow me upstairs, Paulie. I want to show you something." Once inside that building, he told his boys to put all the guns on the table and empty out their magazines. After laying all the bullets out on the table, Dexter counted out each bullet to Paulie, showing him that not one bullet was spent from their weapons. Tupac shot himself in the groin area with his own gun, Dexter told him.
I'm gonna stop right now.
At Joe Fox 31,
Hold on, we about to go some
26.
thug shit.
Said, and if you follow Machiavelli, you will understand that Machiavelli was 100% evil, do anything to win. At James Sherry's 2962.
After catching him cheating with Lil' Kim.
Said,
Prior to that, Kim was
they was
actually
cool.
on the radio bragging
That's
about
the
how
messed
Big
up
and Faith
part.
are separated,
Yeah, we had
and that
slide
she
back. We
can
slide
now
back to
have
them.
him for
We slide back when we left our last time. My last, you said Machiavelli? Yeah, but yo, Tupac, he studied Machiavelli too when he was in jail.
herself. And this was before the two actually broke up.
We got
Kim's
to dive
comments on the
in. We got to go
radio
on some
made
East Coast,
Faith
West Coast
suspicious.
beef. You know
She
what I'm
then
saying?
found out that the two had been sleeping together every time he
Hold on,
went
we
out
already
to record
talking
music
about
late
Faith.
at night.
Yeah, no, we ain't talking
Also
about
during the Junior Mafia tour.
We ain't talking about Faith.
By the end of October, Pac had decided
At
to
Joe
go on the
Fox
offensive
31,
against Biggie,
26.
Puffy, and Bad Boy
Said,
by writing more battle
the
rap
real
themed
Machiavelli
tracks
from
or
Italy.
songs where he's taking subliminal shots at his enemies. Like
You from
on
Italy?
Only God Can Judge Me, for
Ooh, that might say
example,
Only
which
God
was
Can
recorded
Judge
on
Me
October
now.
26th. He started off by saying that he got stabbed in the back by his own homies during and after the Quad Studio shooting. He's obviously talking about Stretch, Biggie, and Puffy. The next couple of jabs
That boy don't miss, boy. That boy do not miss.
on the Posse track When We Ride, featuring the Outlaws and ex-members of the group Thug Life. It was recorded
Hey,
that
no,
they
I got hip too. Bone Thugs and Harmony and Tupac. Y'all, I know y'all heard this song.
At James Sherry's
damn, that motherfucker.
2962. Said,
Damn.
on
Nicolo Di
October
Bernardo
27th.
DEI Machiavelli.
In the song When We Ride,
better go
Pac
make-
is
he
talking
got-
about a
I'm
certain
dead
person
close
who
to get
shouldn't
goddamn-
have quote-unquote
I'm dead
effed
close to
around
get
with a
goddamn
sick-ass
thug, like,
guy
telling
like
them
him.
goddamn business.
He's
Ain't
talking
gonna
about one person here, saying that his adversaries will crumble and that he's out for
I
revenge
might
for
have to
the
get that
people
book
that
though,
shot
for
him.
real, for real.
Who shot ya? The leak from the ops, leak hard to creep them Brooklyn streets.
You wonder who shot me is a clue, stay alert, cause we coming for you.
At Joe Fox
On October 30th,
3126.
Pac recorded the title track of his album All Eyes
The
on
Prince.
Me, which also contains subliminal
All
shots
Eyes
at
on
Biggie.
Me.
I bet you got it twisted, you don't know who to trust. So many player hating shit, trying to sound like us.
With all the different recounts in the Vibe magazine about the Quad Studio shooting, fans and readers were confused on who to trust. Pac or Biggie and everyone else who was there at the Quad Studios. Their versions of the story conflicted Pac's detailed description of the things that transpired during the shooting.
See, it was made Pac
Both sides called each other out for lying and tried to make themselves look better. Pac also accused Biggie of trying
wish I
to
could
copy
find
his
that
sound and style, especially the player image. Him making records for the ladies and club bangers for his album. Pac was the one who told him to change his style a bit
Shout out to them
and to
103
make more
people, man. I
radio-friendly
appreciate
records. That's how Biggie became
y'all. Y'all new to the
successful,
channel?
at least according to
We got
Pac.
more
But now those
documentaries coming
same
up.
people who supposedly copied him are now player-hating and talking bad about him in the media.
Say they ready for the bump, but I don't think think they know it. Straight to the depths of hell is where them cowards going.
Ready for the Funk is not only referencing Biggie's album Ready to Die, but also the song Machine Gun Funk on the same album.
Say they ready for the funk, but I don't think they know it. Straight to the depths of hell is where them cowards going.
Pac is basically saying that they're all liars and cowards who would run at first sign of funk, saying that they're not ready for it. Which is actually what happened a couple months later after the Soul Train Awards in '96. More on that later. Pac is ready to send those people to hell for supposedly backstabbing him.
Well, are you still down? Holler when you see me and let these devils suck for the day they finally freed me.
Holla When You See Me is directed at both Biggie and Stretch. He actually made a song called Holla at Me about a month later, in which he dedicated a couple verses to both of them. He believed that Biggie and Puffy had previous knowledge of or inside intel of those involved in the Quad Studio shooting. So Pac is asking them, are you still down? Telling them to holla at him. He's been waiting all this time for them to come pay him a visit and talk it out with him. Expected them to come see him in prison and to show love and support. Not on the radio for clouds, but actual support in person. See if he or his family needs something. Things you would expect from your closest friends. Instead of doing this whole back and forth in the magazines, they shall come holla at him. A day later, on October 31st, Tupac decided to add insult to injury by recording the first version of the Biggie diss track Hit 'Em Up. A full song going at him. Not just subliminal lines here and there, but an entire verse
I need to ask y'all this real
sleeping with Faith
quick.
Ellen.
Cause I mean, motherfucker been arguing with me. So, Ice Cube, Vaseline versus Tupac, Hit 'Em Up. What's the best diss song? Or Easy. What is it? Real G's. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Which one the best? Out them three, which one the best diss song of all time? Let me know in the chat.
Using the same beats he played for her before sleeping with her. He slept with Big's wife and made sure that their pictures and recordings are together, which the media would spread everywhere around the world. That was step one of Pac's war strategy. This is now 12 days after that incident. Step 2 was now to put it on wax and record the biggest battle record ever. Something that gets played all around the world. At clubs, at parties, at events, on every block. So that you can't escape it. Similar to how Tupac couldn't escape Who Shot Ya while he was in prison. They played the song around him to piss him off, to see his reaction. It was pure entertainment to them. And Pac wanted to give Biggie a taste of his own medicine, so that he can't escape the humiliation. Constantly hearing the song that destroyed his marriage and his player image. It was a leg lock, something that's really hard to get out of and to come back from. Because diss tracks are all about emasculating the opponent and making them look like a joke. How are you supposed to not only undo the damage, but also come back in a way that you're seen as the victor? As someone who made a strong comeback with a counterpunch that deals more damage than destroying someone's marriage. Biggie would need to drop a nuclear bomb to make a comeback. Pac also wanted to introduce the world to his clique, the Outlaw Immortals, which was supposed to be an upgrade over the Thug Life movement prior to his incarceration. He wanted the Outlaws to blow away Biggie's Junior Mafia, because Junior Mafia had successfully defeated Thug Life in terms of sales. Pac was planning to release a project with the Outlaws similar to the Thug Life album and January's Conspiracy,
you had to pick one.
but more successful,
You had to pick one. Which one
putting
you picked,
Biggie's movement to shame and showing him that he should have been part of Pac's movement instead of creating his own.
Which one?
And he also wanted to show Biggie that he's not on his level, that he's on the level of the Outlaws, on the level of his soldiers.
Man, Biggie couldn't fuck with you,
Just
Pac.
like how Big was supposed to be his soldier on Thug Life.
At 1+0 Styles. Said. SHHH.
Pac starts off by saying that he has no friends, and that unlike Biggie, he doesn't need to diss people subliminally. Felt like all his friends stabbed him in the back, thinking that Biggie and Stretch turned on him. When they said that they still consider Tupac as their friends, Pac responded with, "I ain't got no friends," basically saying no thank you. Pac is also saying that Big should have been more direct, instead of making songs that are subliminal, leaving it up for interpretation and then denying it in interviews.
So they could collect their royalties.
I believe that shit too. Word.
Instead of talking behind people's backs like Biggie supposedly did after the Quad Studio shooting, while at the same time pretending like everything is cool, Pac takes action and stays true to his
rolling
words,
on the floor laughing.
making it public that he slept with Big's wife, showing that he's true to the game and not all talk.
Oh,
Not
that
a
was my
two-faced coward that says one thing and does another,
At 1
but
plus
someone
0
who's
styles.
direct and real. His
Said,
words are aligned with
he
his
ain't
actions.
lying.
A true player, unlike Biggie. He proved that he's a player by sleeping with Big's wife. That's what he was trying to say.
I gotta learn how to turn that shit down though. I ain't learning how to turn it down yet.
As mentioned earlier, Biggie and Puffy talked badly about Pac while he was in prison, saying that he was in movie mode, acting, exaggerating and lying. Puff in particular called him a fake thug in the Vibe magazine, and Big claimed that Pac shot himself and that he didn't actually get shot 5 times.
What's up?
He supposedly lied about it to look better and tougher, cause in the hood people lose respect for you if you get dropped after shooting yourself, especially when you have a thug or tough guy image.
I'm country as hell.
Pac hopes that Big made enough money while he was locked up, cause now that he's released, he'll make sure that his sales will drop and his career will come to an end.
He did.
He wanted to show the world that he can easily outsell and outperform him.
Oh yeah, this the real version.
Pointing out the sudden change in style,
the other version.
how he went commercial and adapted the player image, even though he never wanted to go that route. He calls him phony and fat, the furthest thing from a player. The Biggie that Pac got to know wasn't popular with women, and he didn't wear the most expensive clothes and drink champagne every day,
Let me turn that shit
pointing
down.
out how he all of a sudden started wearing Versace just like Pac, basically copying him, which is of course debatable.
Man, that nigga copy,
And the tough talk on Who Shot Ya, where he raps about shooting people,
copy Nas
is all
too,
bluff to him,
motherfucker.
because he's under the impression that Big ain't
Big
really a
ain't
tough
what the
guy, that he's too scared to actually get involved in shootings, and that he's not the tough gangster that shoots people like in the music video for Warning.
I'm turning over for y'all there.
Pac calls Biggie a cross-eyed crack baby with Down syndrome. As most of you know, Biggie has a lazy eye, which means that one of his eyes sometimes wanders outward as it's weaker than the other. The crack baby is a term coined to describe children who were exposed to crack as fetuses, meaning he implied that Big's mother smoked crack while being pregnant with Biggie. The part about the Down syndrome was obviously not true, man. But he wanted to make him look like a disabled person because of his eye problems. He also makes fun of him and Puff for trying to act tough on records like Who Shot Ya or on the Conspiracy album, where they embraced the mafioso style, and also in their music videos, of course. This was said in response to what Puffy said about him in the Vibe magazine, calling him a fake thug who should stop acting and treating his life like a movie. Big and Pac would later see each other after an award show, where it almost came to a shooting. More on that later.
Facts.
In the hook, Pac raps the infamous line, this is obviously referring to the song Who Shot Ya, with Pac saying you punks didn't finish. He's indirectly putting the mastermind of the shooting, the robbers, and also Biggie and Puffy in the same group. So people interpreted these lines as him accusing Biggie and Puffy of having something to do with the shooting. Cause why else would you tell Biggie, the guy who made Who Shot Ya, that he and his people didn't manage to finish him off? Why did he even make that connection? Biggie's name is somehow always brought up when he talks about his shooters. And this goes back to people in prison telling him that Biggie bragged about his homies robbing Tupac. But again, there's zero evidence that Biggie actually did that. The people who fed Pac information might have lied about it for their own agenda. Or maybe they misinterpreted something. Or maybe Tupac was indeed clout chasing. Cause that's what E. Moneybags said after visiting Tupac in prison. He wanted to hear his side of the story, and came to the conclusion that Pac had no actual evidence to blame Biggie. He told Prodigy from Mobb Deep that he's only doing it to increase his record sales, which means that Big didn't deserve all the things Tupac did to him after coming out of prison.
Call the cops when you see Tupac. Who shot me? But you're supposed to be weak. Now you better feel bad for me.
This version of the song also features Napoleon, who was left off the final product, which came out a year later. It didn't surprise me that he was cut off, as most of the lines weren't actually disses. Idi Amin's verse dealt with the same problem. Same with Gaddafi and the female rapper Storm. It's mostly just empty threats and nothing else. None of the lines on here deserve to be on a diss track. So I'm not surprised that they actually scrapped the whole song. Only one aside from Tupac who did well on this song was Hussein Fatal, who was probably the most skilled rapper of the group. His punchlines made it to the final version of the song, so I will cover them later. At the time, Pac didn't really know what to do with this song. Cause A, it wasn't good enough, and B, he felt like he was going a little bit too far. Cause there would be no coming back after releasing this. Cause what if it turns out that Biggie was actually innocent? Then Pac would be seen as the backstabber.
We at war.
The one that slept with the wife of his homie after accusing him of setting him up. And after lying about him in the media. But now it was already too late for him to stop. So he stuck to his beliefs and his opinions, but didn't go all the way through. That's why most of the disses on All Eyes on Me are subliminal. He removed Hit 'Em Up from the tracklist. With Shook's homie Big Jake getting shot and killed prior to Pac's release from prison, and with the media turning the feud between two labels into a coastal war, nobody wanted to turn it into
Which one of y'all said it earlier? I forgot who said it
So
earlier.
Pac wasn't going all out yet in '95. He wasn't sure if he should put any of the songs where he mentions Biggie, Puffy or Bad Boy onto his upcoming double album. But he made sure to include subliminal lines with keywords that Puff and Big would understand and interpret as disses towards them. Every time Pac talked about enemies, snakes, betrayal, traitors, or the Quad Studio shooting in general, he was talking about Big and Puffy. Cause those were the people who were on his mind back then. Like on the song Can't See Me, for example, which Pac recorded on November 2nd, 2 days after working on Hit 'Em Up. Pac was on a mission to surprise his enemies with the biggest comeback ever, while lyrically taking aim at everyone who badmouthed him while he was locked up. All the people that were happy that they finally got rid of him will now see him in flesh and suffer the consequences. Telling people to make clear what side they're on. Are they with him or are they against him? For Pac, his old friends Biggie and Stretch had already made their decisions, and he no longer considered them friends. They had their time to shine while Pac was locked up. But now that he's out, he's taking back his crown, eliminating all his adversaries like they're no competition for him.
Joe, you friend of foe, I don't know what you. Is that Reggie?
In the outro, he also says that people shouldn't believe everything they read, talking about all the different statements made by eyewitnesses who talked about the Quad Studio shooting. Like Biggie, Puffy, Lil Sean, Andre Harrell,
How the fuck is it? How you harder than Tupac? What makes you not think Tupac's not hard? What's a hard person to you? That man stood on all fours. 5 shots, took that shit.
Henchman, Stretch, they had multiple accounts of what happened and some of the statements contradicted each other. So Pac is telling his fans to not believe everything they read, implying that his enemies are lying on him. This is the only song on the album where he's mentioning Biggie by name.
Yo, I forgot who he came to sing. Somebody had this. Who the fuck it was? It's somebody
On November
famous
5th, Pac, Shook, the Outlaws, and the entire Death Row family drove to Las Vegas to perform at Shook's Club 662 and to promote the album All Eyes on Me. On that day, he wore the silk shirt that Faith bought for him. Because as mentioned earlier, Faith would go on shopping sprees and then return with gifts for Tupac. They had a very close relationship. Pac even bragged about it in interviews, which on January 14th, 1996, made it on the New York Times. Tonight, Shook is wearing a new maroon suit and a matching fedora. The rest of the Death Row posse are wearing red and black pants or red pants, or black blazers or red blazers.
Y'all better read this
Tupac
shit.
is the
Oh,
only
shit,
one in a different
nobody
color.
reading this shit.
He's wearing an elaborately patterned gold shirt and baggy jeans. The wife of a top rapper bought this for him, Shook says.
That's what I'm
Who's
saying.
that?
James.
His name is an acronym. Notorious
I don't agree with
B.I.G.'s
Joe
wife,
on
Faith
that.
Evans. She bought him this and a suit and some other stuff, Shook says. And how did you thank her, Tupac? Tupac pauses. I did enough, he says rather salaciously. That same day, on November 5th, Pac did an interview with Uncle Luke and appeared on Luke's Peep Show, taunting Faith and Biggie.
I got a song with Snoop. I got a song with Corrupt, Nas, Rage, Faith, and Bad Boy. There you go. I got a song with that with Faith from Bad Boy. We did this track together. What do I call you? I just want to tell you, you missed, motherfucker. Can we talk? I hate when them New York niggas be throwing up gang signs. I seen Biggie throwing up this. Biggie don't know nothing about no gang signs. Why do you keep throwing up gang signs? Why do these East Coast niggas be, if they come to California, some of these true-to-life gangbangers gonna pull your motherfucking card. Because these niggas out here dying for that shit, and you wanna make a video and play with that shit. Be careful, homie. All you fake friend-ass niggas, you got to be careful because it's very dangerous out here. You can do that little set me up in the studio in New York, but in California, nigga, that's where the G's ride.
On November 7th, Pac recorded the song Hearts of Men, on which he starts off by reminding the CEO of Death Row Records what he told and promised him when he came out of prison.
Hey, shit. What I tell you when I come out of jail, what I was gonna do? I was gonna start digging into these chicken chests, right?
Dig facts.
He promised him that he'll destroy the label Bad Boy Entertainment.
Yeah, we're gonna get
And
you.
Suge
Go ahead, get your ass
obviously
out.
liked what he was hearing,
out.
as he himself was already in a beef with the CEO of Bad Boy Entertainment, Puff Daddy. And he knew that controversy sells. So his eyes turned into dollar signs, and they immediately came to an understanding. He then continues by saying that he'll show everybody what it's like on the west side, the real side, implying that the East Coast ain't the real side. He's creating this contrast of real and fake. The riders on the West Coast and the quote-unquote pussies on the East Coast.
Oh, we had to get his ass out of there.
DJ Quick was there when Suge Knight slept with Puffy's baby mama, Misa Hilton. He was one of the few eyewitnesses who've seen them leave the hotel together after the 95
Niggas be saying that shit, they be fed.
He and Pac
they
were
have
both
fed
laughing at them and were making fun of the East Coast together. He also explains how there will be real people on your side who are true friends, but also fake ones who are disguised as friends but envy you and turn into enemies the first chance they get, in a moment of weakness when you're asking them for help. He was most likely referring to Stretch and Biggie. He's just disappointed in them as friends and thought that they did more damage than actual good with their statements in interviews and their actions during and after the shooting.
My boy Larry
He also thought that Biggie and Puffy wanted to see him rot in jail. 3 days later, between November 10th and November 13th, Pac and Dr. Dre were at the shooting for the California Love music video.
Y'all been in my lives,
The
I
two
know
hung
why I
out
don't like
together on
Dr.
the set and even made fun of Biggie.
Biggie who?
Dr. Dre found out about the song Hit 'Em Up, which Tupac originally wanted to put on All Eyes on Me, and he offered Pac to remix it so that it becomes the biggest record ever. But Pac refused as he wanted to stay loyal to his friend Johnny J, who actually produced that record. Tupac also bragged about sleeping with Faith when they turned on the cameras to promote the record and the label Death Row.
I just want to send a shout out to Faith. Hey girl, hey, and Bad Boy Records. That's for Bad Boy Records. I love y'all. Y'all keep making money.
Suge was in the video too. Those two were the main people on Death Row who wanted to destroy Bad Boy. On November 25th, Faith's vocals from Wonder Why They Call You B were replaced with the ones from the singer Joelle, the first lady of Death Row. There are rumors that Faith and Bad Boy threatened the label with legal action, but it's also possible that they just couldn't get the clearance for Faith's vocals, since Bad Boy and Death Row were enemies and would most likely not cooperate. Plus, according to Faith, she never received her money. On November 28th, Pac recorded the song Comrades which features the Outlaws, Storm, and Big Syke. It contains a couple jabs at Bad Boy Records. He wants to make Bad Boy bow before Death Row, and thinks that it's time for the next chapter, now that Biggie, Puffy, and everyone else had their time to talk bad about Tupac while he was locked up. He also dedicates the last verse to all the quote-unquote tricks who he's trying to murder, while mentioning Bad Boy and the rapper The Brat, who did a song with Big in '94 called The B-Side. And Pac was basically taking aim at everyone that chose to do a song with him. 2 days later, on November 30th, Big Stretch from the Live Squad was shot and killed in a fatal high-speed car chase, exactly 1 year after the Quad Studio shooting. In the March '96 issue of The Source magazine, Tupac spoke on Stretch's death and gave his opinion on what happened.
I appreciate you a lot, James.
You know what happened? Rules of the
game. I hope I see you tomorrow.
What goes around comes around. Meaning dishonest acts against other people eventually catch up to the offender, meaning Stretch. So Pac basically said that he suffered the consequences of his own actions on the 1 year anniversary of the Quad Studio shooting. Cause Pac later blamed Stretch for him getting shot and the robbers getting away. He wanted Stretch to grab one of the robbers so that he can shoot him, expected some form of support and help, instead of him dropping like a sack of potatoes. So people use this statement right here as proof that Tupac thought that Stretch got shot because of the Quad Studio shooting, that he suffered the consequences of letting Pac down, and then later talking bad about him in the media. They also interpreted Pac's statements as a jab at Stretch. Cause in the Vibe magazine, Stretch was using the rules of—
Hold on, Twin, you cooking right now, man. Hold on, Twin. Go ahead and cook. Talk your shit, Twin.
Give me a hell yeah.
Oh, we're gonna give you one more. We're gonna give you one more. We'll give you one more.
Give me a hell yeah.
The game as an argument against Tupac.
Yeah.
And now Pac is referencing those same rules to say that Stretch got what he deserved. Cause Stretch had said, I want him to get a reality check. Recognize what the F he's doing. People on the streets live by rules, man. And that rule right there, that's a rule that's never to be broken. He implied that Pac broke the rules of the streets. Now Pac is directly responding to that comment, using the same words as Stretch. Know what happened? Rules of the game. What goes around comes around. I never had no violent thoughts towards Stretch at all. I just didn't want to F with him no more. But I didn't want to kill him. He's my dog. Once you my dog, you my dog. He got shot just like I got shot. Everybody believed it was just a random robbery when I got shot. This guy get killed, now random-ish don't happen. He basically said that the shooting involving Stretch was just as random and spontaneous as the Quad Studio shooting, which everyone now knows wasn't random at all. It was a planned setup, and Pac knew that. So this right here could be sarcasm, meaning he really put out a hit on Stretch and is now playing innocent like Puffy and Jimmy Henchman, doing interviews in magazines denying everything while everyone points their finger at them. But he could also just be playing with the idea of people thinking that he's powerful enough to put out hits on people. But it didn't seem like his death bothered him at all, even though he was his best friend at one point. Word on the street is that Stretch was killed for robbing a drug dealer for 10 keys of cocaine, which he refused to return. He had just produced the song Take It in Blood for the East Coast rap legend Nas, with whom Pac would later get into a beef with. But the Bad Boy camp probably speculated if Pac or the people from Death Row had anything to do with it, and if they would dare to do the same thing to him, cause Big and Stretch were real close, and Pac was mad at both of them. Plus, nobody knew what Shook would do next after losing his friend Big Jake, cause he blamed Puffy for his death. 2 days after Stretch got killed, meaning on December 2nd, Pac decided to diss him on the song Holla at Me, which was named that way because of Tupac's ex-girlfriend Desiree Smith's letter, in which he asked Tupac why Stretch is trying to holler at her. So Pac took that and indirectly told Stretch that he should holler at him instead of hollering at his ex-girlfriends. But Stretch had already passed at this point, so Pac was technically talking to a dead man. These lines are not only aimed at Biggie but also directed at Stretch, who he had known for way longer. Before he put out his debut album Tupacalypse Now, Pac had him on every album, made dozens of songs with him, let him produce tracks for his projects, and even made him a member of his group Thug Life. With "It was all a scheme, you infiltrated my team and sold a dream," he's talking about the Thug Life movement that Stretch and Biggie became a part of. Pac had his dreams crushed after that shooting. The people from the Thug Life movement, who were supposed to look out for him and be ready to put their lives on the line for their brothers, abandoned him and let him fight those robbers on his own. Didn't even help him to find the people who did it, when the whole purpose of the movement was to save and help each other. That was Pac's dream. The dream people like Stretch and Biggie sold him when they joined his movement. Pac is asking Stretch how he could just watch them shoot and beat him unconscious, when they all gave their word to fight for each other and to defend each other with their lives. He said Stretch dropped like a sack of potatoes, even though he was the biggest guy there, saying that Stretch and his family would still be living in the streets if he wouldn't have given him a chance to make money. Same with Biggie. Big would have went back to selling drugs to make enough money to raise his daughter, who was on the way. Pac was the one who took him on shows so that he can make some quick cash until his deal with Puffy works out. He gave both Stretch and Biggie money to eat and paid their bills as they were broke. He always looked out for them and gave them money when needed, took them on all his shows, had Stretch on all his albums, and even moved Stretch's family into his residence. Again about Stretch getting weak knees when the robbers pulled out their guns, and he just followed their orders not knowing what to do. Stretch felt like it would have been suicide if he had tried to fight back, cause he didn't have a gun, nor is he able to dodge bullets. Pac was the only one bold enough to counterattack. But you could also interpret these lines as shots against Biggie, blaming him for being
said, Pac, that goddamn was harder. Nigga, that motherfucker had guns. Nigga had guns on that nigga try to pull the damn gun. Now, a lot of people won't do that shit.
Scared to open his mouth and tell him who did it, fearing the consequences of speaking up. Pac was not only disappointed, but he had also lost his respect for them, to the point where squashing the beef was impossible, as he could never see himself being their friends again. He also said this in the March 96 issue of the Source magazine. Stretch was my closest road dog, my closest homie. I did a lot of drama. I got into a lot of cases in Ish because of Stretch. Money-wise, he could have had anything. His daughter was my daughter. Whatever she wanted, she could have. Then this Ish happened and the guy didn't write for me. He didn't do what your dog is supposed to do when you shut up. When I was in jail, he never wrote me, never got at me. His homeboys was coming to see me and he wasn't coming to see me. And he started hanging around Biggie right after this. I'm in jail, shut up, his main dog, and he hanging out and going to shows with Biggie. Both these guys never came to see me. There were rumors on the street that Stretch sold Pac out for money, that he worked for Jimmy Henchman, and that's supposedly why he was the one relaying messages for him. That's why they went directly at Pac instead of the big guy, meaning Stretch. And that's why he continued to hang out with Bad Boy, who on the other hand continued to hang out with Jimmy Henchman. But Majesty, who's the brother of Stretch, denied it, saying that they were in shock and surprised when Jimmy Henchman got the number of their mother, cause Jimmy called their mom's crib, possibly to intimidate them, showing them that they know where their mom lives, and that they can reach her whenever they want, and they would have never worked with someone who threatened their mother. The last two lines of the first verse could be interpreted as Pac alluding to the rumors of Stretch selling him out for money. These lines are directed at both Stretch and Big. Fear wasn't their only motive when they let him down, according to Pac, saying that it was their greed for money that led them to trap or set up his friend during the robbery. He talked about this in the 96 Vibe interview.
And I feel as though he wronged you. You got out of hand and you wronged me. You got seduced by the power. Not because he's an evil person, but because money is evil if it's not handled right. If you lose your composure, you can do anything. And he fear got stronger than love, and they weren't supposed to do.
Then in the hook, he flips it and says that he must stay sharp and alert so that he doesn't fall prey to the things that greed for money brings. Pac wants to stay sharp so that he recognizes his friends with ulterior motives or hidden agendas, in order to make sure that something similar to the Quad Studio robbery doesn't happen again. Pac had developed trust issues and questioned everybody that was close to him, cut ties with most of the people he knew, as he felt like he couldn't even trust his childhood friends. That's why he started saying trust nobody during his time in prison.
I would tell each and every person out there, don't forget about that clicking up thing, you know what I mean? Be to yourself, stay to yourself, trust nobody. Trust nobody. My closest friends did me in. My closest friends, my homies, people who I done took care of their whole family. I done took care of everything for them, looked out for them, put them in the game, everything turned on me.
Therefore, anyone who's going to be down with Pac better holler at him, to let him know that he can trust him. That's the message of the song. This right here is a play on words and also confirmation that he's addressing Stretch. Stretch was part of the group Live Squad together with his brother Majesty. Being live means being bold, fearless and respected.
Appreciate you.
Pac is questioning that now that he saw him in fear during the Quad Studio shooting. He can never be live because he's a quote-unquote coward that pretends to be hard but folds under pressure. But it could also be a double entendre, since Stretch passed away. He can never be live or alive because he's dead. These lines could also be a response to Biggie, because on the song Who Shot Ya, Puffy kept yelling "Get Live" in the intro, interlude and outro. This is obviously about him standing up after getting shot 5 times and then going upstairs to see everybody's faces, including Jimmy Henchman, Puffy, Andre Harrell and the other 40 people who were up there. A couple days after Pac's single California Love with Dr. Dre came out, Pac got confronted by a couple of Keefe D's homies. Again, Keefe D was the Southside Crip that Puff Daddy hired as additional security to keep an eye on Suge Knight and the mob.
Yeah, we gotta wait. I think it's in August. I think it's somewhere in August. His trial come up. I wonder you gonna snitch on Puffy, tell what's going on. Can we take Puffy down? I want him to take Puffy down. But he allegedly one of the shooters and killed Tupac. Yeah, I don't know.
Peru. Pac had a line in that song that upset the Crips, recognized from Long Beach to Rosecrans. The Crips had a problem with that line because Pac was referring to the areas around Long Beach Boulevard and Rosecrans Avenue in Compton, which is the territory of the Ma Peru Bloods, the gang that Suge and most people working for Death Row were affiliated with, rivals of the Southside Crips and the people that Puffy wanted to keep in check. The Crip Big Syke, who was Pac's friend at the time, de-escalated the situation. I gave a detailed description of what happened in the Tupac murder documentary. Make sure to check it out. Tupac tattooed the acronym MOB on his inner right upper arm. The acronym stands for 2 things according to Tupac himself: money over bees and money, organization and business. He referenced it on numerous songs recorded in '96, like for example Blasphemy, Hit 'Em Up, Changed Man, Worldwide Mob Figures, MOB, the list goes on and on. People to this day are still unsure if MOB was more than just an acronym that Tupac created, cause MOB can also mean Mafia, a criminal organization, an acronym for members of Bloods, or a reference to the Ma Peru. You can't make songs and call yourself MOB or any other gang name without gang members confronting you. So the Ma Peru members associated with Death Row knew what he was doing and were fine with it. Some say he got that tattoo to get the Perus on his side, basically as an army to ride with him in his wars, cause Pac felt like the whole world was against him. He was in the middle of the East Coast-West Coast war. Suge, a Ma Peru member, got him out of prison and got him a second chance in life. So it could have also been loyalty towards Suge. Puffy, on the other hand, relied on the Southside Crips, meaning Keefe D and his people. Pac had Paru members as a security around him and made himself a target against the Southside Crips. He not only became part of Suge's bloody war with Puffy, in which people like the Paru member Big Jake, one of Suge's friends, got killed by one of Puffy's associates, the Southsiders around Puff were also beefing with the Parus. So the wolves that Pac and Puffy had around them as security were fighting a bloody war of which Pac couldn't get out of. He more or less got dragged into a gang war without being a real gang member. And things got worse day by day. It wasn't just a hip-hop rivalry anymore.
That both made me feel this way. Why would you say that? Why you saying that about me?
Both sides were constantly receiving death threats. The Crips would approach Pac and the Bloods would approach Puffy. Around the same time, Biggie and Junior Mafia filmed the music video to their hit record Get Money. Big was asked about the whole friction between the East and West Coast, and also about his beef with Tupac.
I'm just here to make music, man. That's it. Right. I don't know East Coast, West Coast, none of that. I'm on.
Check. You start goddamn doing that, you doing something right.
Paper, man. People in the West Coast, my love. You know what I'm saying? Do y'all thing. We gonna do our thing. We gonna continue to do our thing.
You a what? Bad boy killers.
We ain't gonna never let Pac rich, man.
On December 12th, Pac recorded the song F 'em All, together with his outlaws calling themselves Bad Boy Killers. In the intro, Pac tells Biggie to put his hands up.
Hey yo, Big, put your hands up.
Taking a common saying from the police, put your hands where I can see them, and using it to belittle his rival Biggie, who's lyrically being held at gunpoint, cornered by Pac and his outlaws. He asks him to surrender and bow down to his greatness, telling Bad Boy to bow down to Death Row, while calling himself a notorious Biggie killer.
Notorious Biggie killer, affiliation with Death Row. Get their cap peeled back, food is the West Coast.
He wanted to show the East Coast that the West Coast is superior, during a time when the media couldn't stop using the phrase East Coast-West Coast War as a headline for their magazines. So he was obviously fine with that, and was in full war mode, ready to take on the whole coast if he has to. 3 days later, on December 15th, just 3 months after Big Jake got shot in Atlanta, there was another incident that changed the beef between Puffy and Suge forever. Death Row Records was having a Christmas party at a home in the Hollywood Hills, and a record promoter from New York named Mark Anthony Bell, who was close to Puffy, decided to attend, which led to him getting beaten up and threatened by Suge, Tupac and the Mob Piru. They wanted to know the exact location of Puff Daddy's home in LA, so that they can pay him a visit and rough him up. Mark Bell refused to cooperate and got beaten up pretty badly. Suge even tried to force him to drink a glass filled with his urine, just to humiliate him. I touched on this incident in my Tupac murder documentary. There you can find out what exactly happened that night and hear the story in full detail. When Puffy found out about this incident, he panicked and was scared for his life, cause Mark Bell took the first flight back to New York, and Puffy was notified immediately. Suge and his people wanted retaliation not only for Big Jake's murder, but also for supposedly knowing about the plans of robbing Tupac at the Quad Studios. So both Biggie and Puffy were mad at them. Big had just seen the pictures of Pac and Faith together, with everybody spreading rumors of her cheating. And Puffy feared for his life, so he once again tried to get closer to Keefe D and the Southsiders, to make sure that they're always with him whenever he flies to the West Coast. The following day, on December 16th, 1995, Snoop Dogg and the Dogg Pound were in New York to shoot the music video for the song New York, New York, off the Dogg Pound's debut album Dog Food, which had just come out. It was released on October 31st. Biggie heard it and was upset when he found out that they used the beat for his Sanites commercial to make a West Coast banger called New York, New York.
I know you're thinking, well, goddamn, what are you drinking? The cookie leather. No other beer feel better.
At the time, Biggie thought that the song New York, New York was supposed to be a diss towards him, the King of New York, and also to the city he was representing. Cause not only did they snatch his beat, but Death Row had just signed Tupac, who allegedly slept with his wife and is now making diss records. No one knew what was about to happen. Bad Boy was already competing with Death Row, so they saw the album Dog Food as a direct response to Biggie's Ready to Die, cause they were going head to head with their album sales. The sales of the Dog Pound album were getting closer and closer to Ready to Die, and they ended up going double platinum way faster than Big. It took them less than 3 months, while it took Ready to Die more than a year. But the game still respected Biggie way more than the Dog Pound. Rapping wise, he was just in a league of his own. Death Row was still superior in terms of record sales, but Bad Boy was getting closer and closer. Now with Tupac on board, with all the rumors that were going around, and with Pac's comments in the Vibe magazine, people on the East Coast were nervous about what the hothead Pac would do next. It was rumored that Pac, Snoop, the Dog Pound and Dr. Dre would take the East Coast-West Coast beef to a whole new level, by using Pac's anger, passion and energy as ammo to fire at the East Coast. Back then, rappers and artists were shrouded in mystery. You would only hear from them when they would drop an album, a single, or do an interview. You didn't know what these people were thinking or planning.
Right.
They couldn't just make a tweet and make you understand what they feel like at this very moment. So nobody knew what was about to happen. Both sides were waiting on each other to drop an album, a single, or an interview, where one side says something about the other, so that they can respond accordingly. And right now, only Tupac and Suge were the ones wilding out in interviews. So Biggie didn't know what the Dog Pound or Snoop thought about him. Were they agreeing with Tupac's hateful comments towards Bad Boy, or were they just doing their own thing? Biggie didn't know what to expect, but he was cautious and paranoid, cause the man had just ruined his marriage. What is he going to do next? When Big heard...
Hold on now. You already cheating. How you ruin your marriage? What the fuck?
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
No bullshit, man. You cheating with Lil' Kim. She cheated bad, man. How you ruin your marriage, man?
That the people from Death Row came to New York to shoot a music video, he thought of the worst, thinking that Pac will shoot the music video to one of his diss tracks against him. In New York. Make fun of him in New York in his own territory. Showing New Yorkers that he can do anything he wants, that the West Coast is on top, and that the East Coast can't do anything about it. No one wanted to get humiliated and disrespected like that. Especially as the king of New York, he couldn't allow them to do that. He thought he's going to make a music video bragging about sleeping with his wife, while walking through the streets of New York like cowboys, like bosses, as if they own the place. So he felt like he had to do something, cause he knew how disrespectful Pac could be if he wanted to. A day prior, they beat up the New York record promoter trying to find out where Puffy lives. And now they're in New York doing God knows what. So everyone was on high alert, even though Pac wasn't even there. This video shoot was only for Snoop Dogg and the Dog Pounds, who were actually friends with Big before Pac got signed to the label. The video set in New York was heightened when the set was fired upon after New Yorkers felt they were being disrespected. When West Coast hip-hop artists flew to New York to film a music video in the middle of the East Coast-West Coast war. The video was originally going to be a dedication to New York, but they thought they would do the exact opposite. The Notorious B.I.G. called up the Hot 97 radio station with Funkmaster Flex and instigated the incident. According to Snoop Dogg, Biggie was the one who called the shots on him, cause they went to see Funk Flex earlier that day to show love and respect, and to say, DPG, we here shooting a video. We need all you New York rappers to come F with us, cause we love y'all. We shooting a video at Times Square. We shooting at Red Hook. Come get down with us. That's what Snoop and the Dog Pound wanted to say on the radio, but Funk Flex wouldn't let them in. They then headed to the video shoot, and Big called up Hot 97 to speak to Flex and everyone listening. On air, he said, "There's a Tupac Dog Pound video in Red Hook, Brooklyn. Brooklyn, stand up. How dare they come out here and record a video dissing New York?" Biggie's main motivation was to get Tupac. The situation between them was so heated that he didn't care about the consequences of those comments, calling for action as the voice of Brooklyn, while the entire city is listening. He most likely did it out of anger towards Tupac, when he wasn't even there. And there's a rumor that Puffy later went to Hot 97 in order to get rid of the evidence that Biggie called the shots on Tupac. And that's supposedly why there's no recording of Biggie calling up the radio and making those comments.
They didn't have that in the movie.
Because Big could have gotten in trouble for that. Snoop Dogg and the Dogg Pound were all out in the snow in front of the bricks shooting the video. And by the time they went back to the trailer, someone was shooting at it. The trailer got riddled with bullets, but luckily none of them got hit. The Death Row bodyguard Frank Alexander got him out of their safe. He and the Death Row head of security, Reggie Wright, said that Snoop and the Dogg Pound were scared like quote-unquote little B-words. When they flew back to LA, they told everyone what happened. Pac and Shook were heated. Sending people and trying to kill artists was a line that they hadn't crossed yet. It became a life or death situation. Both sides were now expecting their enemies to do it again. Catch the other side off guard. Send goons to attack the artists or people associated with them. Put out hits on people and ambush them the first chance they get. The question was, who will fold under the pressure and cross the line first? And how will the other side respond? Snoop, the Dogg Pound, and Pac were now in F New York mode. They finished the rest of the music video for New York in LA, using a green screen. What was supposed to be a dedication to New York, in which they show the beauty of the Mecca of hip-hop, became a disrespectful declaration of war, with them kicking over buildings and walking through the city like Godzilla, trying to cause chaos and destruction. You might remember the July 95 Source magazine cover where they crowned Biggie the King of New York, with him standing next to the World Trade Center while being depicted as a giant the same size as Godzilla. Now fast forward to December 95. Snoop and the Dogg Pound are about the same size as him in the music video, stomping on New York while kicking over their buildings. And again, using the same beat as the one for Biggie's commercial. Definitely a subliminal shot at Big, but more importantly an act of disrespect towards the Mecca of hip-hop.
You jumping on this shit is crazy.
Pac was really fed up with New York, cause everything he went through happened in New York. Him getting robbed, threatened by gangsters, getting shot, getting accused of assault, and then also Snoop and the Dogg Pound getting their trailer riddled with bullets. All the people who were dissing him and sending shots, everything somehow happened in New York. Every time he goes there, there's trouble. So he was just done. Completely. New Yorkers took offense to the song and made response records to lyrically defend themselves. Like Capone and Noriega's LA LA, for example, which also featured Tragedy Gaddafi and Mobb Deep, initially rapping over the same beat the Dogg Pound used. And in the video, they even kidnapped them and threw them over a bridge. Around that same time, Pac and the Dogg Pound recorded the New York diss song NY87 with rappers like Deadly Threat and DJ Quick. The song is going at multiple East Coast rappers such as Biggie, Mobb Deep, J-Ro the Damager, Tragedy Gaddafi, Channel Live, and A Tribe Called Quest. You can hear DJ Quick in the intro declaring war on the East Coast.
Yo, this is DJ Quick. Taking a second out with the Dogg Pound to let y'all know something. If you're looking in the Source mag and don't see me, it's because them niggas on the East is the enemy.
Corrupt and Daz then basically sum up what happened at the New York video shoot, paraphrasing what Big said on the radio to prevent the Dogg Pound from shooting the video in his city, saying that they can't come to New York to shoot videos, and that New Yorkers should go kill them, basically accusing Biggie of conspiracy to commit murder, similar to what Pac accused him of after the Quad Studio shooting.
Hey, yo, God, the heads is tripping out in New York. Yo, money, they can't come down here and shoot no video.
Then they're calling Biggie out by name, saying that he shall holla at Tupac, similar to what Tupac said in the song Holla at Me, where he told his old friends Stretch and Biggie to reach out to him to settle their differences one way or the other. Then they addressed the rumor that had been spreading for the past couple of weeks about Tupac sleeping with Biggie's wife Faith Evans. The Dogg Pound confirmed that those rumors are true. They then asked Biggie and his people if they really want to go to war with them, saying that the same people that set Tupac up tried to set up Snoop Dogg and the Dogg Pound as well, once again accusing Biggie of setting Pac up. The intro ends with them saying that they might also have sex with Faith Evans as well.
Damn.
Just like Pac. Because Biggie is saying that they can't come to New York unless they bring him a gift. And the dog pound wants to send back his wife with $350 worth of you-know-what down her throat. Using her and then sending her back as a gift to Biggie. Corrupt then starts off by naming all the people on the East Coast he's cool with and explains how they influenced him as an MC. Then he uses slick wordplay to diss some of the new rappers and rap groups that came to the forefront during the time when the East Coast-West Coast beef really started to get out of control.
Somebody said ass on fire, it's crazy.
Then he touches on the incident of Biggie getting on the radio with Funk Flex to diss Pac, Snoop and the Dog Pound before the New York video shoot, saying that he didn't expect to get dissed by a guy like Biggie who he always admired, calling him the deadliest force in New York, the person the city listens to. Because that's what ultimately led to that trailer getting shot up. All it took was Biggie to hop on the radio and say something.
I found he's the deadliest force in the world where it's all about glamour, fame, and fortune. Next time you hit LA, then we mash.
They're basically threatening Biggie that there'll be severe consequences if he decides to come to LA. They are ready to return the favor now that they got chased out of New York. Biggie did actually try to come to LA numerous times, and there were always problems for him. They made sure that he can never feel safe there again. The whole reason why Diddy got close with the Southside Crips and Keefe D. But more on that later. Pac starts off by calling out quote-unquote all the dogs and phony rap stars who think that they got rid of him. Meaning the robber Dexter Isaac and his two friends, Jimmy Henchman, Haitian Jack, Puffy, Biggie, Lil Sean and Stretch, who quote-unquote picked the side of his enemy. This is probably the only song in which Tupac said F New York and not a specific artist. They were all fed up. From that point on, they would always bring dozens of security guards with them every time they went to New York. They didn't feel safe there, just like how the people from Bad Boy didn't feel safe in LA. Pac also felt like radio hosts on the East Coast like Funkmaster Flex weren't really respecting West Coast MCs. They obviously had an East Coast bias. Were also mad that they wouldn't let Snoop Dogg and the Dog Pound get on Hot 97, but then accepted calls from Biggie. The fans were also picking sides, and with them being hotheads at the time, they went on the offensive instead of trying to work things out and make peace. The last song Pac made in '95, where he's talking about Biggie, is No More Pain, which was recorded on December 18th. A lot of gun bars and threats on this one, challenging his jealous adversaries to pull out their guns and blast, promising that he'll murder them. He wants retaliation for what they did to him in New York, calling his shooters and the people involved cowards. In the outro, he then talks about Biggie, starting off by saying, "Come put your mouth on the pistol." The same thing Big said on Who Shot Ya.
From Africa.
Oh yeah, to the cowards, you know who I mean. It's still Bad Boy Killer.
Is it God?
Fat mother effers, got Down syndrome mother effers, weak ass people, dancers turned effing CEOs. These lines are obviously against Biggie and Puffy. And he said those things in the first version of the song Hit 'Em Up as well, saying that Biggie is a cross-eyed crack baby with Down syndrome.
I gotta see the meme.
Dancers turned CEOs. Suge Knight was mocking Puffy for that at the '95 Source Awards as well.
Any artists out there want to be an artist and want to stay a star, and don't want to have to worry about the executive producer trying to be all in the videos, all on the record, dancing. Come to Death
Row. Then he responds to the people saying that prison has changed him and messed him up mentally, and that it made him go out of control. Pac believes that prison didn't change him at all. It only made him worse. So all these negative thoughts he had about Biggie, Puffy, and Bad Boy prior to going to prison only got worse by him sitting back and thinking everything through, putting all the pieces.
What y'all think? He dead or alive? Which one? Dead or alive? I need that in the chat. Y'all think Tupac dead or alive? 2026. Let me know what y'all think. Some say he faked to death and got a double. The body they showed had different tattoos and stuff. I've been hearing that for years. Y'all let me know. Y'all think Tupac dead or alive?
Of the puzzle together.
I hope alive. Me personally.
Now he's giving people the opportunity to pick a side, either with him or against him. And he's ready to go to war against anyone that picks the opposite side.
Okay, we got one alive. We got another one.
In '96, the entire Death Row family continued making diss records about the East Coast.
I hope he did fake to death.
Snoop Dogg was expected to respond, as he was technically the biggest rapper on the label at the time. And he recorded the song called Keep It Real, Dog, which contains a couple of lines that were aimed at Biggie.
Be on the red eye, you're fat, you're black, you're whack, your style is toe up, plus you got one dead eye.
The line about the dead eye is obviously about Biggie's lazy eye. The
entire
Death Row crew made fun of him for that. It wasn't just Tupac.
I seen Tupac
Because
wrestling.
in recent interviews, Snoop, Dre, and the Dog Pound always make it seem like Pac was the only one that's out of control. That he was the only one that really went at Biggie.
Oh, I'm trying to put a poll up. I don't mind doing it on YouTube. I should have put a poll up. I really want to know. Can we put a poll up? I think I gotta wait till I get a YouTube partner and do that shit. I mean, shit. I mean, if you, let's say if you did fake the deal, like, you think he can come back now? To him? Or he still there, still trying to, you know what I'm saying? Let me know, Chad. Like, if he come back right now, I've long faking to death and shit, you think the police will pursue him and shit? Cause he still gotta go to court for that girl, that's what I'm thinking. They probably try to bring all
They
this
were
shit
all
back up
doing it, but later blamed it on the dead man who's not here anymore to defend himself.
Yeah, I know, on the beach.
Rewriting history and pushing the entire blame onto Tupac. I mean, he was definitely the driving force behind it, but everyone else took a part in it.
Yeah, I've been listening to Machiavelli. I don't feel love this shit.
It ain't hard to tell, but it's easy to see. And even no bad boy fucking up the industry. Go tell them busters up at Bad Boy Records. That chick's got a big mouth, must better check it.
Tupac then put himself on a Dog Pound song called Don't Stop, which originally featured the East Coast rapper Nas. Pac took out Nas's verse and put himself on it to diss Biggie. He wanted to stop giving East Coast rappers a platform. This was around the time Tupac didn't tolerate any form of shout-out to the East Coast. Cause Tupac and the Outlaws beat up Dr. Dre's ghostwriter Jay Flex and his homies after they gave Brooklyn a shout-out on one of their songs. And they did the same to the rapper Sam Snead after he put rappers from the East Coast in his music video. Sam Snead and Jay Flex were all Death Row associates,
they was on the beach with
but they still got beaten up. Pac took it very seriously. More on that in my Dr. Dre and Tupac beef analysis. So yeah, Tupac didn't want to give East Coast rappers any more promo or exposure. Calling himself a bad boy killer and Biggie annihilator. Saying that he'll kill Biggie. That he shall enjoy his last days on planet Earth. Because one day he'll come get him. Hitting him with 2 Glocks and leaving him with scar tissue. He wants to go one-on-one with Biggie.
Shit, if he did,
lyrically
come
or
on
physically.
back, man. We need
Doesn't
to
matter.
say hip hop right now.
Promising that he'll kill him regardless of where he wants to take it. Gunplay, fist fight, or rap battle. But this verse mainly focuses on gun talk, saying that he'll spill Biggie's brain and that another Bad Boy affiliated rapper was killed. And he doesn't stop there. He wants to go to his funeral and also kill everyone associated with him. Everyone who came there to pay their respects, showing that he has no mercy for any of them, and that he's ready to fight dirty.
I never heard of him before.
post my post will be up to keeping the interest. 2 Glocks full of ammo. My army fatigues ready for battle. Lyrical commando. Let's get it on.
Dez also produced Pac's song First to Bomb, where he's going at Biggie.
Which one? What's the name of the song? Which one? Let me go back.
To pull out their guns and blast, promising that he'll murder them. He wants retaliation for what they did to him in New York, calling his shooters and the people involved cowards. In the outro, he then talks about Biggie, starting off by saying, "Come put your mouth on the pistol." The same thing Big said
when they were talking about when they were dissing on the east side.
The last song Pac made.
Did we pass it? The one he had scar tissue.
They want to be an artist, they want to stay a star, they don't want to have to worry about.
Plus, you got one dead eye.
Go for it.
The line about the dead eye is obviously about Biggie's lazy eye. The entire Death Row crew made fun of him for that. It wasn't just Tupac. Cause in recent interviews, Snoop, Dre and the Dog Pound always make it seem like Pac was the only one that's out of control. That he was the only one that really went at Biggie. They were all doing it, but later blamed it on the dead man who's not here anymore to defend himself. Rewriting history and pushing the entire blame onto Tupac. I mean, he was definitely the driving force behind it, but everyone else took a part in it.
It's a gangster boy, so bad boy get.
I don't think this is.
It ain't hard to tell, but it's easy to see.
This? No, he got Snoop Dogg on this one.
And even no bad boy fucking up the industry. Go tell them busters up at Bad Boy Records. Fat chicks got a big mouth, nigga better check it.
Tupac then put himself on a Dog Pound song called Don't Stop, which originally featured the East Coast rapper Nas. Pac took out Nas's verse and put himself on it to diss Biggie. He wanted to stop giving East Coast rappers a
platform. I'm gonna show you, go to hip hop universe. His name is Hip Hop Universe. Documentary, Tupac versus the Notorious B.I.G. East versus West. That way you can find it. You can go back and find the song.
Platform. This was around the time Tupac didn't tolerate any form of shout-out to the East Coast.
Oh no, YouTube won't let me skip back
Tupac
to this
and the Outlaws beat up Dr. Dre's ghostwriter Jay Flex and his homies after they gave Brooklyn a shout-out on one of their songs. And they did the same to the rapper Sam Snead after he put rappers from the East Coast in his music video. Sam Snead and Jay Flex were all Death Row associates, but they still got beaten up. Pac took it very seriously. More on that in my Dr. Dre and Tupac beef analysis.
I ain't gonna play this shit.
So yeah, Tupac didn't want to give East Coast rappers any more promo or exposure.
Oh, you talking about that song?
Calling himself a bad boy killer and Biggie Annihilator, saying that he'll kill Biggie, that he. And they did the same to the rapper Sam Snead after he put rappers from the East Coast in his music video.
I'm trying to pause it.
Sam Snead and Jay Flex were all Death Row associates, but they still got beaten up. Pac took it very seriously. More on that in my Dr. Dre and Tupac beef.
Y'all make sure y'all check out this documentary. And I also got a reaction to Dr. Dre versus Tupac in my lives. Y'all gonna check that out. Y'all don't like Dr. Dre. Y'all know why. Y'all go check that out. Y'all know why.
Analysis. So yeah, Tupac didn't want to give East Coast rappers any more promo or exposure.
No problem, bro. It said it's called Don't Stop. The Dog Pound Don't Stop. That shit came out 2002. Damn, dude, y'all remember what y'all were doing in 2002? I sure don't. I don't even remember what the last thing I ate in 2002. Damn, that shit was long ago. It called Don't Stop. Dog Pound Don't Stop.
Calling himself a bad boy killer and Biggie Annihilator, saying that he'll kill Biggie, that he shall enjoy his last days on planet Earth, because one day he'll come get him, hitting him with 2 Glocks and leaving him with scar tissue.
I ain't gonna lie. I don't know, maybe because I'm getting older. The more older I get, the more I like old
lyrically or physically, doesn't matter. promising that he'll kill him regardless of where he wants to take it. Gunplay, fistfight, or rap battle. But this verse mainly focuses on gun talk, saying that he'll spill Biggie's brain and that another Bad Boy affiliated rapper was killed. And he doesn't stop there. He wants to go to his funeral and also kill everyone associated with him. Everyone who came there to pay their respects, showing that he has no mercy for any of them, and that he's ready to fight dirty.
He said, what about Hit 'Em Up? I love Hit 'Em Up. Me personally, I think it's the best diss on all time.
Daz also produced Pac's song First to Ball, where he's going at Biggie, Puffy, and the East Coast as a whole.
Somebody told me Vaseline, they like Vaseline though.
They also recorded Only Move for the Money together. On January 7th, 1996, the music video to Junior Mafia's hit single Get Money was released. And it featured the rapper Charlie Baltimore dressed up as Biggie's wife, Faith Evans.
Who the fuck she
Big
is?
and Faith were still separated and had little to no contact. He was sending subliminal shots towards her in that video, kissing Charlie Baltimore on the lips, making his infidelity public at a time when everyone accused Faith of cheating, showing the world that he replaced her with a woman that looks just like her. Same hair color, same outfit, same looks. But again, in the video she's supposed to depict Faith Evans, and they're showcasing their tumultuous relationship, which ultimately leads to Biggie kicking her out the house, subliminally telling everyone that he and Faith are no more, showing them that he got his masculinity back, after Pac tried to emasculate him and destroy his player image. This was Biggie's strategy to counter Pac's efforts in the most passive way possible. He wanted to show the world that he's indeed a player, someone who can get a new girl by just snapping with his fingers. Show people that Faith is replaceable, that players don't simp for any woman, especially not cheaters, that they just move on to the next one, showing people that Pac didn't do any damage, that he's not even on his radar, that he's not the type to worry about a girl, as they're all lining up for him. There's nothing fake about the player image, without a single thing to worry about.
Especially like in
on January 9th, he then recorded the song Homeboys, on which he said, picking on Bad Boy, Biggie and Puffy is like a grown man picking on little kids who can't defend themselves. He's asking them why they're trying to play a grown man's game.
Come on, I just want to go
they shall stay in their lane, or Pac will quote-unquote tear that ass out the frame. On January 12th, Pac recorded a song called If My Enemies Love Their Kids, which contains shots at Puffy. Pac is mocking Puff by pointing out Shook's relationship with Puffy's baby mama, Misa Hilton, saying that Pac could sleep with her too if he wanted to.
Give a damn.
Puffy is on the top of Pac's kill list. This whole song is basically a warning and a death threat.
God damn, that motherfucker bad. Oh, Lord.
A day later, on January 13th, Pac recorded the song He vs. She with the rapper Storm. It contains shots at Biggie, Puffy, Lil Kim, Da Brat, Lil Sean, and LL Cool J. Again, the whole reason why Pac went at L is because of the song I Shot Ya, which was a response to Biggie's Who Shot Ya. Pac thought LL was going at him too, so that's why he kept sending shots at him in response. But his main targets were of course the people associated to Bad Boy.
Now when I say Big, you say B.I.G. When I say Bad Boy Killer, then you say me. When I say Puffy, it's a Puffy stream word of my life. I wrote this bitch off fucking Big's wife.
Calling Biggie a pig and Puffy a punk while also bragging about sleeping with Biggie's wife, Faith Evans. They also had lines for Lil Kim and Da Brat. This was a direct response to Da Brat's line in Total song No One Else.
The decoy watch Brat kill and destroy you the last one to work with the
so deaf and bad, boy.
Be the first ones to fuck with you and bad boy. Busted through Brooklyn, looking my shots to Queens, cause I'm looking for Lil Sean, that's your jazz fiend.
Little Sean was one of the people that were present during the Quad Studio
Facts, all the motherfuckers copied
and
his
the
ass,
only
bro.
person who tried to help him, according to Tupac
These are
himself.
facts.
The only one that shed tears for him. But in the Vibe interview, he called Pac stupid and a liar for saying that he was crying the whole time. So that's why he kept dissing Sean.
I made scream like last year. Let's don't come to California, we don't want your buster ass here.
On January 14th, the previously mentioned New York Times article with Pac talking about his relationship with Faith Evans came out and brought back quite a bit of emotions for Biggie, since he kept learning new things about his wife's relationship with his biggest enemy. Things that she kept a secret from him. Faith never told him that she was actually that close with Pac, that she would buy him trunks full of gifts. Big just couldn't catch a break. Pac would always reopen his wounds by making fun of him and his wife in the media. In magazines, in newspapers, on the radio, on TV. He couldn't escape it. What made it even worse is that the only times he would speak to her, he would catch her in lies, as she was only trickle-truthing him. This was also around the time Faith saw the video to Get Money, where she's getting dissed. Faith got mad when she saw the video, and they sent each other messages to talk about it. Cause they had went low contact after she caught him cheating, and then they went no contact after the incident with Pac. Biggie called Faith to come visit him in New Orleans, so that they can talk it out. They had an argument and fight in winter '96, which somehow led to Faith's pregnancy. Biggie's son Christopher Jordan Wallace, who was born 9 months later on October 29th. At the time, people were speculating if the kid might have been Tupac's. But that would have been impossible since the two never saw each other after November '95. Big and Faith agreed to co-parent their child once he's born, but their relationship never recovered. Tupac ruined Big's marriage, regardless of Big believing his claims of sleeping with his wife. The trust and spark was gone. Big thought of the possibility that she might have cheated on him as revenge for him cheating with Lil' Kim and Charlie Baltimore. But according to Lil' C's, he did later believe Faith's version of the story, that she didn't sleep with him. But the gossip on the streets made it impossible for him to just move on and to continue being all lovey-dovey with her. Nobody believed Faith's side of the story, except Big. But Big also said that he always believed that Pac is the realest guy in the industry. It wasn't just anyone making those claims. Things just couldn't go back to how they were.
Look at this. Y'all trust a face like that?
Image of Big and Faith being hip-hop's dream couple was crushed. And Big was seen as a weak man who wifed up a promiscuous cheater that would open her legs even for his biggest enemies, and then come back to play the innocent and faithful wife. So he couldn't stay with her, even if Pac was a liar. Pac had successfully convinced the entire world that he slept with Biggie's wife, and the baby that was on the way made things 10 times more complicated. So in the end they decided to stay friends, but they wanted to stay in separate places, with Faith promising him that she'll stay faithful and focus on the kid. Big, on the other hand, continued to see other women. They didn't know if they wanted to get divorced.
I can't get enough of them, boy.
The media and fans continued to bombard them with questions, being a nuisance during her entire pregnancy.
Damn, Long Beach girls like that for real?
The media was like, alright, she stopped with Big, she stopped with Tupac. I'm not no different than any other. You know, everybody has a temper. He say he.
You never had an LA girl.
He say he biased. No, all right. I can't get to ask him. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just like, okay, well, it's all up to me. Am I gonna hate her for the rest of her life?
Damn, they like that for real?
Or am I just gonna be a man about the situation?
Hold on. What you mean by loose? Like it's like different levels of loose. You talking about lose the whole neighborhood and shit type shit? Felicia type shit? What?
You can't do it no more.
Bye, Felicia.
You know what I'm saying? And let's just go on with our lives, or am I gonna say
I'm from Atlanta.
I'll never speak to you again. I'm not that type of person. I hold grudges, but I
can't born in South Carolina though.
That's just not in my nature.
I don't hear nobody talk about that damn album. life or death. Ain't nobody be talking about this shit.
Personally, I was angry. I know that I was at
They only had, what, 2 albums?
He had got shot in that too. And why are you doing that?
Later on, in the September 96 issue of the Vibe magazine, Biggie said, people was like, when she stopped effing with Big, she started effing with Tupac. And Big started effing with Lil' Kim. That's the summary of the Biggie Smalls faith-ish right there. But we wasn't effing with each other way before the rumors popped up. I married her after knowing her for 8 days, and I was happy. That was my baby.
Yeah, he paid him great.
At the same time,
but the trial coming up like August though. We gonna stream that shit live though. See what he gonna say.
But I admit it. Instead of me and you so quick and marry you and get
he gonna try for that shit.
Learn to know you and then marry you. All the time we was
like how you snitch on yourself. Like you doing interviews and shit, talking about what happened and shit. You gonna snitch on yourself. Dumb man. For some money. Dumb as fuck.
She we ain't together right now, but we tight. We still gonna be friends. I love her. You know what I'm saying? She love me. We love our son, and we gonna always love our kids.
That's that
do whatever we
delusional
gotta do. Who knows? 10 years from now, we might get back together.
Big implied that the marriage failing was partly his fault. It would have happened regardless of Pac's involvement. On January 18th, Pac then recorded the song This Life I Lead, where he once again calls himself a bad boy killer.
I still gotta listen to Better Days, too.
On January 19th, Tupac and the Outlaws went to the House of Blues to see the rap group Onyx perform.
Yeah, you see the way they
there
look?
They met the rapper Keith Murray, the guy who was not only on the first version of Who Shot Ya, but also on LL Cool J's I Shot Ya,
he married Faith
and also on the remix, of
me.
course. Pac wanted to know if they were dissing him. Pac's homie Big Syke was actually the one that approached him, while Onyx was performing on stage. Fred Rose Starr saw Pac and Keith Murray come face to face, and the two started yelling at each other. Keith denied that Pac was their target. Biggie unknowingly caused a lot of conflicts between Pac and various rappers from the East Coast, just with one song alone. That's how powerful and controversial it was. Cause again, I Shot Ya was a response to Who Shot Ya. But they made peace that day.
Now you more than house, that nigga mind is fucked up.
Cause he never really wanted to go to war with LL Cool J. But he still saw everyone on I Shot Ya as potential enemies. That included Prodigy from Mobb Deep, Foxy Brown from Nas's group The Firm, and everyone else who was in that music video.
I just got
the song was
Machiavelli.
actually supposed to be something
Which
like
one
a
came
New
out
York
for?
anthem, with
Better
all the
Days
different
or
cliques
Machiavelli?
coming together.
Which one became
And Pac
out
initially thought that all the cliques from New York were coming together to diss him.
Who did
and
it?
to
Is this AI? You can walk past it like this ain't AI. Like a whole different damn person. I'm tripping.
Side with Biggie during the East Coast-West Coast war. Cause Pac had become the face of the West Coast and Biggie the face of the East Coast. So he thought I Shot Ya was a part 2 to Big's Who Shot Ya. But Keith Murray denied it and prevented it from escalating any further. Cause as you could hear on the song NY87, Pac was in F New York mode.
Damn,
and he
bro,
was
you
ready
subscribe?
to diss everybody
Damn,
if he
I
had
appreciate
to.
that, bro. That's my love. Shout out, hold on. Shout out my twin, bro. One of the twin, motherfucker. Why I didn't hear that? Shout out my boy for the 1 tier. Appreciate that, bro. Shout out to my brother, man. Nigga, I thought your ass been asleep by then, nigga. Did you do stream? My bad, chat. Shout out to my brother. And he dropped my goddamn check emojis. Appreciate you, bro. You said Machiavelli was in 97 and Better Days in 02, 03? Okay. So I'm almost there. So what came out of 97 then? After Machiavelli? What came? Ain't no new album came out after Machiavelli? Trick T.I. on it. What the fuck? I don't know if I might skip this shit. They got, if you go on live mixtape, they got a whole bunch of rappers with Tupac, bro. I ain't know that shit. I went on live, what it called, live mixtape. You know the days when we all used to listen to all the damn mixtapes. They got a mixtape with Pac with every rapper in the game. I said 2 Chainz. I said, what the fuck? I said, hey, you get a song, Tupac got a song with 2 Chainz. Oh, to the end of time? Oh, yeah. I gotta listen to that. That's my next one to listen to. I'm gonna do a Machiavelli Day. I might do it on TikTok. I might do it on TikTok, y'all. Y'all make sure y'all follow me on TikTok, Baby Jordan 7413. I'm doing it on TikTok for y'all. We're gonna do all the albums and we're gonna listen to them live. I can't do it on YouTube due to its copyright. But I can do it on TikTok. Just play the whole album. Y'all tell me which one of y'all favorite song. We're gonna rock out. We're gonna read the lyrics at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Try to figure out the meaning behind it. You know what I'm saying? Put our Scooby-Doo gadgets on. Things of that nature.
On the song Never Call You Be Again, which he recorded 12 days later on January 31st, he mentioned his beef with the East Coast. He explicitly said East Coast, because he was ready to take on everybody. That same day, he recorded the song Breathing, where he said,
oh, here you go. Oh, yeah. Download.
The mission was to end the careers of his enemies on the East Coast, to outsell everyone in the game with his upcoming double album, while dropping the biggest diss records ever. He's murdering his competition, making him the last man standing.
Hold on, so
in other
when
words,
Tupac
the last man breathing.
Hold on, let me see.
The second verse was unfinished, but he still mentioned Bad Boy and them praying on his downfall.
When this came out? Come on, go to the album, bro.
In the February 96 issue of the Vibe magazine, it seemed like Pac was trying to de-escalate the situation between him and Biggie.
I'm missing out, bro.
He was asked about the rumors of him sleeping with...
I don't know two I've been listening to. It's Me Against the World. I still got to listen to what it called, Tupac Apocalypse. I still got to listen to that. Yeah, damn. Like I said, I was born in 91, so by the time I came up, it was a whole different, Pac gone, so we ain't had the social media like we had right now. So we all listen to what T.I. and all them, Lil Jon and them, all them. So I got older. My dad heavy. He out. You know what I'm saying? My daddy heavy in Tupac. They need you dressed like him, bandana and all type of shit. Big ass pictures of Tupac. You know what I'm saying? That's why I know some of his songs and stuff. When I got older, I started diving deep in them. Things of that
Faith
nature.
Evans, to which Pac responded, "Me and Faith don't have no problems." When asked about their relationship beyond the studio, he replied, "I ain't gonna answer that ish, man. You know I don't kiss and tell." The whole energy he had on the first version of Hit 'Em Up somehow disappeared. Cause on that song, he was actually bragging about it. He didn't want to put out any of the songs he made where he mentions Big's wife. And in interviews, he was only implying it indirectly.
Damn.
Trying to look like a serious businessman who's too classy to brag about it.
93.
Only dropping hints and comments with double meanings behind them. So that the fans and the media could continue speculating. Only saying things like, Faith is my girl, I treated her good, and we don't have any problems. In the studio, he was way more reckless, saying things like, I effed your wife. But those tapes didn't come out yet. He was holding them back and waiting for Biggie's next move. Things changed quickly after hearing the response from Biggie. Because on February 3rd, they released a remix to Junior Mafia's hit single Get Money, which includes shots at Tupac. And this song was actually genius. When Biggie's wife, Faith Evans, came back to New York after spending time with Tupac, and after Big and Faith more or less reconciled in winter 96, she told Big about the beat Pac played for her, so that Big can prepare himself for what Pac has planned and then sabotage him. In the studio, Pac was hyping the beat up, saying that it'll be one of his biggest songs on his album. Lance on Rivera, DJ Enough, and Biggie quickly recognized the sample Faith was talking about, the one Johnny J used for Hit 'Em Up. Cause again, Pac played it for her when they were in the studio together. And the sample was Don't Look Any Further,
Shout out Hot Down for joining the channel.
Which they decided to use before Pac to sabotage him. They produced a similar beat to what Faith described, and used it for the Get Money remix. Cause they knew that Pac's album was just about to drop. February 13th was the date for Pac's huge comeback. So they decided to drop the Get Money remix 10 days prior. Biggie wanted to put a song on the radio which sounded just like the track Pac wanted to put on All Eyes on Me. expecting that he'll use the beat Faith heard for his next single. They expected Hit 'Em Up to be on All Eyes on Me. So Big did the same thing he did in '94, when he used the same sample for Tupac's Time to Get My Drank On for his hit single Big Papa, before Tupac even has a chance to use that song. According to Lil C's, they knew that Pac would lyrically take aim at them on his next album All Eyes on Me. What they didn't know is that Pac used the beat Faith heard for a Biggie diss track, not for a club banger. Faith thought Hit 'Em Up would be a party record, and that's why Biggie and Junior Mafia wanted to turn it into a smooth, laid-back club record. But Pac, by this time, had already decided to exclude the first version of Hit 'Em Up from the album. He had actually given up on the idea to release it, thinking that he had humiliated Biggie enough already, with those pictures of Faith and Pac floating around, and the media turning it into the biggest topic in hip-hop. People were trying to tell Tupac to slow down, that it's all a misunderstanding, as Biggie would have never done anything sneaky like dissing him on a song like Who Shot Ya, and making fun of him for getting shot, and that the whole thing about Biggie setting him up is a misunderstanding, that Pac is...
Hold on, so tell me who's the East State though, like for real, like that's just people that, a whole bunch of people that just got the music. Why they won't drop the album then? They got enough shit. In 2026, why they can't drop one? What, they gonna wait till robots come out? We got flying robots, y'all wanna drop a Tupac album? It should be the perfect time. You said I have all my Pac albums from the first. God damn. So you got that motherfucker. Damn. So you see, what you got? You just got him stored up.
Attacking a man who's completely innocent, which makes him the one that's in the wrong. And they were all saying that Biggie is not even responding, that he wants peace. But the Get Money remix convinced him to go ahead with his initial plans to do the Hit 'Em Up song, because he had scrapped the first version and didn't want to use it. Pac understood what Biggie and Puffy were trying to do with that remix. He understood that they were trying to sabotage him again, so he stopped having mercy for them. The decision to tell Biggie and Puffy made Pac go back in the booth and redo the song, but this time more brutal. He even started insulting Faith, because he knew that she was the one that told Big about the sample. Biggie was the first one to make a move, lyrically, because none of the songs Tupac made about Biggie had been released so far. The Get Money remix was retaliation for what Pac did with Faith, but they once again kept it subliminal. The remix starts off with Lil C's asking Tupac and the Outlaws how they could possibly think that they could ever have a negative effect on Biggie, Junior Mafia, and the money they pull in, implying that they're unstoppable, and that they will forever continue to get gold and platinum plaques, regardless of who's trying to stop them.
That your team can affect my cream, gold and platinum plaques since I stepped on the scene. Now I mean,
both Lil Kim and Lil C's have a verse on here, and that's part of the reason why they later became a target on Hit 'Em Up, because the other members of Junior Mafia didn't get called out by names. They gave C's and Kim special attention. Big then comes in verse number 3, starting off with slick talk and double entendres.
All that and the bottle of Don P. Can't harm me, I keep the on me.
This part right here includes 4 references. Dom P, obviously the alcoholic drink Dom Perignon, but also the name of Lil Sean's song, in which he sampled Biggie. Those two were also in the Dom Perignon music video next to people wearing henchman shirts. Again, Jimmy Henchman was the mastermind behind the Quad Studio shooting. Biggie was still hanging out with him after the shooting. And Lil Sean was the guy Tupac was supposed to do a song with that night he got shot.
Yeah.
Next, he uses the word army.
I know he made the hypey shit.
The people who robbed Pac at the Quad Studios wore army fatigues. Not only that, but Big is also kinda talking about them as if they're his people, which is what Tupac initially thought when he saw them, according to the Vibe magazine interview.
Subscribe to the
Pac
channel.
made it seem like the robbers could have been Biggie's homies. The accusations, of course, infuriated him, because Pac literally said they looked like Biggie's homies from Brooklyn. And Biggie plays with that in the next line by asking, is Brooklyn in the house?
Go to the 80s.
Immediately after using the word army, he uses the word Brooklyn, Was that a coincidence? Cause Pac's robbers in army fatigues were indeed from Brooklyn.
Can't harm me, I keep the army. Is Brooklyn in the house without a doubt.
And he was the main one doing it at the time. So these army is Brooklyn in the house. He chose his words wisely. He knew exactly that Pac would understand what he's trying to do. And he did. Cause he paid close attention to that. While everyone...
No, we can walk past. That nigga got a big ass fucking head. Goddamn, Eminem head there, boy.
else was busy telling him that he's just overanalyzing things, that it's all a reach, that Biggie is innocent and could never do him wrong. Pac saw them as deceitful, two-faced, manipulative snakes. I mean, Puffy always managed to make himself and his people look like innocent angels, in contrast to the big bully, tyrant and devil Suge Knight. And Tupac, who's completely out of control. While Pac and Suge were always direct, Puff and Big loved responding subliminally, while pulling strings behind the scenes without anyone noticing. That's why Puff always said that bad boys move in silence.
Without a doubt, I'm the rapper with clout everybody yap about.
Who was the one quote-unquote yapping about Biggie every chance he got? Tupac, of course.
Check it out, guns I bust 'em. Problems with my wife, don't discuss 'em.
Biggie's infidelity, followed by Faye's alleged affair with Tupac, changed their relationship forever. And Biggie was getting tired of it, always getting brought up wherever he went. It was of course hurting him, and he just wanted to move on. So he's telling Pac and the media to stop talking about his wife and his relationship with her. The part about the recent address could be about the incident with Mark Bell at the Christmas party in December '95, where Pac, Suge and the Mob Peru beat up the bad boy associate in an attempt to find out Puffy's recent address. Stuck you for your stash in your pissy mattress, another way of saying he robbed him, and possibly another reference to the Quad Studio shooting. Cause people saw it as Biggie admitting, or at least making it seem like he was partly involved in the robbery, just to piss off Tupac, who was already accusing him. Or it could also be something completely unrelated, just him rapping about his life as a drug lord.
Your mom's the actress, didn't want to show me the safe. It's okay, she was only...
Oh, they got a song together too. I know they had a song together.
This could be about Tupac's mother, Afeni Shakur, who was a political activist and a member of the Black Panther Party. Biggie called her an actress, just like her son after the Quad Studio incident. Cause that's what Biggie and everyone else said about Pac in the Vibe magazine. That he was acting and being overdramatic. That everything was a movie to him. That he refused to hand over his jewelry. And Biggie is saying that Pac's mom is refusing to show him the safe. That she...
Hold on now. You gonna be talking about Mama Pop now. I'll throw this goddamn screen right now at you. Make you rest and shit, motherfucker. You gonna be talking about Mom and Pop like that. Fuck wrong with him.
As rebellious and stubborn as her son,
he about to give me
joking about her starting to be dramatic like in a movie when Biggie tries to rob her. So Big had to kill her.
It's okay, she was on anyway, I display. Hot 97 round ready, Cock Mac 11 line steady.
It's interesting that he mentioned Hot 97 after going on air to call the shots on Snoop and the Dogg Pound. Tons of lines that could have double meanings behind them. That's what Biggie was known for. Somehow all the keywords he used could be linked to an incident that's part of the beef. I don't think it was all a coincidence. This is the same song that interpolates lines from Shabba Ranks' song Don't Test Me, which the rap group OGC had interpolated before.
Shabba Ranks? Shabba Ranks. Damn. From A$AP Rocky, what the name is? A$AP first?
For him, in the song The Storm, which they performed at the Palladium when Biggie and Junior Mafia were present.
Damn.
I can be as good as the best of rest and be as bad as the worst.
You can be as good as the best of them, but as bad as the worst.
After Big stole it from OGC and used it before their album came out, the entire Boot Camp clique started to have an issue with him and picked the side of Tupac in the beef. The supergroup Boot Camp clique included the subgroups OGC, Helter Skelter, Black Moon, and Smith & Wesson. And they were now allies of Tupac and going to war against Biggie. And Big, of course, had a problem with that. cause they were in the middle of the East Coast West Coast beef, and the people.
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass on, boy.
How you gonna steal somebody's song and have a problem? Yeah.
People who are supposed to be on his sides are teaming up with the enemy. He saw them as traitors. Puffy and Biggie were supposedly responsible for blackballing them. They all of a sudden had problems with the record label. Word then got back to Pac about Biggie becoming something like a gatekeeper for New York hip-hop, and he wanted to do something about it with Suge Knight's Death Row East, which was supposed to be Death Row's label branch on the East Coast. Cause he thought Biggie has full control over who becomes popular and who stays underground, just through his connections in the industry and his influence.
That nigga, But who you looking at? You looking at the side or you looking straight? You confusing the fuck out of me.
Blackballing people behind the scenes and pulling strings. He thought Biggie had that much power in New York. And Pac wanted to change that by creating a divide within New York itself, so that the king of New York, Biggie, loses his power and influence. So Pac later tried to reach out, be cool, and pull rappers and rap groups from New York to his side, promising to sign them to Death Row East in exchange for their loyalty against Biggie and Bad Boy.
Oh, so that's
people like the rap legend Big Daddy Kane, for example,
like the Rock
who rejected the offer because he didn't want to be part of the beef. But Pac had more luck with rappers and rap groups who are considered underground. People that were easy to blackball, and both sides kinda understood what they were trying to do. Biggie and Pac would try to get as many rappers on their side as possible. There were some who were Team Biggie and others who were Team Pac. But yeah, Biggie couldn't stand the boot camp clique, and he wanted to sabotage their careers.
For my people that was in the 90s, only thing I only got a question for: why the hell y'all wearing suits in the goddamn club? Y'all wanna hide?
And the bootcamp clique didn't like him either. A couple months later, on October 29th, they actually released a music video to the song No Fear, which featured actors who were supposed to look like Biggie and Faith. Rock from Helter Skelter actually threw Biggie off the stage. They did that not only to get back at Biggie for biting them, but also to show that they're still loyal to Pac, even after his death. But this would eventually lead to Sterang Wonder from OGC getting jumped by the members of Junior Mafia at the D&D studios. More on this in the King of New York documentary. On February 13th, Tupac's double album All Eyes on Me was finally released, and it did crazy numbers. It was the second #1 album in a row, and sold 566,000 copies in the first week, while Biggie's Ready to Die had only shipped 57,000 units. So Pac was back on top and became the #1 rapper in the game. He went 5 times platinum in just 2 months, something that no rapper...
About time.
Give me a hell yeah! Give me a hell yeah!
I'm gonna I know. Y'all ain't know. I don't know no rapper that got that 5 times into. Goddamn, bro. I don't even know how much money it is. I gotta look this shit up.
On Bad Boy had accomplished yet. Ready to Die was stuck at double platinum. Pac was the biggest thing in '96. He was everywhere. Was putting hits on the radio almost every month, dominating the charts, while also working on hundreds of songs for future albums. All while the East Coast was waiting for Biggie to come back.
He couldn't come back.
Pac was dropping albums back to back. It took Biggie way more time.
He had to wait till
he only had one album and a group album. Wasn't even halfway done with his sophomore album. This worked in Pac's favor, as he could dominate the charts, draw his fanbase, and take shots at Bad Boy while the whole world is convinced that Biggie is shook. Too scared to respond, taking so long with his album because he can't make bangers as fast as Pac. People were belittling Biggie and attacking him from all angles. He had dropped a group album just a couple months ago, but All Eyes on Me blew that away, and the fans expected Biggie to drop again to compete with him. 1995 was Biggie's year to shine.
I always wanted that
but
little vest and
96
that
was
all eyes on
Pac's
me. He
year.
had on. I wanted
He
that
took
motherfucker
Biggie's
so damn
crown,
bad.
with Pac outselling him in no time. He made the biggest rapper on the East Coast look like an ant. Cause remember, it took Biggie a whole year to go double platinum, while Pac went 5 times platinum in just 2 months.
God damn.
So Pac didn't see Biggie as competition, at least sales-wise. And he rubbed it in his face in multiple interviews.
And then people say they got them
on
Biggie
February
better.
17th, Tupac
I got
flew to New
some.
York.
I can't wait to run into a goddamn Biggie fan and we arguing. I'm gonna say Pac went 5 times platinum in 2 months while Biggie was crying over Faith. Hello.
At Saturday Night Live. He wanted to show everyone
Biggie
that he's
could
not
never.
scared of coming to the East Coast, even after the 2 shootings in New York, while Biggie and Puffy are quote-unquote scared of coming to LA, which in Pac's opinion showed who was truly in power and in control of the rap beef, bragging about how he can come to the East Coast whenever he wants, while the people from Bad Boy can't come to the West.
I'm gonna be in LA. I got to pump mines. You do? I got to sling my album. I'm gonna be there.
I just seen it. You said Bug and Biggie, bro, was that dude?
Oh my God, bro.
Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass on, boy.
What makes him that dude? What makes him that dude? Stole Juicy from Mississippi, motherfucker. He's stealing everybody else shit. What makes him that dude? Pop just went 5 times platinum in 2 months over his shit.
They feel like they can come into it like dissing Big and dissing Puff and
Nice at rapping.
That's what they choose to do.
Nice at rapping.
I know one thing I got to do is feed Tiana and take care of Miss Wallace. You know what I'm saying? And that's my only job. I mean, I'm making music for the people. If y'all love the music, y'all gonna buy the music. But please, all you MCs out there, all you fans out there, don't think Big gonna make a record dissing Tupac or the West Coast, because it's not going down like that. I can't even see me wasting my time or my talent. Right. You know what I'm saying? To disrespect another black man. He do his thing. I'm gonna continue to make my joints, man. I put a dent up in this joint, you know? I'm gonna make my album. That's how I'm gonna prove myself this year. I'm gonna make a whole tight album without saying nothing about the West or Tupac or Suge or Dre, or they do their thing and I'm gonna do my thing. You know what I'm saying? But if it's ever a confrontation,
we need to vote right now. My boy said, and boy Jay said, I think Big is a better MC, but Pop had that soul and passion. What y'all think? Y'all already know what I think.
Between the two, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna handle that when we see each other, you know what I'm saying? But as far as musically,
all right, I understand that your album is going to be dropping in July, right?
Yeah, hopefully in July. I mean, be ready for July, but I might want to do some more songs or something.
All right, because I was checking out the Bad Boy tape, and Puff Daddy was letting everybody know, eventually it's going to drop sometime in July.
Yeah, July 4th, we're going to drop it.
Pac then appeared on the March 96 issue of the Source magazine. He spoke on the beef with Big and explained how it all happened. I was putting Biggie on. What killed it was Biggie got put on. Biggie was in Thug Life. He used to be like, Thug Life, Thug Life. He used to be like, F Bad Boy. I hate Puffy. I ain't effing with him. Sign me, Pac. I just ain't have no chips for the guy and I wasn't gonna lie to him. He made his album and I was making my album. This is before Me Against the World came out. I used to hear his tracks. He used to hear my tracks. Our styles were totally different. My ish was on some I'm About to Die, like you hear me on Me Against the World. But it was even a lot more ish about death. This guy album come out, Ready to Die, it's all my album.
I see you coming from.
And Biggie used to sit up there and ask me, how do you do them choruses? You the hook man. How you do this? How you do that?
I can't connect.
I used to tell that
Me
guy,
personally, I can't connect.
don't do none of that gangsta-ish. You better get at these females. Because the females buy your tape.
I gotta be able to
the
connect
guys
with
buy
you.
your tape
When I
because the
listen to somebody, I
females
gotta
want
be
the
able to
tape.
connect with you
And
and shit.
look, he came out on some Big Papa-ish. That's straight up robbery.
That makes
But
sense.
even after that, long as he was my homeboy, that was okay. But soon as he started acting like he was his own man, they knew that I was at the point where I couldn't just ride on
They
people.
don't talk about nothing I can
I
relate
had
to.
like 50 gun cases, 30 assault cases, and they didn't have none. So they was plotting. To the question how his beef with
Like,
Biggie turned
trolling
into an
and
East
all
Coast,
this
West
shit,
Coast
like-
thing, he said, I'm from the East Coast. That's why I can feel like
Let me
this.
try to put it another way.
To my peoples in New York who got love for me, ignore this. Don't even trip.
Shit like for us, I'm like,
But
damn,
they
mama, you
attacking
don't make
me
shit
in
like that. I
such
love
mass
shit like
amounts that I
Like,
can't
dear
no
mama,
longer
Tupac.
call these people's names out. And
Oh,
they
stand
all
for our
coming
black
from New
people
York.
and shit. He don't make
That's
shit like
where
that.
I gotta
I like
start
music
banging.
like that.
But even after all this happened,
Biggie don't make
Dre, Snoop and the Pound made peace with Puffy on stage at the Source Awards. Biggie
And if
got
he
on
did,
the
correct me
radio
if I'm wrong. If he
saying,
did, correct
this
me
is
if
where
I'm
them guys is at. They making a video dissing New York. Y'all need to get at them. People rolled down there and got with them. Funkmaster Flex, all them guys
Somebody
who
said
was
Biggie need
riding on the
samples to make
radio,
his hits.
and some people went down there and handled their wax. But
Hold on,
nobody
Jay.
got hurt.
Hold on, Jay, what you gotta say
fortunately.
about it?
But see, all they did was step this ish up a level.
Yeah.
How did
Yeah, a lot
Biggie's
of
wife
samples.
Faith get into all this?
Yeah.
Because them
Right,
people be
right.
on the radio and in their
Facts.
records and on the videos acting like players. Didn't Biggie say he was a player? Baby, baby. Stole my lyrics, I stole his B. Took my rhymes, I took his wife. He touched my style, I touched his wife. If he talk all that ish about being a player, and I got at his wife 2 days after I got out of jail, imagine that gangster ish he's talking. How
Damn, hold on, Pop. Chill out. Hold on. Damn.
plastic that ish is. So as you can see, after hearing the Get Money remix, Pac became more and more relentless in his interviews, cause he wasn't really using profanity when talking about Biggie's wife. At least not in his interviews. He's way more aggressive now. On March 7th,
Facts.
Pac continued going at Biggie and other rappers on the East Coast. He recorded the diss track When We Ride on the Enemies,
Everybody something
which was aimed at the groups Fugees, Mob,
Snoop Dogg. They used to steal before he got up there for Snoop Dogg and them was stealing Tupac shit. Same style and shit, everything. Ice Cube. All the motherfuckers stealing. I just hate how they try to pitch him as the villain and shit, bro. Like that shit crazy. When nigga came out of jail out selling all y'all. Y'all couldn't even do nothing at all when he got on death row. Y'all couldn't do nothing. He really the only one really just represent the West Coast like strongly though. On the East Coast versus West Coast shit. Cause you think of that, who you think about? Big Tupac. And Flo Robinson and instead like trees. Yeah.
Deep and also Biggie.
I don't know, they just like,
In
man,
the
I can
second
feel that shit in
verse,
my
he
soul
said,
when I listen to Tupac shit. I just feel that shit in my soul, bro. I don't know how to explain that shit. Can y'all explain that shit?
Tupac felt betrayed and double-crossed by Biggie, who he believed knew who shot him. When he said crossing the game, he meant not playing by the rules of the game. And that's exactly what he thought of the Bad Boy entourage when they allegedly set up the robbery and shooting.
Watch my eyes when I pull the trigger. So right before you die, you bow before a bigger nigga. Now try your eyes.
In Pac's view, it's only right for him to retaliate in the same manner, by dominating and eradicating the competition in the rap game.
So I feel
On the
like
song
Pac
Who
like,
Shot
he talking
Ya,
about some real life
Big
shit, like
rapped about
everybody
putting
going
his
through,
gun
bro.
into
Like,
the
we're
mouth of
all
one of his victims
the
who chose to
children,
mess
we're
with
all-
him.
all the shit we
He
going
killed
through in
him
life.
while the victim begged for mercy.
I can't
Pac
connect
wants
Big
to
like
give him
that.
the
Like,
exact
if I want
same
to turn
treatment.
up and get party, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Just Big on.
Did I tell you not to fuck with me? Now try your eyes. You was heartless on your hits. It's love to scream peace after they saw some shit.
Biggie was indeed heartless on his hits, like on Gimme the Loot for example, where he's talking about robbing and shooting a pregnant lady.
Damn.
That whole mafioso ice-cold killer
You
image.
gonna rob a pregnant lady? That's crazy.
Sounds like Who Shot Ya, where he's making people beg for mercy who have a gun in their mouth. Pac is now asking how he can scream peace after doing songs like that. How they can squash the beef after all the things he did.
Pay attention, here's a word to those that rob me. I murder you, then I run a train on my beef. Don't fuck with me.
Sending a threat to those that robbed him. Dexter Isaac, his two homies Spunk and JD,
Word.
King
Right.
Tut, who he believed was one of the shooters, Haitian Jack, Jimmy Henchman, and everyone who knew what happened but refused to help Pac.
I mean, the kids wanna be involved. See, I was only talking to Biggie, but I'll kill all of y'all, then ball.
That same day,
I mean, it's a lot of
he
goddamn
recorded the
MCs
song
like
You Don't
rap
Have to
like a
Worry with the
motherfucker, but
Outlaws.
their connection.
To my folks, no love shown, get disposed of, blasted full blown.
This is the song where Tupac supposedly
Like
admitted
Kendrick
to have given
Lamar can rap like
orders
a
of killing
motherfucker, but I
someone
can't
after
connect
getting
with
shot
his
5
ass. You feel me?
times. And that
They just might be, I don't
someone,
know
as
about y'all.
explained earlier, was widely
Getting-
speculated to be Pac's
rap
old
like a
friend
motherfucker,
Big
I just can't
Stretch,
connect with him.
who died exactly a year after the Quad Studio shooting.
5 shots changed my whole life. Clothes were slick. Niggas died by my orders when I wrote this shit.
The next lines kinda confirm that he's talking about an old friend who was there from day one. Cause Pac and Stretch met in 1990, when he hadn't even started his solo career. He was still a member of the group Digital Underground.
Though we go back like wild nights in Latin quarters, niggas tried to kill me. And I fed their wife and their daughters.
I fed their wife and their daughters. Pac
that was
is talking
shit I don't
about
fuck
Faith
with.
Evans and
Like, man,
both
nigga,
Biggs and Stretch's
Shit
daughters.
like that shit. He fed Stretch and Biggie wife and daughters and shit. And you betray me and shit. Shit like I cannot fuck with you like that, bro. I don't give a damn how much you how good rapper you is, bro. I just can't fuck with that shit. That's just me personally. Like I ain't obsessed like that, bro. Like, bro, you some fucked up shit like that, bro. I can't fuck with you. Now
Who he
young, I ain't no
always
Biggie
bought
did all
presents
this
and
shit.
took
so all
care
that
of
shit,
like
all
an uncle. He really saw Biggie and
I got older,
Stretch
I'm
as
like,
his
man, Biggie
brothers.
did this shit, then I
Pac
can't
even
fuck
gave
with you.
Stretch
I can't even
money
get the
so that
same.
he can take care of
That's
his
why I can't look
kids,
at Ice
even
Cube and
babysitted him.
Dr. Dre and shit,
Big
all the
was
shit they
gonna
did
quit
to Tupac. I can't
rapping
look at
and
him
go
the same.
back to dealing drugs
Snoop Dogg.
around the time his girlfriend got pregnant. Pac stopped him and put some money in his pockets. Took him on shows so that he can make some cash until his deal with Puffy works out. Paid their bills, bought them food, toys and presents for the kids, but he also said that he fed their wives, talking about Faith Evans. You know exactly what Pac fed
Said get
Faith
him money,
Evans
yeah.
that night when they slept together.
Say they shot me in my nuts. I don't luck with it. Bullshit, nigga, cause I'm still yo, dude.
Once
Oh,
again,
you don't do
Pac
people like that,
bragging
bro.
about
People-
sleeping with
'cause
Biggie's
motherfucker-
wife, Faith Evans. He did it even after
You don't meet
getting
a lot
shot
of
in
people,
the
like
groin
that in
area.
the world. They just give you
His
money. and
enemies
shit like
were
that,
making
bro.
fun
Like,
of him for
like
shooting himself in the
like
balls,
General just give you money, don't ask
spreading
for it back.
rumors
and
of
nothing,
him
bro.
losing a testicle,
You don't meet too many
which
people
he
like
actually
that.
didn't.
And them
His
type of
wounds
people that always
healed,
get
and
hurt in
according
the
to
end,
Idi
bro.
Amin from
Word.
the Outlaws, Pac
People
still
take
had
advantage
both
of that shit.
testicles while he was recovering. But people at the time were making fun of Pac for only having one testicle left. He addressed it again in the next song called Ghetto Star, which he recorded
that
a
my
day
shit
later
right
on
there.
March 8th.
Bust my gun, make them all scatter. Bullets to my
Here it
hips,
is
only
on, bro.
make my balls fatter. Eat it, I eat it.
His haters on the East Coast started to call him One Pac, and there were rumors that that's the angle Biggie wanted to use to come back at him lyrically. Like, look, how can you say you slept with my wife when you only have one testicle? And Pac was already writing lines in response to that,
They don't
as a
even-
counter.
He
This
gonna
was
lose.
around the time they
Oh,
started
you had
promoting his
one
upcoming
testicle.
album Life After Death, on which he wanted to lyrically respond to him. So New Yorkers were waiting for him to make a comeback. And Pac is telling him to bring it on, saying that he'll get killed when he rides by.
Y'all said they came out 2003. He had so many damn songs using Bad Boy. No, he ain't no way to hit
On
me.
March 22nd, Dr. Dre officially left Death Row Records to found his new label Aftermath Entertainment.
Ryan,
He would
appreciate you
later
joining the channel.
collaborate with various New York MCs and even make
said, what's
peace
the
with
source of this
Biggie,
video?
which of course upset.
Y'all can go check out Hip Hop Universe. I hope y'all can see it. If y'all can't, let me know. Hip Hop Universe. He got all documentaries. He got Tupac versus Biggie Part 3. Tupac versus Dr. Dre. Notorious B.I.G. versus Nas, Jay-Z, Wu-Tang. All that. That's what his specialist, his niche is. He do all that. Bro. So y'all can check that out and watch that. Shout out to him, man. With the editing all this shit, I know this shit took him a long time to do this shit. That shit got them 10 minutes, goddamn.
Tupac a lot. That same month, Snoop met Biggie as well in Atlanta at a hotel. He went there with Daz Dillinger and was greeted by Macy's, who then brought them to Biggie's hotel room after Snoop told him that he wants to holler at him. Big opened the door and gave them a hug. They smoked some weed together
Shout out to
and
Bob.
Snoop
Shout out to you,
confronted
bro.
him about the shooting in Red Hook, Brooklyn. Big couldn't
Appreciate
say
you.
anything to justify his
Y'all
actions.
think I'm playing? I'm about to get custom
Snoop
made
told him, I know
life.
you called that shot on me. They
Later
missed.
on stream.
I forgive you.
Banana. Wait,
Snoop felt like no one got hit, so he let it go. The Crips didn't really have real motivation to get involved now, cause Snoop forgave him and that was that. When he went back to LA and told Pac about it, Pac was confused on how he could forgive them like that. Cause remember, Pac thought Big and Puff knew who shot him, and didn't tell him on purpose. They blamed Big Jake's death on Puffy as well, and they almost got Snoop and the Dog Pound killed. Pac was all about that loyalty. He was there when his Pyro friends needed help, and also for all the Crips on his team. First thing Pac told Snoop
I ain't never heard him Pac say some weird ass shit. Like Biggie, that nigga shit question. Him with kids and shit and all type. What the fuck you got going on, twin? I can't think of what he said. I can't think of it now.
Snoop felt like Pac had the right to say that. How the F you ain't tripping when people try to kill you? You ain't tripping when people try to shoot you? And they tried to do me. Homie, you went soft after that murder case.
What made you say that?
Referring to the murder case Snoop revealed on February 21st, 1996. On March 25th, Pac recorded the song Effing with the Wrong Guy. And you could tell that he's slowly getting into the hit him up mode again. He's being sarcastic here, saying that Biggie's sending Faith like a peace offering won't change the fact that he will continue to go at him.
If this shit,
mocking him.
He used to rock. He rock with our friends. He rock with black people, bro. He really rock with black people. He want to see black people win and shit. Till they did that weird ass shit to him and shit. Yeah. Like what the fuck? That shit threw me off when I see that was the end for me. I was already questioning. Then when I heard it, when I was on YouTube and I was hearing all that, I said, what the fuck? I said, hell nah, bro.
Him by saying that it's busy.
You gotta think about it, bro. You gotta go back and listen to these folks. You know what I'm saying? Back then, you ain't had the lyrics and stuff back then like that. I don't know if y'all had the lyrics like you got, like you know how you showing the lyrics right now. Yeah, people ain't have the lyrics like that. You just had to listen to that shit. You don't be catching that shit. What these folks did be saying, like, bro, these folks be saying some all devil
never
personal
shit,
all type of shit.
He did
like,
the song with Faith, but instead of paying her, he slept with her as compensation, sending her back to New York.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get on that. Wait till I get off. I'm about to get off and listen to that shit anytime.
Saying that Faith at least had the metaphorical balls to come step into his territory and visit him, implying that Faith is much more of a man than Biggie, even though Big tried to make everyone believe that he's an ice-cold killer and mafia boss. Pac is telling him that he shall bring out the big guns when he and his crew come to get him.
I wanna be a peaceful man, but still when taking them for me, all I can see is getting them away.
Pac still wanted revenge and confront Biggie in person. Snoop and the Dog Pound flew to New York in peace and got shot at because of Biggie. So Pac and Suge wanted to return the favor and make it impossible for the people from Bad Boy to come to LA without getting
killed. I don't rank hold and shit. He really got them. They try to overhype his ass. I don't know what the fuck wrong with him.
The next time Pac and Suge saw the people from Bad Boy was at the Soul Train Awards in LA.
I found out like what 2 weeks ago. I found out shit when I heard Me and Your Girlfriend. You know he got one with Beyonce. I thought it when I was growing up. That's what I heard. I ain't hear the pop version. So I got on street like 2 weeks. I was like that. I said, "Did Jay-Z?" I said, "Jay-Z stole it from Pop." And then people in chat tell me this was the Machiavelli. That shit came out before he even did. I said, "Oh, he don't stole it from goddamn Pop." I said, "Oh hell nah." I don't know what other songs he stole from. I just know that one. Jay-Z stole from that one, but he stole shit from Biggie too.
29th, 1996.
I can't relate to
this was Suge's territory.
I didn't know him from Pop.
He had bought 60 tickets for Ma Peru members to come to the show. Keefy D and the Southsiders were there too, but they weren't sitting with any of the Bad Boy members. None of the gang members were allowed to come on stage or accompany the artists on their way in or out that building. Keefy D didn't even see Puffy that day.
I think most of because I grew down south,
was in charge of opening up the show on stage. Pac and Suge obviously got mad at that and wanted to open up the show themselves. I mean, the show took place in LA. And they let a New York artist open up in the middle of the East Coast-West Coast war. Suge and Pac's egos were so big that they couldn't allow it.
So like,
Suge wanted his 50 to 60 men to rush that stage and carry Biggie outside.
down here.
But they were late for the show and didn't actually see Biggie and his people on stage. They were on their way to the awards when Biggie was done performing. And after he got the awards for R&B, soul, or rap song of the year for his song One More Chance, Biggie and his team were now leaving the awards with a small group of people through the back door. They had a flight to catch to North Carolina where they had a show. So they were in a rush. The people from Death Row, however, thought that they're trying to escape like cowards, leaving through the back door, all scared, trying to avoid confrontation. Pac, Shook, the Outlaws, the Death Row head of security Reggie Wright, bodyguard Frank Alexander, and a large group of Ma Peru members arrived at the back door where Biggie and his people were just coming out. Reggie Wright had tipped off the man who ran the
Nigga rubbing niggas' hands, shit. Talking about fucking little kids and shit, type shit. Allegedly. We gotta say allegedly. Allegedly and shit.
Security at the awards. He held back the bad boy camp and made sure that they don't leave before the people from Death Row arrived. So it was all a setup. The people from Death Row were late, so the plan of them attacking Biggie on stage didn't work out. So they resorted to plan B, to surprise them when they're trying to leave. Tupac was dressed in army fatigues, just like the people who robbed and shot him at the Quad Studios.
Didn't want to kill Tupac.
Again, he was fully convinced that those people were Biggie's homies from Brooklyn, that they were the ones that set him up.
Not this one,
so Pac wanted to return the favor and set them up in a similar way, now that they're in his territory.
If they come to California, some of these true-to-life gangbangers gonna pull your motherfucking card. You could do that little set me up in the studio in New York, but in California, niggas, that's where the G's ride.
He wanted to approach him dressed in army fatigues just like the robbers did to Tupac at the Quad Studios. But both sides had guns with them, and this was a place where the police would arrive in no time. So they wouldn't have been able to do something stupid even if they wanted to. There were eyewitnesses everywhere. Pac jumped out the Hummer and saw Biggie the moment he came out of that building. He immediately started yelling and insulting him. "You fat mother effer, traitor, you on the west side now. Let's get this ish over with right here, right now." That was the first time I really looked into his face, Biggie said in the September 96 issue of the Vibe magazine. I looked into his eyes and I was like, yo, this guy is really bugging the
that's what I'm saying. You said he bugging out and shit. And you saying Biggie, you saying on song talking about his mama Pac and shit. And you looking now you freaked out. What you say? What you say? Okay, she old. She was old anyway. You think he ain't hear that shit? Yeah, we about to dig.
Biggie had Little C's, Lance N. Rivera, C. Gutter, and one security guard with him. They were clearly outnumbered. The two groups came face to face and started arguing. C. Gutter from Biggie's camp then pulled out a gun. Reggie Wright from Pac's camp then warned him, saying that he better lower the gun and not point it at them, or else it's over. Pac was yelling, "Give me the gun, give me the gun. Shoot that mother effer, shoot him." And Reggie was trying to calm him down, while Pac was pulling him by his arm. Puffy wasn't actually with Biggie at the time, but they were heading in their direction after Biggie's security guard called them for backup, meaning one armed security guard and Puffy as their reinforcements against Shook's people. They were clearly outnumbered and had nobody there to save them if it really came down to a shooting. But they were now rushing there, not knowing what Pac and his people wanted to do to Biggie. But Big was standing there all cool and relaxed. He didn't look scared at all. Little C's, on the other hand, was quote-unquote pissy drunk and started responding to the things Tupac was saying. "F you, man. East Coast, mother effer." To which Pac responded, "We on the west side now. We gon' handle this ish." The following week's Hollywood Reporter quoted an unnamed source saying that Pac waved a pistol at Biggie, but Big denied it in the Vibe magazine. Nah, Pac didn't pull steel on me. He was on some tough ish though. I can't knock them dudes for the way they go about their biz. They made everything seem so dramatic. I felt the darkness when he rolled up that night. Duke came out the window, fatigued out, screaming, "West Side, Outlaws." I was like, that's Bishop, talking about Tupac's character in the movie Juice. Whatever he's doing right.
Don't even make no goddamn scene. What the fuck you talking about, nigga?
Oh my God, bro.
Oh hell!
Was you don't think he must have thought it was a goddamn movie or something. Like, he said that was Bishop.
Right now, that's the role he's playing.
He
played that ish to a T. He had his little goons with him. And Suge was with him. And they was like, we're gonna settle this now. Then his people start formulating and my people start formulating. Someone pulled a gun. Mother effer starts screaming. He got a gun! He got a gun! Like, we in LA. What the F are we supposed to do? Shootout? That's when I knew it was on. Keith said if he was with Biggie that day, he would have shot and killed Suge, Pac, Reggie, and the rest of the Death Row entourage. But C. Gutter and Reggie didn't fire any bullets that day. Lil C's and Lance Rivera tried to run away, while Big, his security, and C. Gutter stood there unbothered and fearless, according to Reggie Wright himself. The Fruit of Islam came and jumped in between the two groups, calming down the situation. Suge was talking to one of them, and after that, both groups went their separate ways. But the Death Row entourage was now coming to Puffy's direction, because they wanted to get inside the building. Puffy panicked and jumped down the embankment, leaving the bodyguard Gene Deal behind, while the entire Death Row entourage came in his direction. Puffy ran alongside the trucks, and according to Reggie Wright, he hid under a car. He was scared to death, and the entire Death Row family was laughing at him. They definitely had the advantage that day. Tupac and Suge went inside the auditorium and walked around as if they owned the building, signing autographs while he was actually supposed to be on stage to accept the award for Album of the Year. Cause Pac had won in that category with Me Against the World, the only award he won while he was alive. Pac didn't even care to go on stage. He was just filled with adrenaline, walking around the building as if he's looking for a fight. Biggie, on the other hand, had won 4 Source Awards, 2 Billboard Awards, and 1 Soul Train Award while he was alive, all through one album, while Pac had 4 solo projects out. He was mad about that as well, but he played it off as if he doesn't care about awards, saying that record sales is the only thing that matters, and Pac outsold all of them. So the Death Row entourage is now in the building while Bad Boy is outside trying to escape. They didn't want to spend too much time in LA, cause they never felt safe. Puffy then tried to call Biggie, who was now on his way to North Carolina. He didn't go on the phone because he was mad at him for leaving him behind. Puffy didn't actually fly to North Carolina. He drove back to the house he was staying at in LA, the one Pac and Suge wanted to find when they beat up Mark Bell. When they got there, Gene Deal called Chaz Slim Williams, owner of Black Hand Entertainment, and he told him what happened.
Shout out to the one.
He mentioned the fact that Puffy ran for his life, and Puffy overheard the conversation while he was going upstairs. He started yelling at him and said, "Why you telling him I ran? Why you ain't tell him I took a left?" Chaz and Gene Deal were shocked. Puff was heated, came back downstairs to speak to Gene. "Yo, Gene,
I don't know about you. Every time I talk about Tupac, I don't never get tired of it.
And these people depend on me for their livelihoods. If these
y'all want me to do the interview, I might do some interviews too. I never looked at it
any
like
kind of gunplay. They wouldn't F with me. And they're not gonna F with me. I'm a businessman. I'm about making money. But something gotta change. I don't give a F if Pac gotta die, Big gotta die, or Suge Knight go to jail.
See, that's important right now. That's important, Chad. That's important. Scooby-Doo. Why you say? The nigga said, Puffy said, oh shit, damn, I gotta go back. That shit crazy how he said that shit and all that shit happened in the same thing.
And Gene responded, he sure did. Big gotta die? Yo, he said Big.
Bad boy, yeah, we did. Go back.
It's life. And Puffy overheard the conversation while he was going upstairs. He started yelling at him and said, "Why you telling him I ran? Why you ain't tell him I took a left?" Chaz and Gene Deal were shocked. Puff was heated, came back downstairs to speak to Gene. "Yo, Gene, I got 126 employees, and these people depend on me for their livelihoods. If these white folks thought or would think that I had anything to do with any kind of gunplay, they wouldn't F with me. And they're not gonna F with me. I'm a businessman. I'm about making money. But something gotta change. I don't give a F if Pac gotta die, Big gotta...
I don't give a fuck if Pac gotta die, Biggie gotta die, or Suge Knight got to go to jail. And you gotta think about the way he said that in the order that he said that shit, and that's the way the order that happened. Pac died, then a year later what? Biggie died, and Suge Knight is still in jail. That shit crazy.
Gotta die or Suge Knight go to jail. Something has got to change.
How they do
and then he went back upstairs. Gene Deal and his friend, who was in the same room, couldn't believe what they just heard. The other man in the room said, "Yo, that guy said big." And Gene responded, "He sure did. Big gotta die? Yo, he said big."
Bad boy killer. There's no one
All right, y'all. I'm gonna stop it right here. I hope y'all enjoyed. I hope for y'all just tune in. We are gonna be doing it later on. I will be streaming later on 11 p.m. Eastern for the people y'all on the other side of the country. It's 11 p.m. Eastern. We are doing NWA. My first time reacting to NWA. The history behind it is my first time. So y'all come in. Make sure y'all be there. Subscribe to the channel. Like to the channel. Y'all tell me the knowledge. I need to put me on game. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna find out what's going on with Death Row and Easy, all that. Then boom, then what the day? Thursday, Friday night, we back on Pop, Machiavelli Day, things of that nature. Y'all make sure y'all look at my posters and stuff. Me posting everything. So, yo, what's up, big dog? How you doing? Yeah, but make sure y'all stay tuned though. I appreciate everybody came in today.